I can't hit the button. There we go. Hey, folks. Welcome to, I guess, not really Runkle of the Bailey, but kind of Runkle of. I don't know what this is. So, Rob is running late and still a bit late. He's juggling things. So, you're stuck with me for about 5 minutes. So, you're going to be stuck for about 5 minutes dealing with me. And also, I decided to bring out one of my crazy beverages that I picked up. So, what is everyone else drinking? Because I'm about to open a Buffalo Wings soda. Um, Buffalo Wing soda. I don't know why this exists. I don't know why I bought one. Well, I know why I bought one. I thought it would be funny at the time, and now that I'm actually looking at it, it's feeling less funny. So, we'll see. How's everyone? It's uh, it's it's a fun time. I like the Friday night streams. They're a good wind down, and then on Monday there'll be another stream. But for right now, we're just waiting while Rob sorts out his technical difficulties. I think that is trying to chase down a rodent, like a woodchuck, that's gotten into his wires. So he's got a wooden mallet. He's trying to chase that down.
Uh-huh.
It's some
Uh-huh.
it's some Looney Tune stuff going on in there.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Precisely 3 logs per hour.
Seriously? That was quick. I didn't see you. I didn't think you'd come in that fast. That's awesome. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Happy 5th of May. I hope everyone is doing very, very well. You are drinking something catastrophic, I see. What is that?
Oof. Buffalo Wing soda. And when you're saying I hope everyone's doing well, I'm doing less well than I was 30 seconds ago. Man, that's
What?
something.
That's what? That's what? You have to describe it. We need the description.
So the primary taste is just sugar.
Yeah, that's a soda.
There's a little bit of sort of tang and then a strong water at the bottom of a trash bin aftertaste.
Oh, there are like aftertastes that are acceptable. I would say that is in the realm of I don't think I like that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this aside and then throw it out or pour it out later.
Yeah, just make that not exist anymore. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that I see somebody saying, "Why did you take another sip?" I needed to describe it. The description is bad. It's very bad.
It's bad.
I think I need something stronger to rinse that out of my mouth. I'm opening up one of my Texas whiskeys.
This is great. Your elven twin is trolling me already. Hi, Nicholas. Rough when you start having boomer moments before 40. You know what? It happens. It's life, you know? And plus, it's the last year that I get to say the 3 goes before any other number. So, you know, I get to do that. Yeah. So, what are you guys doing? What are you drinking? What did you do for today? It was Cinco de Mayo. A lot of people go out and have cocktails. I had Chipotle for lunch. It was delicious.
Ooh, that sounds like a good plan.
It was. And then, like, what I had to do when we were on stream was I was like, I feel a little. This is the other thing about getting a little bit older. It's like, I feel a little bit like of heartburn coming on. And the last thing I want on stream is like when I'm in the middle of like a live stream, just being like, oh, I need a minute. Oh, it's so annoying. So annoying. Mander, sweet tea in Virginia and just chilling out. Chilling out's a fun thing to do on Fridays. I love doing that. Spring cleaning and Dr. Pepsi or Diet Pepsi for Nurse M. Wonderful. Suzanne, thank you. Gin and tea for me in Utah. I love that. That's fantastic.
I've never tried that combo, but
I'm
now I kind of
very
want to.
curious. And I'm curious as to what type of tea would pair best with gin because you can make any blood.
And what type of gin? Because gins vary quite a bit.
I'm a Buffalo and Francoiac. I will
Buffalonian.
Buffalonian living in Texas. I'm feeling seen by Ian. Well, good. You're a whippersnapper, Rob. Hi from Nova Scotia, drinking homemade slushies. Homemade slushies are fun. You know, I had an idea at some point in time. Like, I was like, and obviously someone came out with this. You know the push pops,
Yes.
like the little plastic push pops. I was like, you know, hypodermic needles will like puncture into plastics, but not really create an escapable like hole. And plus, you can tape them up or seal them up. What if you just injected vodka in push pops and then just froze them? And then you would
Or
call
you could just
them.
put it in the mix.
You could, and just make, you know, drunk pops or tipsy pops or whatever you want to call them. It's like, here, kiddo, you have this one. Oh no, that's another problem because you could mislabel the hell out of those. That would be a big issue. Like you give the kid like one of the push pops that has the vodka in it, and it's like the kid
Not
comes
legal
back to
advice,
you.
folks.
Not legal advice. The kid comes back to you and he or she is going, so I just had a great run with Timmy on a slide. We had fun. You look at the push pop, you look at the color of the push pop, and you're just like, oh no, I did a bad parent thing.
But the thing is, you can actually buy like freezies that are alcoholic at the liquor
Oh no,
store.
I get it. But pondering the idea of the mishap is.
Oh, I mean, you'd look over at the playground and you'd see two toddlers like getting into a drunken boxing match. And
Oh god. They're squaring off and neither of them can keep their balance. Well, they can't anyways. So that's just, huh.
there's a film I saw at one point. It was a little documentary on like monkeys and how they deal with humans, like in being in their environment, and you know, sort of how they've reacted to that. And I really want to get this video like again because it included some of the best footage ever. One sequence that I quite liked was a monkey with a cinder block. And so this monkey picks up a cinder block off the ground, and then it goes on this long circuitous route that allows it each time to get a little bit more elevation until it finally ends up out on a street light with this cinder block that it's carried on this like circle around to get up there. And then it waits. And it was waiting and waiting and waiting until it sees a car parked beneath it. And then when the person gets out, the monkey throws the cinder block through the back window. And before the cinder block is even like landed, the monkey is in the air, jumps in through the back window, opens up this guy's luggage, is whipping stuff out. Like you see clothes, camera, like all of this is flying out the window.
This is terrible.
And then it pops out with a candy bar and is like, I got a candy bar. And it does this little monkey happy dance. So that's moment number one of monkey breaking into a car, which I just thought was hilarious. But there's another thing where they've got this, it's sort of a traditional alcohol production station at a fruit, like an orchard. And so they've got these big containers for fermenting the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And the monkeys get in through a hole in the fence because they've got an anti-monkey fence around this thing. But there's a hole, so the monkeys get in. And they pull the cap off, and they're spooning out this fermented fruit mash and just having great big monkey handfuls of this. And then the result of that is basically like a bar with no bouncer, because they're sitting there doing their, you know, they get up to amorous activities, but there's also a moment where there's these two monkeys squared off and just taking a swing at each other, and they're not connecting. They're just having a real, like, they're just really sauced. And I'm going, I think I've seen this outside of the bar.
Did any of you think that story was going in the direction that it did? Just saying. Like, when the story started, were you as curious as I was? Were you as curious as I was as to what was going to happen at the end of this story when it was done? Because I very much was.
I want to find that documentary again because it was some of the best things ever.
I don't know if I totally agree with that, but I mean, it is what it is.
Do you not want to see sloshed out of their brains monkeys trying to fight?
You know what's funny? I don't know if I told the story. My dad had a pet monkey. He had a pet monkey, Mickey the monkey. Like, and Mickey the monkey.
That's such a bad idea.
Would just go ham in the kitchen and just launch plates across the room and would, you know, monkeys like to throw things, and they like to throw things that they have in the diapers that monkeys wear inside. So my grandmother, my dad's mom, she clearly loved the monkey. Like that's so Mickey the monkey. So we also had Elmer the alligator. My dad had Elmer. I've told you the alligator story, right?
No, but I can tell you.
Oh.
Do you want to hear why monkeys are the worst possible pets?
Why?
So monkeys sort of recognize that humans are very monkey-like, and in shape and so forth. And so monkeys will sort of see themselves as part of your monkey tribe, which for like a dog is a good thing, because a dog thinks that is a dog thinks that's fantastic. Monkeys, on the other hand, they're sitting there and they're like, hey, how am I doing in the monkey pecking order? And they have a number of ways they evaluate this. One is, am I getting laid? And hopefully, if the monkey is a pet monkey, the answer to that is no. The next thing they ask is, how am I eating? And typically the monkey is getting monkey chow, and you're sitting there eating fruit and steak and whatever else. So the monkey's going, I am eating the worst food in this particular relationship, like in this particular monkey troop. So it goes, I am the bottom monkey. I need to fix this because I would like to eat better and I would like to be doing the things that monkeys like to do. And so the way a monkey moves up the hierarchy in a monkey troop is by beating the crap out of a higher up monkey. So it'll look in the family and decide, which of these other monkeys do I think I can beat in a fight? And so that means that they will typically go after a child or a grandparent or something like that. And then they will go berserker monkey on that person, figuring, once I take this person out, I will move up in the hierarchy. And monkeys don't fight nicely. They fight like monkeys. So that will mean things like they'll try to eat your face or your fingers or other bits you care about. So don't have a pet monkey because it might end up eating your face.
I don't know that I would have stated it that eloquently. Thank you for that recitation.
I feel like this is important.
I think it probably is.
Public service message of monkey can eat your face.
So is this by C. Warren. Thank you for the super chat. My nephew's dog got into a bag of CBD gummies. The dog had a great day. Wow.
That can be dangerous, but
there's got to be video of that, right? In theory.
I'm glad the dog is okay, because it's hilarious if the dog is okay. It's not so hilarious if the dog is not okay.
That is most certainly true. If the dog's not okay, I'm not okay.
Yeah, we want the dog to be okay.
Hang on. I'm doing this real quick because I need to tell the story of Elmer the alligator. So Elmer the alligator. My dad's dad, my grandfather on my dad's side, was an inventor. And he retired something like the age of 43, 44. Because he invented
alligators?
No, he didn't. He invented a hydraulic fluid called Skydraw. And that hydraulic fluid is still used in aircraft today. So it's pretty cool. Like I think it's pretty neat, to be honest. And when he retired, and I apologize, I'm pulling up, trying to find my parents' childhood home. Oh, that's not it. That's a different home. That might be it. Not a lot of photos of houses in Arizona, but I did find a few. So after my grandfather retired, he moved to Wickenburg, Arizona, almost middle of nowhere. And he built a little air park, little landing strip where he could land his plane. That's what he wanted. And he had a friend, because he was a pilot, and his friend loved teasing each other, and they loved practical jokes that were kind of, I imagine, honestly, I'm not sure I should tell you the rest of the story, because
are you saying that you have to be a pilot to have friends, or that those are
No,
connected somehow?
what I'm saying is that their sense of humor and practical jokes are kind of like ours. And I'm
I'm
nervous to
sorry
give
for all the
you
pilots out there.
I'm nervous to give you the idea. So anyways, his buddy lived in Miami, and his buddy was a pilot, and they just would go back and forth. And this is the time when you would have to like send letters to each other to rip on each other. But they had that level of engagement. And my grandfather gets a phone call from it was Sky Harbor in Phoenix. And they say, Miss Morton, Doug, we've got a package for you. And he said, okay, what's the problem? He says, well, you have to come pick it up. He said, what? Why? You have the package. Why can't you deliver it? And he says, because it says live animal. And my grandfather says, can you describe the package? He said, yeah, it's about 1.5 feet wide, about 1.5 feet tall, and about 5.5 feet long. Uh-huh. So my grandfather drives to Phoenix, because you're not going to let your friend get the best of you in that joke. He picks up the box, and it's a fucking alligator. It's an alligator. Like, his buddy went into the Everglades and just snagged an alligator and shipped it to my grandfather.
Doesn't that violate some sort of law?
Oh, it violates a lot of laws. I don't know if it did back then, but it violates a lot of laws. But statute of limitations is passed. My grandfather has as well. So
I was going to say, he's your grandfather's kind of hard to prosecute now.
He kind of hard to. So my grandfather brings
government
home,
might still try.
I don't know. I don't know how much I should say or not say. My grandfather brings, and let me give you context. Here's context. This is what the air park in Wickenburg, Arizona looked like. Share the screen. So this is the air park in Wickenburg, Arizona. That's Morton Air Park. It's still there. It had various runways. It's
not a big air park.
It's not. And that is paved desert. My dad had to go. My grandfather's chore for the kids was on like
go pave some desert.
No, it wasn't go pave some desert. It was go pick rocks up off the runway. Oh, so my dad, as a kid, had to go pick up rocks off the runway and throw them off into the desert. And like, this was kind of what he wanted. He just wanted a bunch of land. He wanted to be left alone. My grandfather was a weird guy. I loved him. Man,
that's not weird.
It's great. Oh, Ian, I have another story. Don't let me forget. I can tell you're gonna love this one.
If I suddenly won like $1 billion in the lottery, I would just vanish into the ether. You'd see me on live streams, but nobody would otherwise know where I am. I would just be this mystery figure that occasionally comes down from the hills in order to run a trial and like defend some indigent person against the government. That would be what I'd be doing. I'd be just a beyond that, I'd be some crazy hermit out in the woods with my wife putting up with this.
Oh, former military has it, like FOD walks, just picking up stuff off the runway. And so, dude, my grandfather was great. There's a second story. And I haven't rolled the intro yet, so I know I have to get there. But I have to get through these three stories. So Elmer the alligator came back to the house, and my grandfather didn't have a place to keep it. But he got a pool.
Oh, God. So he has to fill this pool with fresh water.
Yep. So there's Morton Air Park, just in case people think I'm lying. Morton Air Park. And that's still the call sign. That's still the airport denominator for that. So Elmer the alligator came home. Pool was filled with fresh water, and chlorine was taken out. And that was the enclosure for the alligator for a period of time until my grandfather could build the actual pen for the alligator, because he wasn't going to let his friend get the one up on him. He said, fine, you're going to send me an alligator. This is going to be a pet.
Did he like feed it salesman, or how did that work?
No, they fed it frozen chickens. So they would take frozen chickens from the store, throw it into the pen. And you know what happens when any guy gets a pet? Who ends up taking care of the pet?
The kids.
The wife.
Yeah.
So my grandmother would throw a frozen chicken to one end of the fence. And the alligator would go over there to eat the chicken, and my grandmother would drop a rope, tie the alligator, to the fence, and then rush in to try and clean the pen before the alligator could snap through the rope. Legit. Like I like this is probably one of my favorite stories. Yeah. So Elmer the alligator, Mickey the monkey. My dad had two Gila monsters named Fred, and what was the other one's name? Oh God, it was Fred, and I think it was Fred and George, or Fred and Eve, or something like that. There's male and female. So that was the alligator story. Now the other one that's kind of fun that you'll appreciate was I'm sitting at a dinner with my grandfather around the table on Blakely Island, Washington, in the Puget Sound, and his house overlooked the lake.
Gentlemen,
Spencer,
you know you're loved if your wife is willing to risk alligator.
Yes. Yes, that right there, that is a keeper. We call those like, oh my God, like I never deserve this woman, and my word. So I'm sitting at the dinner table, and I must have been 12 or 13, really like starting end of middle school, starting high school, sitting at the dinner table overlooking Spencer Lake on Blakely Island. And the table overlooks these sliding glass doors, which looks out onto the lake. So the property is not surrounded by anything. When my grandfather bought this, he bought like all of the property surrounding the lake and donated half of it to Seattle Pacific University along with his friend Tom Crowley. So there's nobody else around, but we're sitting up there eating dinner, and my grandfather's sitting there silently, looks out over me because I'm sitting at the opposite head of the table. I don't know why my dad did this, but he put me at the opposite head of the table, which is standing back to the lake. And my grandfather's at the other side, staring directly at me. And he looks over my shoulder. He stares for a second. And then without saying a word, in the middle of dinner, gets up, walks over to the door, slides the glass door open by about 4.5 inches. Call it 6 or 7 inches. Grabs the .22 rifle that's sitting next to the door, sticks the muzzle out of the window, out of the door, and fires. No other words, no nothing. And then he says, damn it. Reloads. This is a bolt action. Reloads, fires again. Nods his head, puts the rifle down, shuts the door, walks back to the front of the head of the table, sits down, begins cutting a steak.
Salesman?
I was like, are you freaking kidding me? What just happened? And my dad looks at his dad and goes, so what was that? And he says, damn muskrats have been tearing up my docks all season. And so it was a muskrat that was swimming across the lake that he thought, I see it. I see the little V trail in the lake in the middle of dinner. Why not take a shot?
I mean, I feel that. At one point, I was visiting a friend of my dad's who's since passed, but he was an older hippie sort of gentleman, but a hippie of the practical era. Mm-hmm. This is from an area where a bunch of hippies sort of moved out and were like, we're going to be farmers and live off the land. And then like 95% of them moved back and were like, screw that. We want to live in cities. But the 5% that stayed got real interesting because they're really super pragmatic hippies. So I'm sitting there and I'm having a debate with this guy about nuclear power. He's very much against it. I'm more pro. And then midway through, he comes over, reaches behind the couch I'm sitting on, and pulls up a rifle. And I'm going, whoa. And then he leans out the window, says, cover your ears. And so I do. And he fires. And then he's like, come on. So we're going out. He shot this deer. And so the deer is now collapsed in his front yard. And he's there, and he's starting to, to process this deer. And he's like, so anyway, the nuclear power is too risky. I'm like,
just picks up right where it is.
It just like keeps on going. And he's like, skinning this deer. He's doing all this. He's, and I'm like, all right. Now technically the storage of that rifle is not legal, but he's passed, so I can tell the government which, they can get a shovel if they want to go after him. But yeah, it was an interesting life moment.
Oh, Mika Chi, I am sorry that you made it to your first live and this is what we're chatting about, but I'm glad you're here. So, second to last story. My grandfather also, the guy had loaded guns around the house all the time.
Pam is saying it's called field dressing. It's not really called field dressing when he's also like brought a cooler out and he's processing it. Well, I mean,
he wasn't field dressing. He was stripping it.
Yeah, I mean, this is right out front of his house, so he's just stripping it down to bone. So it wasn't like, hey, anything else. He was just, we're just turning this into meat.
Yep.
No hanging, no anything, just meat. Like this is going into a cooler right now.
Okay.
So he was not a very messing around kind of guy.
I mean, so the last story of my grandfather, and this takes place here at Wickenburg at the air park. So that, as you guys can see, is a desert and dirt runway. So when it rains, well, let me caveat this. This is in the desert, and surrounded by this are cattle ranches. So when it rains, if something walks across the runway, it creates pockmarks in the runway. Really big problem. Then you got
That's not where I thought this was going with the rain, but yes.
We'll go in there. Rain, it creates pockmarks in the runway if something walks across it. So there was a rancher whose property abutted my grandfather's. And again, statute of limitations is passed, and the person you can sue has also passed. That rancher had a bull that didn't much care for the cattle guards and would somehow walk right over them.
If they learn how, they can do it.
They do.
Yeah.
So this bull walked over the cattle guards and got onto my grandfather's property at least one or two times. And a couple of these occasions happened to be when it was raining. So one of the times that the bull got let out, it was raining, and the rancher came over and talked to my grandfather and said, "Have you seen the bull?" And he said, "Yeah, the damn thing marked up my runway real bad. If I see it on the property again, I'm going to shoot it." Okay. Well, lo and behold, the rancher laughs it off, thinks that this old guy is, because he was like 80 at the time. This old guy is just fibbing.
No, do not think that of 80-year-old rural landowners.
Yep.
If they tell you they're going to shoot something, they're going to shoot something.
And mind you, my grandfather was educated at Rensselaer Polytechnic University. He created and invented a hydraulic fluid that was non-flammable and combustible that's still used. I know, but
doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Don't go on. No. So the next time it rains and the bull gets out, my grandfather sees the bull marking up his runway. So what does he do? He takes his old 1965 Jeep, we called Pauline, drives it out, and then proceeds to shoot the bull. I imagine this created some disputes. I'm like 13 or 14 when this story is being told to me. And I'm looking over at my dad, wondering if this is a real story. And my dad has his jaw on the ground. So I'm going, this is a real story. This is real. This is real. And he said, the first shot didn't work. So he said, I had to shoot it 3 or 4 times and they had to try and take it out. And I was going, oh my word. My grandfather's just telling me this. And my dad like looks at him kind of hoping it's still a joke and says, so what'd you do with it? My grandfather had graders, he had backhoes, he had all these different things because he had to keep and maintain the property. So he said, I grabbed the backhoe and I used the bucket loader and I picked him up and I buried him right over there. And my dad proceeds to turn his shoulder over and looks over, and there is, in fact, a berm that is sitting over in the desert that looks like it might have been freshly tilled. And you're just going, He said, well, and my dad asked, did the rancher come back? And now there's more hesitation in my dad's voice. Did the rancher come back? And he said, yeah, he came back the next day. He said, you see my bull? And I told him, I said, if I saw him on my runway again, I'd shoot him. Best of luck. And the rancher laughed it off like it was nothing and just thought the bull had gone missing. Meanwhile, the bull is just buried over there. I'm like 13 or 14 years old. I'm going, oh, my grandfather is both dangerous and possibly a badass. I can't decide which one. So
kind of. It's well, yeah. Don't mess around on rural properties.
no, not in
It's
Arizona. Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
any sort of ranching situation. It's just not, And I mean, the thing is like a runway. If you're trying to land on it and it's got some big pockmark, that's a bad scene.
Yep, you blow a tire, and that's an accident, and that's a lot of damage and a lot of injury. So it was my grandpa was pretty cool. I love my grandfather. He was awesome. He was quirky, he was odd, but he was epic. Stand your ground against bulls or bullies, I guess. Yeah. This one's good. Heather, thank you for the super chat. No, so your grandfather had a pet alligator, your dad had a pet monkey, but you weren't allowed to have an iguana. That seems unfair. Most unfair. Absolutely unfair. It was all I wanted. Nicole, thank you. Yep, same thing. So your dad had a pet danger lizard, but you weren't allowed an iguana. I was not. I don't understand the logic there. This is ridiculous. Pam Bystrack, thank you. My husband's family got a call from BWR Airport to come and collect their package because they had escaped and were all over the airport. They were lizards with suction type toes climbing up the windows. Oh, that is awesome.
See, what I've thought about doing for somebody who I mildly like, but also really want to mess with, is find a bunch of small, tiny banks across like wherever and rent a safety deposit box for each of them. And in most of them, just leave and then you can leave them to people in your will. Like the contents of the safety deposit box and tiny little bank in wherever.
So what you're saying is that if like in 60 years, when I get a phone call or an email that says, Mr. Morton, Mr. Ian Runkle, assuming that I happen
I enjoy playing with explosives and firearms and so forth. It's not going to be 60 years.
Well, if I get a phone call from an estate attorney that's like, Mr. Morton, I have something that I believe your friend, Mr. Runkle, and I'm sorry for your loss. Mr. Runkle left for you in his will. And again, let me express my deepest condolences and apologies for the loss of your friend. Do I just tell the guy, like, I'll pass? Or no, I'll basically go up there with a riot shield.
No, the thing I was thinking is just set them out in the middle of get these banks in the middle of nowhere, and in most of them just leave a peppercorn, because then the person's had to travel out to the middle of nowhere. They open it up and it's or a gift certificate to something ridiculous. So back in Burnaby, where I used to live, there was this guy opened up a coffin store, and it wasn't attached to a like a funeral home or anything. It was just a standalone coffin store, and he had big signs saying hey, you can come here, you can whatever, and you could buy a coffin, and you're allowed to use these at your funeral home. You can save money buying a coffin here. So the idea is you'd buy a coffin there and then arrange to have it taken to the funeral home, and they'd have to use your coffin, and you would save a ton of money. It was actually a decent idea. I just think it was a difficult thing to do. So anyway, the downside of this is that all of the coffins were $2,000.
Well, that's cheap, right? Compared to right now, they're $8,000.
Yeah, I mean, they were bargain coffins, but they're still $2,000.
I can't believe we're talking about. We are 30 minutes into the live stream talking about bargain coffins. Proceed. This is exactly what people want.
But there were a few people where I got stuck into gift exchanges with, where you draw their name and it's but I hate this person. So I got them a $20 gift card to the coffin store.
No.
Because they had gift cards, but they were in like,
they had gift cards.
I mean,
no.
they called them like condolence cards,
Oh no.
but they didn't have a specified value. They had to write the value in for each card because, of course, they're expecting that you're going to give them to somebody who's like just had a family member pass,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to be
write
like
$500 or $1,000 or something,
or like $2,000 or something.
Mhm.
Like, here you go, I've got this covered. But instead, I was like, here you, and I was like $20, and they're like, that won't get you anything. I'm like, $20 though. And the guy's like, oh. And so I ended up buying like 4 or 5 of them. And the guy running the store is like, why do you keep buying these? And I'm like,
because
I'm
they're
not
great
telling
jokes.
you. I'm not telling you because it's funny. But so, yeah.
Oh, I just thought of an even more evil thing to do. Like even more evil. Like well, I don't know if I want to say this out loud. I have to now that I even mentioned that. What if you bought like a plot of land that was within proximity to your house? Or like a grave plot, like a burial plot. And you bought that as a gift and you said, and you sent it and you sent it with a note that said, just so that I'm in walking distance so I can piss on it. That is evil. But also, I feel like I just gave some people in the chat ideas. I do not espouse or agree with or condone any of that behavior. Also, it's funny.
I know somebody they knew who actually seriously wronged them, died, and they went to the what do you call it, the cemetery, and they set up bird feeders on their grave.
Yeah.
And the reason why they set up bird feeders is because the birds just spent a lot of time pooping. Yeah. And so the whole time, like that place was just covered in bird crap. And it was like, yeah.
And yes, chat, I know that was dark. I would never actually do that. It's just, I think I know people that would do that. And Ian had my mind like thinking all the things. That's pretty freaking wild. Yeah. Yeah. So, these are things that happen and we talk about on Fridays. We had a coffin store here in Dallas on 75, and directly next door was the Boxes to Go. It always made me laugh. Oh my gosh. This is only funny to me because I'm actually making an urn that's very sincere. It's actually for a really good purpose, but that's weird. That's creepy. That would make me feel awkward. Sorry, Ian.
I also feel like that's a terrible place to locate a business. Because
I don't know.
If you don't locate it next to the cheaper competition. Because I bet, if I was the Boxes to Go, I would probably put up a sign that says, we have like a 1.5 foot wide by 6.5 foot long by 1.5 foot tall box, cardboard box, reinforced bottom, like $40.
Mm-hmm.
So
the urns are like, they have the cheap ones you can buy. Passing is not a cheap expense. So
no.
Which makes me doubly proud for what you did on Monday, by the way.
Oh, well, it was literally the least I could do. It was Squirrel is good people, and I'm glad she's going to get a proper memorial. So yeah. So
Nikki Crayons. Oh, 1999. I don't know what that reference is, but
I think that you might be able to get a box for them for that.
Oh, really?
I know there's also like some charitable people that will do things like a plywood coffin for cheap. Don't spend a lot of money on a coffin because you're literally just going to put it in a hole.
Some people want to Some people, it's that's that last touch they can give. I don't slight people for deciding to do that one way or the other.
No, that's fair. My dad's request is like a hefty bag.
Yeah.
He says like if you really feel the need to splurge, double bag.
Yeah. Well, Yadita, the person that helped raise me, she's told me since I was a kid, like literally say, like when I die, cremate me and spread my ashes to the Gulf of Mexico. That's her last wish. I have known that since I was like 12 years old. So, I mean, you do that. Do you say that to a kid? I don't know. Crazy Cat Queen, trust me, he says, led me down a road that wasn't sand, collapsed right side of the car, drops 2 feet on the side, crawl out. Me walk uphill because I saw an old pallet grab piece, starts digging till father-in-law brings the shovel. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. That's rough.
When I die, here's the burial plan. Just get a box, and it doesn't have to be like a coffin or anything. You could chop me up to make me fit if that's what's necessary.
Oh, no, don't say that.
And then you can just mail it postage free to whoever the current prime minister is. Because you can mail things to the prime minister without postage. So just send me off and they'll arrange for the burial.
What you have to do is you have to put a battery operated fan at the bottom of the box
and a small heater.
And a fan and a heater, and then like have them both set to timers so that when the when something gets cut in the box and they open it, the fan triggers, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's got to have a little heater just to keep it at perfect fermentation temperature.
Oh, Ian, that is brutal. That is brutal. Jenny Wallace, there's a shop in Callander, Scotland called Screw It, and Screw It too. That's awesome. It has me laughing every time. Heather, thank you. In New Zealand, they have coffin clubs. Members make their own coffins for when they pass. They can decorate them however they want. It's a lot cheaper. That's a pretty neat idea. I like that.
I actually there's a guy out there who has a set of plans, and he'll adjust them for like the measurements you give him.
Mm-hmm.
But it's for like a set of shelves that can then be repurposed and rebuilt into a coffin.
Okay.
So the guy sent me the plans because I at one point was like, hey, here's my size. It takes him like 3 months to respond to an email. So I have that. I've never built it, but
Ian. That's wild. Alan Fortenberry, at least you can do is more than most others will do often. Yep, that's correct. All right, I need to roll the intro. So rolling the intro, and then we'll be back in.
And I need to get a decoration. People are giving me grief because I haven't put it up yet. So I'll be right back.
Fair. You see, Ian leaves. I leave. Ian leaves. I leave for a comfort break. Ian leaves, and I'm left alone. That's what happens. These comfort breaks are real things, man. So it's not that creepy. You're not left alone. I'm here. It's not dead air. You didn't both leave us. It's one of those things where Ian had to go get a tie. It's a weird timing, but it is what it is. Thank you for being patient with all of us. Oh, look what's back on the door. There you go. Everyone's now happy again. Good. Wonderful. I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Also, I have made a determination as to what I'm going to be up to for Canada Day.
Did you?
I'm going to play with explosives.
And Kurt, I sent you a link via text message, my friend. It's right there. So, anyways, Kurt now has the link, so Kurt can jump on anytime he'd like. So, let me do this. Let me catch up on some of these real quick. Crazy Cat Queen is the first time meeting his family. Uncle couldn't tow us because it was uphill, was too unstable. I still drove it out hugging the tree line since roots hold sand better. Instant in-law acceptance. Yeah, that'll get you in real quick. Like you show that skill, that'll get you real quick. Marcel, I want to be donated to the FBI body farm. That is not the first time I have heard that. Lita, Ian, the box burial just sounds deranged. Come on.
It's not a serious plan. Mostly because I have no way to force the in-laws to do it. Like,
I know, but you got to understand the person. The thing is, ADHD is a blessing and a curse. Here's the blessing part of it. You can think like we start thinking outside the box. That's the blessing part of it. The curse part of it is we start thinking outside the box. It is the same thing. So yeah, we can get a little sideways on a lot of these.
And the thing is anytime you're making burial plans and you're thinking outside the box, you're already getting into weird territories.
Oh yeah. Vivipu, this is actually a thing. I'd like to be compost and turn to a tree. There are services that will do that. They will actually plant a tree around your, they will do that. Vivipu, you can buy coffins at Costco. Well, online. That's one reason for that Costco membership, I guess. Paula, thank you for the super sticker. Lori Ellis, thank you very much. Sent a super chat last Friday. For some reason, it didn't attach the message. I didn't get to read. I'm praying that you began this channel. The bed stood with. I'm thankful that you began this channel, the bed video, and stood for the truth. Thank you, Lori. I'm very glad to have you here. That is wonderful that you still enjoy all the content, and thank you for being here. Crazy Cat Queen, I just let my dogs do their business all over it. Also send weeds instead of flowers, or have a florist chop all the flowers. Wow. Send a bunch of stems. That's one way to do it. Casey Cat, when I die, I want someone to take my phone and text everyone and say, thanks for coming. So good to see you again. Have you seen the video? I have to pull this up right now because we're on this topic. Guy has recording played at own funeral. Oh, it is. This is how I want to go. I literally, this is me. I'm going to do this. And the video, I'm gonna give credit where it's due. Where is it? Come on. Why are you not? Let me see the video, please. And you guys have to let me know if you see it when I pull it up. Mm-hmm.
It looks like Costco only allows for caskets to be delivered to a funeral home. I've always kind of thought that they look like a comfortable place to sleep. Isn't a caffet kind of like you'd need a drill to put some air holes in it, but isn't it like the cheapest nap pod you can buy?
Well, I don't really want to like say that, but yeah, maybe. So this was a video that was posted that had me, dude, when I go, this is how I want to do it. This is how I want to do it. So I'm going to pull this down. Thank you, Casey Cat. Very much appreciated. That's hilarious. And that led this inspiration. So let's see.
Go ahead,
Hello? 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 Let me out! Hello? Hello? Let me out! The fucking barking here!
Of course he's Irish too.
Who the fuck am I? Is that priest I can hear? Let me out! Hello? Hello? Come on! I can hear you! Hello? Hello? Please! Hello? Who's there? Hello?
See, this guy's ruining it for all the people who actually wake up in a coffin.
I'm dead. You're gonna hear that. Hello again. Hello. I'm calling to say goodbye. I'm going to die. I'm afraid to say hello again. Hello.
I mean, Like, can you?
That is awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
The thing that I like most is seeing the reactions because everybody is cracking up, which means that they all have the same sense of humor. It would not be as funny if people were like actually traumatized.
I think I need to make a recording this weekend, just in the eventuality, like I don't care what circumstances they are, but damn it, if I want people laughing their ass off at my funeral, I really do. Like, I don't like to think about that stuff, but honestly, it's one of the facts of life.
I'm kind of thinking that I want my funeral to have like a 2-drink minimum
before people start talking.
Like it's just like, hey, you walk in and it's like, what'll you be having? The bar's over there.
The bar's over there. Exactly.
People going like, what? And it's like, no, you need to start at the bar. Like, yeah.
Nigel. Yes, Nigel. Hey, Kurt, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. How was your week?
Great. When I die, I'm going to have a mausoleum, and I'm going to have my best friends interred with me. So you will all be joining me.
Will we get invitations?
Just as a
you'll be sealed up there. You're sealed up there, crying as you beat against the walls. We're all going down together, baby.
Oh, that's great. Oh,
I think this is a good time to just like say something really offensive.
Oh
just
no!
Be like, all right,
no.
Friendship over.
Oh no!
I'm gonna live.
This is great. Oh, we're gonna get express invitations. Please appear. It's like the ninth green at 9,
yes.
like that old joke. Just show up there and
yes.
We'll just end up in a mausoleum.
Please be in the interior of this exact space and don't worry about the construction sounds around you. That's normal.
The masonry sounds that you hear of people. Don't be concerned.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Whew. Okay. It's Chrissy, it's not depressing. This is something that's actually just it's funny. If you can't find a way to laugh, like there are dark times, there are dark things that happen in everyone's life, but honestly, laughter is quite honestly the best medicine. It truly is. So Kurt, what have you been covering this week, my friend? So this is now
a lot of great stories
of your wrap-ups.
No, we've had a lot of great stories, but Florida Man today was a really good Florida Man story. It was Florida woman of Lakeland, Florida, who is fighting the Department of Wildlife to be able to keep her pet alligator, which she has had for 11 years. Rocky the alligator has its own bedroom, and it wears clothes, and it rides the back seat of motorcycles, and it likes to go to elementary schools and visit the children.
I bet it does. I also like to go to the snack bar.
Are there photographs of the alligator on the back of a motorcycle?
Unspecified whether there were photographs. I didn't have them in the article I covered. Also, in an effort to keep control, in an effort to keep the alligator, she is currently going through the process of certifying the alligator as an emotional support animal.
This is my emotional support rabid Wolverine.
Steps.
Unclear if it will be allowed to fly under FAA rules. I'm not sure how that works. With a 6-foot long alligator.
Have you seen the joke about like, this is my emotional support wolf? And it's like, how does it support you? By attacking people who question me.
I can't. There's an emotional support alligator.
There might be in the near future. Rocky.
I feel like this is a thing now. I
kind of want to get like an emotional support gorilla or something.
The owner is also concerned about Rocky spending time outdoors because apparently Rocky's eyes are sensitive to the light. And so she doesn't want it to go outdoors to like a alligator park because it's a prima donna alligator.
Oh, the alligator has special.
It has standards. Yes. It is not like all the other alligators. So that story was pretty good.
It's an alligator with special needs.
Yes. So that story was pretty good this morning. The emotional support
guys,
alligator.
You guys have no idea how much I needed this. Like it's a little gallowsy, but it's also it is very much appreciated after like a week where crazy stuff was happening. So yeah.
And then I have another story that's
Oh,
sort of in your field of law that I
please.
bet you haven't heard about.
Go
and
on.
I didn't cover on my channel. I've been holding it back just for you.
Oh no.
So we turn our attention to the Netherlands with a guy named Jonathan Meer. He's 41 years old. He's a Dutch musician. And he's just been banned by The Hague from being a sperm donor because The Hague. Yeah. He's been banned by The Hague from being a sperm donor.
Okay,
because it turned out that he already has fathered 120 children in his own country, which is in excess of the 25 he's allowed. And as investigations have continued, it's been estimated that around the world, he has fathered somewhere between 500 and 1,200 children in various countries of the world. So to you, sir, Jonathan, you're a real hero. Congratulations. And he's under threat of 100,000 euro fine if he continues with his donation schemes. So ladies, if you're looking for a baby daddy, Jonathan has got you covered.
Wow.
Wow.
You know why they put those restrictions out?
Well, that's why he's been banned. They're a little concerned about the possibilities of incest now.
Yeah, because you get problems where if there's too many, then people end up meeting, and the numbers where that becomes a problem are actually surprisingly low. So, yeah.
I have never.
Right up your field of family law. I thought you'd like that one.
That I'm sorry, my mind is still trying to process because in Virginia we're trying to reconcile this in the Supreme Court and Court of Appeals in divorce law.
Rob, as a family law lawyer, if I were to engage in this scheme in the United States, what would my liability for child support look like?
What did we say last week? How many zeros you got? Like just how many zeros? Wow.
The cross-jurisdictional enforcement is going to be wild.
Yeah. Like in the US, we have UIFSA, which is Unified Interstate Family Support Act.
Yes.
Which allows for cross-jurisdictional enforcement of support obligations.
Yeah.
Oh, they'd have a freaking field day. I can't even imagine. I'm thinking of the red tape. Like you have 15 or 16 different state agencies and their bureaucratic processes trying to reconcile which child came in which order. And oh my word, I can't even. Holy crap. So that's apparently a thing.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day.
Those were the wildest stories to cross my desk this week.
Well, you know that's what? A very busy gentleman.
This little like your daily recaps are getting pretty damn funny.
You know what? I don't think it's offside to say that guy's a wanker.
I think he might be. You know who's not a wanker?
You know, which one of you guys can help me get my pet tiger as a animal that I could bring on an
well,
airplane?
As it happens, that would be my domain since Texas has more tigers in captivity than all the wilds of the world. So that would be right up my field of law, I suppose, as a Texas lawyer.
We're going to talk because I want on my pet.
That's what we do in Texas. We do the tiger thing. So we got you covered here.
You got tigers. We got tigers.
Yeah, we got that for sure.
Lions, tigers, and bears and dragons. Everyone who is not familiar with David, please, I welcome David from Prototopics to the stream. David is a lovely DM who does game management and honestly likes to teach people how to explore imagination. So he ran a series that all three of us appeared on. Kurt, special appearance with. Can I get a Blackleaf voice for a second?
Well, golly gee whiz, I'm so happy to have David here. Wow, he's the greatest EM, even though he sent me to visit the trees where I can come back from, and I'm on my own adventure over there. Golly gee whiz. And he didn't let me hit many people with my acid breath attack, which made me sad.
Oh God.
I feel like this is a little pointed. that was slightly pointy, but yes,
Blackleaf has grievances against the DM.
To the trees, Blackleaf goes.
Oh no.
David, how you doing, buddy?
What's good, y'all? It's been a minute. You know, life happens. We're all busy.
Yeah,
It's it's all good stuff. It's all love.
I think
Happy
so.
to be here.
So you're excited because Lawyers and Dragons, which you guys don't know, if you're in the chat and you don't know, David and our friend Rick Hogue had this wonderful idea that they collaborated on. And it was the idea of playing Dungeons and Dragons and making just a fun place on the interwebs. So Rick agreed to host this on his channel, and we had a couple of people, and we had a bunch of guest appearances, including my friend Kurt down below, who appeared as Blackleaf for a series called Lawyers and Dragons. That series ran its first season, and we had an unfortunate circumstances on December 30th, right? On December 30th of our dear friend Rick Hogue having a stroke. But
Yeah, that was Durka Shavita's script. That I mean, man,
I mean, David totally had that queued up.
man.
Like
And
that was
not
Ready
definitely
for it? Yeah.
Not the same kind as our last topic.
I mean, no, this one doesn't come anywhere near that, because some of you might notice there's a pinned link in the chat, because Rick Hogue didn't just recover from his stroke. He recovered in a fashion that exhibited more grace, strength than I ever could have imagined a human capable of. And he's already, after having a stroke, already back on the internet making content. And he is agreeing to bring back Lawyers and Dragons. And Lawyers and Dragons is coming back for season 2. I want to remind you guys, it is May 5th. It is Cinco de Mayo. Rick Hogue had his
I
stroke.
bought some
on December
tequila so I
30th.
can make some margaritas.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Stir him
Oh,
up.
now I
buddy.
want a margarita.
Rick Hogue had his stroke December 30th. It is May 5th. It is
Hot
5
once.
months, not even 5 months after that stroke. And he's like, let's do a live stream.
He's
Lawyers
doing
and
good.
Dragons.
I'm really pleased of how
Yeah.
well he's been doing. I've been watching his streams, and it's just been really, really nice, because strokes can go every possible direction. And Rick Hogue seems like he's mostly the same Rick Hogue that he was before. There's not much in it. And I've been very pleased to see how well he's coming together. So kick ass.
It's pretty awesome. So tomorrow, because there's 2,100 of you here right now, and I thank every single one of you for being here. Y'all are amazing. The support you give to the channel, I absolutely love it. I'm going to ask all of you 2 things. And the first thing I'm going to ask you, because it's the most important thing, is tomorrow there's a charity live stream that Rick is hosting on his channel. That is the link that you see in the chat. It's at 10 a.m.
I'll
Eastern.
be there trolling.
Exactly. Well, you'll be there. 10 a.m. Eastern, and this charity stream is going as a fundraiser to raise money for the hospital that actually ended up saving Rick Hogue. I know he has openly talked about how this hospital saved his life. So I very much would love to see all of you there. I will be there. Ian will be there. I believe Kurt will be there in some fashion. I believe David will be there. We will all be there, kind of hoping to raise some money for this hospital that did a great thing in bringing our friend and getting him the recovery that I can't even imagine. It's less than 5 months, and he's giving legal analysis on YouTube again. Like, that is amazing.
Fuck, man.
So, and Lawyers and Dragons comes back May 27th. Oh, I want to roll the preview so bad. I want to roll the preview so bad.
It's actually changed since you saw it, so everybody's gonna have to tune in tomorrow to see those opening credits.
Oh, I do so badly. David
that's
also
good.
does a great job. So, Uncivil, Kurt's channel, when you watch his morning roundups,
Yeah, he did
David-
the intro for me. It was good.
yeah, David did the intro for that. So the epic intro is honestly worth its own reason. It's its own reason to tune in. And,
Well-
and this, yeah,
I mean, we're gonna have that. So for those of you who like the title sequences, we got that coming out tomorrow. We also got a couple other things that I've got lined up, like some visuals for you to see. So that
my.
could be really fun. So going into season 2, visuals are very important both to me and I'm thinking to everybody else. So we're coming at this as a very visual season. I can't say too much because I don't want to spoil tomorrow, but you definitely want to be there to see some of the cool stuff we're unveiling for season 2.
Do you have a literal glitter blade? Don't you actually
brand.
like wield the sword of darkness and like depression?
me, yeah, I
Murder,
wield
murder,
the-
murder.
I wield the like this is a glitter blade, but the actual blade for the character is a lot darker than this.
Well, you have multiples though.
I do. I have lots of
yeah.
swords. I throw swords and daggers. I have intriguing internal debates on Lawyers and Dragons on how murderous my character is supposed to be.
Hmm.
And there's a place that I just switch over into. We're going to do all the acts of violence. It's cathartic.
It is cathartic.
You know, I gotta say though, between all of the characters, and we're gonna find out kind of like where they've all been. But what I really want to know is where Blackleaf has been, and I think we're gonna find out soon.
I'm
Kurt
available.
Kurt has
saying.
no
I'm
idea what I'm
available.
talking about, by the way. That's just
I'm
me
available.
hoping that like my idea of how we bring Blackleaf back happens. So I'm bringing that energy in here.
All right.
Okay. I need to know, Ian, what did you just post in the private chat?
I've got a new Roll of Law video.
Oh, is it something I should preview? Can I preview it?
You can if you like, but I can show you a picture from it. Maybe that would work better.
Can I just do the intro? You're not going to copyright strike me for the intro, will you?
No, even though that would be funny.
Don't do that. That would be mean. So, Ian has another channel that features Roll of Law. So Runkle the Bailey has another channel that features gaming content. And David and Ian, I honestly, I love watching these two collaborate. It's one of the coolest things in the world. And I hope that they do it so many more times. But Ian just shared a video. So Ian, I'm going to be like kind of nice to you, but also a little disparaging. Ian's intros are great. They're great.
I don't have.
I'm
I
going
don't
to
have,
give David, I'm
somebody's
going to give
skill.
David a leg up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, David gets the leg up on this one. So
There's no question about that one.
this is the intro to Ian's new video.
Ooh. Ooh. All right.
Sweet.
Badass.
That's
I-
pretty
Alright.
sweet.
Dig it.
And then the video is all about making these kinds of things.
Ooh, that's cool.
Oh, I wanted to comment on the freeze frame that I was able to do, but I gave you control of my live stream, which is annoying.
Don't give back. Don't
There
give
you go.
back.
That's a nice freeze frame. I did not catch him in the middle of like some awkwardness. That actually was successful. There you go, Ian.
There you go. Usually they come up and it's like some weird expression. But yeah, just these little town card things is basically an idea I came up with and just struck me, and I was like, I'm going to use these for all of my adventures. So talking about these things, that's basically that.
Yeah. So that's tomorrow. That's what we're going with. That said, any of you want to talk about some actual legal stuff because we're an hour in? How about Brett
So-
Favre? How about football?
See that lawsuit against Wayne the Rock Johnson for $3 billion for kidnapping?
I was
Hold
hoping
that
that would come up.
I wanted
See-
to pull that up. Someone sent that to me. Where is that? I will pull that up right now. Damn
Oh,
it.
I don't know. It's
There's a certain dollar
some-
range that once you see it, you know the lawsuit is
Yeah.
BS.
That is
it's
such an exciting
versus
trial.
it's versus everyone on the
case.
face of the earth. Some of the parties it includes is versus Dwayne the Rock Johnson, Michael Jordan, Home Depot, the FBI, some fraternity which I can't remember, Omega Psi Phi, I want to say fraternity. I'm not sure how they get involved in this.
Is this federal?
I'm not sure if it's federal or not. Unspecified.
I'm sorry to cut you off. What's the
I was trying to go through the various parties.
Trinesha Biggers
Yeah.
is her name. Let me
Oh
see.
yeah,
if I
and
can-
also the wrestler who's been dead for a decade. Oh yeah, I forgot about him. They're also suing that guy.
Biggers.
I recommend not suing dead people.
That's
The
Flowers.
chat is
Oh,
also
she.
saying swoop.
Sorry.
What's a swoop?
Perfectly timed.
Ian control the swoops.
I can control the swoops.
Oh shit! I didn't know Ian had control of the swoops. Damn it! Chat, do not, Ian. I'm also imploring you, do not.
I will not
Ugh.
abuse, but it was funny because I was
need
like,
to find this lawsuit.
wait a minute, I have this power. I got to do it.
Versus Dwayne Johnson. Let me see. I have to find this lawsuit. I have to pull this up right now. This is it's Raka Khan. Raka Khan.
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
That's the name.
Right.
Raka Khan.
So you know we're serious.
Well, it sounds like she's rocking a con pretty hard.
Nice.
That's the only one I'll get. I'm not that quick-witted. But tonight, let me see. So this is pursuing legal action against Dwayne The Rock Johnson in October 2022, accusing him of being a part of an elaborate plot to kidnap her own children. Shocking. Damn, that's shocking. Oh,
It's a pretty elaborate plot. Has to be said.
I think Home Depot being involved is an indication that it's true.
no. Home Depot got in pled?
Yeah, they're named as a party. I mentioned them.
Why do I not know this?
It's all Home Depot's fault.
This is too much.
They're the ones that supplied the construction materials or something.
Wait,
All
where
of
is
these
this?
people
Okay.
wanted to kidnap this woman and her kids.
All right. So which
Had
one
to
of these
happen.
is the current? Oh, we're just gonna do one of these articles, and we're gonna walk through the article itself. Oh my word! And yes, I'm still saying "oh my word" because it's still early, and I don't want to start going off into the F bombs left, right, and center because reasons. Sports Manor, that's one news outlet. Let me see if I can filter this down by news. Come on, Chrome, work with me here, please. I know it's not a question people are not asking. You have to have the lawsuit. Why is Dwayne Johnson's PR team that good?
I
get
don't
him
know.
sued?
When I Google this, it shows up on all these random websites.
Well, it's because it's complete bullshit. No
It's
one
Home
serious
Depot's
is going to
involved.
cover it.
Home
I
Depot's
know.
covering it up.
I want to see it.
The thing is celebrities basically at a certain point of fame, you need to have a legal team, in part just to deal with this kind of crap, because they end up facing a whole bunch of lawsuits from every person with mental illness.
Yeah.
It's just a thing that happens.
How come when I search for it, the first two links are Disney blog websites?
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I made the comment. Is his PR team that good that no one's covering this? So here's Snopes. Now take Snopes for what you will. I have found that they have an agenda. I don't really care. Explainer: why Dwayne The Rock Johnson and the $3 billion kidnapping lawsuit. The list of defendants named in the court document was 23 pages. Holy shit.
Some of them were repeated, though.
Some of them
In
were
April-
dead.
Repeated names. Yeah.
In April
Some of them were dead.
2023, Claims began to spread online that an actor and former wrestler, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, had been named as a defendant in a $3 billion kidnapping lawsuit. The most prominent post we found about the claims on social media appeared on TikTok. Oh, no. On April 24th. It went viral on the platform, with the video receiving over 675,000 views. That's not viral on TikTok.
It's up there.
It's up there. The person in the video
It's mildly
claimed,
viral.
blah, blah, blah. We also found posts about the lawsuit that mentioned
Oh, it's
Johnson
on Pacer in the U.S. District Court, Southern District. That means I can pull it.
Wait.
Oh, joy.
What's the... Yes, I want it. I was just...
Pacer, baby. Hold on.
I was just in recap. Kurt, find it.
I'm doing
Got it?
I'm working on it.
Let's see. In addition, a post on Facebook fan page that Johnson was posted the day before the viral TikTok video. The Facebook post had over 3,900 reactions at the time of this writing. It is true that Johnson was named in the lawsuit. We reached out to his manager for comment, and we'll update this fact check if we hear back.
You won't.
Yeah, I'm sure
Using
Sure.
Pacer, which is the acronym spelled out. I don't see this acronym spelled out very often. Using public access to court electronic records, Pacer, we found the lawsuit, which first filed in the U.S. District Court, Southern District of New York, on October 8th. That court presides over federal cases in the counties of New York, Bronx, West. Blah, blah, blah.
They include the full court document already at the bottom, so I don't have to pull it.
Where?
At the bottom of the thing. Well, they says it does.
Bottom of the thing. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Give me that new tab.
Oh, you gotta love when it's handwritten.
Oh no.
Y'all are crazy excited. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Trinesha Biggers, aka Melania Flowers, Zion Sims. Oh shit. The state of Texas, New York versus the state. Oh, she's suing the state.
Yeah.
Why not doing everybody who isn't nailed down?
And then see attached defendant list. Shall we go to the attachment first?
Yes.
I think we should.
I've never
Catch up.
actually seen a situation of an attached defendant list before.
No. Oh, here
No.
This is real,
No.
guys. This is totally real.
Oh my word. Wait. We're still going. Oh no, these are the allegations.
I guess.
Oh my freaking, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, back up to the front. That's everybody is named.
Oh wait, no,
Everyone
there's
is
more.
named.
There's more names there. You
All right,
passed
here you
it.
go.
It's out of
I need
order.
a second. Here.
It's out of order. No,
I
basically.
No, I need a second. Go ahead and read.
In support of petition to show cause for preliminary injunction, temporary restraining order, I, Trinesha Biggers, under penalty of perjury, declare defendants named collectively conspired to kidnap plaintiff and her two children from Brighter Tomorrow's domestic violence shelter. Plaintiff and her children, MF and ZS. Ian, can you scroll?
No, I can't.
Okay,
I
well,
don't think
we've
I
run out
can
of
anyway.
we've run out of words to read.
Can
As we wait
scroll?
for Rob to kindly give some of us permission to scroll,
Yeah,
so
no,
I
I
can
can't
continue my
scroll.
reading.
It's
Yeah, the chat is named too, by the way. You're all named. We're all guilty.
Thank you. We're handed down after plaintiff filed congressional inquiries regarding military sexual assault and violence. Plaintiff, or Biggers, has been falsely arrested multiple times as a favor to Biggers' ex in an attempt to kidnap her children. I just want to say, for handwritten, this is very neatly handwritten. So, I mean, she has nice handwriting. Let's just say that.
I gotta
If
say,
the-
the whole thing about crazy people having crazy people handwriting is not actually true. I find that a lot of them have
Yeah, this is very nice. My handwriting doesn't look anything like this. My handwriting sucks. If this court does not intervene and grant injunctive relief and a temporary restraining order, she even correct herself from N to A. How nice. The named individuals and agencies will continue to unlawfully conceal Biggers, kidnap children, and continue to deprive Biggers of her life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
My word.
I am now not wanting to read anymore because it just dawned on me the possibility of a tongue slip, and that's too much risk for me.
Okay. Furthermore, the actions described in this related 1983 complaint are continuous. Law enforcement has been assisting the named individuals and entities. Oh, we have a conspiracy in terrorizing Biggers and kidnapping her children. Law enforcement assisted. Shocking. Law enforcement, included the NYPD, ignored Biggers' request to report her children missing. As a result of the named actions, Biggers and her children have suffered irreparable injury. Well, I would say if your kids go missing, that's injury. Biggers praise this court grant an ex parte temporary restraining order for the sake of justice to preserve the status quo. October 8th of 2022.
Did she sign her name with a butterfly? Is that a butterfly?
That's
I
a
would.
heart. That's a heart. I think it's a
do.
heart.
Yeah.
David,
an
do you
eye.
put you put the heart over the eye?
Well, it's a butterfly though for me. It looks like that, but I say it's a butterfly.
Defendant list continued. Oh my Lord.
Omega Sci-Fi. Iota Phi Theta.
She's
Eminem,
named-
guys. Eminem.
Eminem.
Just Eminem.
I mean, I knew it.
Ping Peng Jackler who is that? Stockbridge Holdings this is
The Bella Twins.
Who the heck is the Deep South wrestling talent?
Florida
There's a lot of
Championship
WWE
wrestling
people named in here.
talent. Jean Baptiste.
El Paso
Con
Electric.
Ed.
El Paso Electric.
Guilty. Bank of America.
Home Depot, Sports Authority, Gap.
How's she serving these
Doubletree.
people?
Yeah.
don't know.
SeaWorld. SeaWorld.
SeaWorld. SeaWorld.
I knew it all along.
Dang it.
Universal Studios.
Paula White, the cook?
No, that's is that no, what's her name?
No, that's Paula Dean.
Paula
Oh,
Dean.
I'm sorry.
Southern
All right.
Illinois University.
Yeah, I mean that would be crazy to sue Paula Dean.
Pfizer, Abbott,
Why would I
all the
expect that
labs.
to be
So
here?
all the labs. Tyra Banks. Oh, that's
Tyra Banks.
Naomi can't. How?
Buick
How?
and Lincoln.
Enterprise rent a car. Hertz. Enterprise, we'll pick you up. We'll pick up your kids too.
Michael.
That was a
Jordan?
bad joke. That was a really bad joke.
That was a bad
Oh.
joke, but I'm still.
Well,
still
they do
amused.
offer white vans.
Oh, that was
Oh,
that was
That was worse.
That was worse. But it was also it was in line. That was
It
fair
was-
game.
It was good though.
It was good. That was witty. Warner Brothers IMAX, like just they make the screen like bigger, like IMAX, like they are
They make the cameras.
okay. Yale and Harvard. Is Stanford
Yale
gonna make the
and
list?
Harvard,
Is
'cause they work
Stanford
together.
gonna make the list?
No,
Really
Stanford
should.
sucks.
All right. I have a real question though. Like
I
if
kind of have
all of these people and all of these businesses and all of these agencies and universities are actually involved in this, and this was all true, how did they fail? There is billions of dollars here.
This is literally the US
I mean,
GDP.
If they failed, okay, we have a bigger problem, I think. If they failed, if it
The
was
state
real.
of Illinois, the state of
all
Connecticut,
states.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
the
the entire United States of America.
all the states, and then she realized that double space just wasn't going to do it. So
So far, I think I'm the only person on this stream not part of this lawsuit.
Bear
Just wait.
County District
Ian?
Attorney's Office.
Ian, I am not yet. I'm not, like look at where the cursor is over here.
I know, but we'll
I'm
see.
not there yet. If I see
I
Runkle
said
of the
so
Bailey,
far.
if I see Runkle of the Bailey,
Yeah.
I will literally. I don't know what I will do. I don't know. I'll die. Like
Guy- Taco Bell's
I'll
on
serve
there.
process personally.
oh
I'll
my
go to
gosh.
sales.
all the universities. So why are you no
Aw.
bad naughty?
Oh, open in Google Docs.
I'm trying. Hang on, give me a second, because I have to.
Someone in chat said Staples is named twice, and that just means they're double guilty.
Hmm.
It's like an Uno draw too.
Ah. Gucci is in there. Is Balenciaga in there? That'd be good. If not, Balenciaga needs to be in this.
Hang
This
on.
it seems like a more Balenciaga thing than Gucci.
Okay, so now I have the PDF. Here's the PDF. So blah blah blah. Let's scroll down to where we were because what the fudge?
McDonald's.
Oh no, so Illinois. Oh, that's State University. Okay, so McDonald's, Wendy's, Staples. I mean, honestly, they're probably guilty.
The reality of wrestling. What is that? The realty. Okay, never mind.
Stephanie McMahon, like Vince McMahon's daughter. Yeah, sure, why not? Tap Out, McDonough, like all the police departments. MMG. What? Dentist.
Do you mean MGM?
Dentist.
Dentist. Just dentist. So
Like-
all dentists. All dentists.
See, chat. At least one of you in chat has to be a dentist or know a dentist. They're guilty.
I'm still not a dentist, so I'm still
There's,
good.
you know what? Based on this, there's probably going to be lawyers.
We'll see.
I don't know.
They named the
UT
dentist.
Austin.
Next, they're gonna name lawyer.
Let's see. DFS. Okay.
Kane. I don't know who Kane is.
Mercedes-Benz of shelters.
Mm-hmm.
Kane's a wrestler.
And we have sued the NFL, NBA, NCAA, NJCAA, LFL.
What is the LFL?
The Lingerie Football League. Kurt.
Wait.
Sure.
Seriously? Or are you kidding? I can't
Did
tell.
you not? Did
I
you not
can't
know
tell
this-
anymore.
LFL.
Did you not know this was a thing?
No, I did not.
Oh, that's true.
no.
That's
Now
the
I have to-
thing.
now
I
have to
didn't know
teach
that.
Ian- now I have to teach Ian something. This is. Mm-hmm. The LFL US, the Lingerie Football League of the United States.
Huh.
And they're guilty.
No, this is a civil suit. No one's guilty.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
This is the LFL.
That seems like, I mean, that might be padded, but it seems like it's the wrong kind of padding.
This, yeah, they play
They're
football.
taking their cues from Armor from D&D.
I am not. I you know what that's the LFL.
Okay.
So
Is there like
They
some
are-
sort of fabric shortage or?
I don't know. I think that they just he's like hitting people in pads and not wearing clothing. I don't understand. I mean, to be honest, there's worse things people could do with their life and time.
I'd like to sponsor a team.
Like there are worse things that people can do with their time.
That is true,
Yeah.
but there are better things that they could do with their time.
Like
That is
kidnapping
also
his
true.
family.
Yes, like
so
that.
the LFL
Not
was
legal
sued
advice.
because the LFL totally responsible for some of any of this. Legal Aid Society. There you go, Ian.
Not quite lawyers yet.
Lori Lightfoot, City of Chicago.
Nice.
Like Lori Lightfoot.
She
gets
deserves
named
it.
It's
She
all
deserves it.
personally. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Nonprofit Doe numbers 1 through 100. No. She's naming nonprofit John Doe's.
I mean, you know, that was always kind of sketchy. Like,
Jimmy
what are they up
Carter?
to that they're not out for profit?
You know what's funny about that is like
Is Bucky's in
she-
here?
I don't know. They've got to be. But she knew, and I will give her credit. She knew to name John Doe's. You have to name John Doe's. You can't add to the suit. Oh, the LAPD, you know, why not add them?
They probably did
deserve
something.
it a lot of times. TMZ, the AP, New York Post, fair. VH1. I mean, have they
Okay.
really produced anything very much? Abundant Faith. Oh, now we're in the churches. Okay, good. What? And then a bunch of names.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Who or what is Bubba the Love Sponge?
Don't
I'm
Google
not,
it.
I am
You
not
don't know that?
Googling that? I am not
I'm
Googling.
Googling
Yeah,
it.
I don't know
I'm
what it
Googling
is,
it.
but
I know who that is.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Apparently,
that's
it's an
the guy
American
who,
radio personality.
Isn't that the
He's a-
person who released
He
Hogan's
hosts a
tape?
show on WWBA in Tampa. So
Isn't
he's
that
just
okay?
he's just a DJ.
Okay.
Isn't that
Okay.
the person who released Hogan's sex tape as well?
I don't know. My gasted is flabber.
Flying
I am
J.
flabber-
Get the trucker stop in there. Flying J, man.
Hey,
PNC,
Facebook and
Chase
Instagram are the
Bank.
same business. You didn't have to name
That
them.
is
Well, they
true.
are now.
They
They are
do
now.
own each other. Yeah, yeah.
In fact, they're both wrong. It should be called Meta.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's true. That's the parent company for both entities. That's proper.
Is this
Dior?
Hooters, Victoria's
Christian
Secret.
Dior,
they-
Burberry's
yeah.
in here. Where's
Um,
Yves Saint Laurent? I mean,
all the universities.
Coco Chanel.
We're still
believe it.
going. We are still going. We are
I
still
believe it
going.
all. Lori Lightfoot named twice.
She did. And you know what? I don't really
Kevin
hate that.
Dunn?
I don't
Question mark?
hate that double name. I don't hate
question
that
mark
double
is
name.
the best. The
Ah.
question mark is the best part. Like
Where
naming,
Taylor?
they've named everybody, but it's like, and this person, maybe.
Lionsgate,
Oh.
USA, the
USA question mark.
USA. You know what? We named the United States of America, but we're not sure if we need to separately name the USA.
USA?
I assume they mean the television network at this point, but who knows?
That you would have said. I think you're right, Kurt. There's the NFL again, the WNBA, and well, you don't. The parenthetical. They're separate entities.
You could just see how unhinged this goes. Because at the start, it was okay. And it's just now devolving
The entire
the
Chicago
further we
pub-
go.
The entire Chicago public school system.
Where?
I mean, they were
Oh yeah,
always
there it is.
suspicious.
Okay. You guys realize she's going to amend her complaint and add us because we're talking about her.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
U-Haul, the Air Force,
Guilt. Libel. Full send.
Urbana High School. That's like there's an Urbana High School that's just north of me for a little bit. We played them in lacrosse and kind of football.
How's she planning on serving these people?
She did a header here. Defendant list continued. So we have a header. We know, but we have more double naming. Like
Staples has been named thrice.
Wendy's
Have
is
they?
like a frequent flyer in this one.
she doesn't like Staples or Wendy's or McDonald's. McDonald's is there too, and same with USPS and DHL. So I will say
Wendy's
that
isn't bad for food.
in Illinois and Connecticut, very much. She
How
does
about
not like
Arby's? They've
those
got to be
states.
part of this.
Where is Arby's? I haven't seen Arby's come up yet.
I'm thinking
I'm
Arby's.
just saying. They have the meats.
They do. What?
That's actually one of the creepiest commercials ever. If you take that thing and just like
I know.
turn down the
That's
the
fair.
No,
like,
Quiznos is the creepiest commercial ever.
It's the Quizno sub.
What's,
We love the moon.
MTV, VH1, a bunch of different names, and then dentists are back. You know what? If you're gonna sue a dentist, you might as well. That's a lot of pain and discomfort. So just name them. Fox News, CNN,
Cisco.
Cisco. Okay.
Yeah, under dentist.
Jeep.
Cash
just-
App.
Virginia Johnson. That was all caps. That's aggressive.
Eric
Tampa Police
Adams.
Department. Well, she doesn't like New York. You would assume to see that name in there. There's all the leagues again. We are still
Suffolk
scrolling,
County
and
Office of Prosecution.
Jesse Jackson and
I-
Al Sharpton.
Lori
you know what's funny
Lightfoot,
about this?
3
Like
times.
we are on page 21, and I would usually be bored. I am not bored. I am actually intrigued. I am literally intrigued. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson are in the
Yep.
lawsuit. Holy crap. University Does. So she has
Where's
University
Ben
John
Crump?
Does.
Where's Ben Crump? We got Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton there. Where's Ben Crump?
Yep. So the universities that she's going to name up to 100 more. Owner developer John Doe's up 1 to 100s. She did a plural there. Property manager John Doe's 1 to 100. Staffing company. Wow. The Buckle Delta.
Jimmy Carter?
Delta Airlines. Where's Jimmy Carter?
It's right there in all caps. Right above owner developer, Jimmy
Oh
Hart.
my
Jimmy
gosh,
Carter.
Jimmy
How'd
Carter.
Jimmy Carter get in this?
He set
What
the
do you
whole
have
thing
against
up.
Jimmy Carter?
Jimmy Carter's the mastermind.
Oxygen. just
I,
just
That's
I
gotta be
assume that's
Oxygen
the
Network.
and not the chemical. Like
I know, but it's the first word that's on the page.
Which, if it was the network, that's owned by someone else. So that's like so wrong.
I'm just amused at the thought that we can't actually tell if they're not. It might actually just be the chemical.
the
like-
first word on the page is oxygen. The
I'm
Associated
suing
Press.
the
That's
ability
fair.
of people to breathe.
That would be NBC.
Oh, God. Or what's your favorite series, David? Rings of Power. That's them. They just take everything away.
You know what? I wish they were on here.
They might be. You know what?
Oh.
We are still at page 22, and I'm still endlessly entertained.
PetSmart's
my
in there.
God. Detective Munger. Oh no, that sounds like a comic novel name.
But
David,
PetSmart
I
is
think
in here.
This could be a character in one of your Detective Munger.
Yeah, it's Detective Munger.
Yeah. See, I
Smoking
think that
cigarettes
works.
and drinking black coffee.
I think that works. It's perfect.
I hope it's
College
not a real
club.
person we're making fun of.
What college?
I mean, it is. I'm
just-
sure.
Edward. Oh no, they went after dad and son. Beto O'Rourke.
He's named multiple times.
That's not his name.
Eduardo Lerma and Jr. So dad and son. Burberry, Dior.
Yeah.
Okay. Sterling. We got those Kinkos. That's the new ad there. CPS workers 1 through 20. Now she did 1 through 100 for the other ones. So there's only 20 that she has a problem with.
Mm.
Doctor Doe's 1 through
Victoria's
100.
Secret. Now we know what Victoria's been hiding all this time.
Oh, apparently, yeah. Just Rosenbaum. So a whole lot
In capital letters.
Lori
a
has
whole
been named
lot
4 times.
Jewish families have just been named in a lawsuit.
Mm.
That is insulting. There's the question mark again.
That's the
Gold
insulting
Gym.
part.
Chris
Powerhouse.
Benoit is
I think some of these pages are maybe repeated themselves.
Mm-mm.
definitely.
They appear in different order. Neuropsychiatric Institute.
Oh,
I
I
mean-
wonder why she's got a connection with them.
I wasn't gonna go there, but I can see how you would. Luca Libre. There we go again. Trevino Place. There's the schools. A bunch of names.
Billy Corgan.
No, that's Letitia James. Oh my God. This
HR
is-
Block is named twice on the same page.
And there's
I mean, can you blame her for that one?
oh look, we're at the complaint. Oh my gosh, we actually get to the meat of the conversation here. Did she type this or is
bananas though?
It is. So she sued everybody. So federal question. Oh no. Oh no. That's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. Like this is multiple choice. She chose the wrong answer. What is your
No,
federal
she wants to-
constitutional question?
42 USC 1901. Color of title. That's great. All right.
82.
Yeah.
What's 82, Kurt?
I don't know. I have to
42
look some of this stuff
USC.
up.
Where's 42 USC? So 42 US code.
1982. It's property rights and sentence. P3. Civil action for civil. Yeah, that's just
What's 85?
85. Let's see. Conspiracy to interfere with federal civil rights. Ooh.
86.
Ooh, that's good. 86. Action for neglect to prevent. So that's basically failure to act.
And then we have the next three, 87, 88, and 89. Give them to me.
7. Prosecution for violation of law. 88. Proceedings and vindication of civil rights. And 89. United States magistrate judge. Just the entire section dealing with magistrate judges
Just-
for no particular reason.
All magistrate judges, every one of
Yeah.
them. Who are we talking about? Trinesha Biggers, aka Melania Flowers, aka Zion Sims, who filed a lawsuit against everybody. and we're gonna find out why the plaintiff.
Sadly, not mentioned LawTube or Nick Rakita, our Pope.
Or
You
Ian
put that-
Runkel. Ian
You
was
put
not
that name in there
mentioned.
intentionally.
Nick Rakita is the leader of the LawTubes. If you would like to serve our leader,
If you want to serve the leader, no, don't do it. But also, maybe I don't know. I'm so uncomfortable. The plaintiff not applicable. We don't have a plaintiff, ladies and gentlemen. We do not have a plaintiff. Not applicable is a citizen of the state of no state, or if not lawfully admitted for permanent residence in the United States, a citizen or foreign subject of the state of nobody. The defendant is an individual. The defendant not applicable. Well, you named a lot of people, is a citizen of the state of blank. The parties, Ms. Biggers, she listed that address, not me, that's public filing. To the best of your ability, provide the addresses where each defendant may be served. The state of Texas.
I'm disappointed that I am not part of this lawsuit.
All of the offices of the attorneys in Texas, the statement of the claim. The places of occurrence, this occurred in El Paso, Texas, Las Cruces, New Mexico, Pueblo, Colorado, Shirley, New York, New York, New York. And it occurred from September 29th, 2016, and it is still ongoing.
yeah.
Briefly, the facts that support your claim. See attached. I am now afraid. I am now deeply afraid. This all says, oh no. Oh no, I am now concerned. So there's a signature. There's the heart again. I mean,
Lovely.
The heart is worth 5 extra points.
the defendant not applicable. There are defendants, my dear. You have named several. The
Yeah.
plaintiff, there's your information. Good. Oh. You know what? Why not? We're already here. Let's do this.
Okay. I'll
Now
just call
comes-
her plaintiff if you want me to read it for a while.
Sure, please. Plaintiff.
Now comes plaintiff who seeks relief after she and her 2 daughters, ZS, age 6, and MF, age 10, were stalked across state lines by her ex-husband, Sims, while he was on active probation for family violence against plaintiff. When Sims was unable to locate plaintiff and her children who had been hiding in a domestic violence shelter, he continuously filed multiple false reports with the El Paso Police Department and El Paso County Sheriff, alleging that plaintiff, and by protective order from contacting, had kidnapped ZS. On August the 24th of 2019, the El Paso Times named plaintiff as one of El Paso's most wanted fugitives for the week of August 25th, 2019. On August 25th, 2019, the El Paso Times republished the article online. Due to plaintiff's career as a professional wrestler, numerous sports news websites republished the article, claiming plaintiff was a Crime Stoppers most wanted fugitive in El Paso County, Texas. There is no evidence that plaintiff was wanted at the time of publication. Sims had the assistance of law enforcement, including the El Paso County District Attorney's Office, in stalking plaintiff, ultimately abducting her and her 2 children, ZS and MF, from Brighter Tomorrows, a domestic violence shelter in New York. These events all took place with Sims being ordered by Judge Michael Dellon, who left Sims off probation early, while Sims was actively violating the Bexar County, Texas probation terms of no contact with plaintiff and the members of her household after she was the victim of Sims' family violence case. Multiple individuals and entities worked in unison to assist El Paso County Sheriff Richard Wiles and the El Paso County, Texas District Attorney's Office in the stalking and kidnapping of plaintiff ZS and MF from domestic violence shelter plaintiff and her children had taken refuge in from Sims. Likewise, multiple entities conspired to falsely imprison plaintiff multiple times, including plaintiff's own privately retained attorneys in each state where her kidnapped children were believed to be.
But
The
how
facts
does,
show that
Wait. Hang
how
on,
does
hang on, hang on.
Wendy's play into this?
Wait, hang on. Like likewise, multiple has conspired to falsely imprison plaintiff multiple times, including her private. Is she saying that they tried to falsely imprison her attorneys?
no,
I
I
think
believe
she's
she's saying
saying that
her
her lawyer-
attorneys conspired against her.
Oh, the lawyers are in on it.
Yes.
This is Lifetime movies, guys. This is fantastic. I don't mean that like literally. This is wild, but what?
I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for Jimmy Carter to show up.
I do too. Kurt, please continue. I'm loving the reading.
Okay.
Where do we leave off? We left off the probation, El Paso, denied access. We're up a little more. We're up a little more, huh?
Okay. Yeah. The facts show that by collective effort of numerous individuals and agencies, plaintiff, ZS, and MF have been continuously denied access to the United States Constitution, even up to the very day of this filing. Plaintiff's children have remained kidnapped since October 8th, 2019. The El Paso County District Attorney's Office instructed law enforcement to not enforce plaintiff's domestic violence protective orders and allow Sims to violate the criminal no conduct terms of his probation in pursuit of plaintiff.
Hang on.
The
Kurt,
El Paso County.
I need to give you background music.
Sure.
Yes.
No, I think this. No. There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Turn it up a little bit.
You want it
I
up
could
a
use a
little
little
bit?
bit more. I could use a little bit more beat.
You like the beat?
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Now
Give
we
it to
got
me, Kurt.
baby. Now we're gonna groove it, baby. Let's just give it a second to sit. Oh yeah. All right.
Okay, this is starting to get a little.
I'm here for
This is
it.
fantastic. This is so awesome. I'm dying.
The
It's being
El
the-
Paso County District Attorney,
Oh no, I need to
Of
change the music.
course.
No, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
District Attorney Jamie Esparra's administration, and please scroll down.
I will scroll down.
I'm here to talk to you, baby.
You
Administration.
need like
it
some
is.
soft jazz for
Can you
this.
scroll down some
I
more,
don't
please?
care. I need this so bad in my life.
Thank you. Where was I? Okay.
This is the Barry White
Former
edition.
Administration
Yeah.
and
And continuing on to the current El Paso County District Attorney, Yvonne Rosales, have failed to dismiss the criminal charges against plaintiff, despite the fact that they were made aware plaintiff had full custody of ZS and an order of protection against sins was presented to Esparra and Detective Vera by the Suffolk County Fugitive Squad. The protective order was provided to El Paso authorities before plaintiff was extradited from New York to El Paso. I ran out of beat.
it's coming back.
Beat.
It's looping.
Okay, thank you. While plaintiff was in custody, New York ACS failed to bring plaintiff and the children before a
David.
judge.
Just
Well,
look
The
at David.
children
Law after
were
dark,
then
folks.
kidnapped
Just look
from
at David.
plaintiff, separated from one another, and taken to two different states. Plaintiff was not able to regain contact with her children. Plaintiff would show in fact as follows: that in the summer of 2015, plaintiff moved to Tampa, Florida to El Paso, Texas with her 4-year-old daughter, MF. In August 2015, plaintiff married Sims. On May the 17th, 2016, plaintiff gave birth to ZS, the child of the marriage. Special day. Prior to marrying Sims, plaintiff was a professional wrestler and
Oh no.
worked in the Florida real estate market. Sims employed by Department of Defense as E3 in the United States Army. Now, would you like me to try to do Blackleaf grooving
Well,
to
no,
this?
let me give
Because
this a
that
shot.
could be
Let
fun.
me change the tune. Let me see if I can't give a shot here.
We'll see if Blackleaf
no, this
Blackleaf
one.
can Barry White this thing.
I want to.
Do you have like some soft jazz?
Let me try this. Let me try this.
All right, okay.
On or about September 29th of 2016, plaintiff dialed 911 from her marital residence at blank after being physically assaulted by Sims and restricted from leaving the residence to pick up MF from her Socorro Independent School District Elementary School. The El Paso Police, Pebble Hill. What?
Every time I hear MF, my mind is going a different place than that.
I'm gonna say minor. I'm gonna say minor child. When I see MF, I'll say minor child.
That's good because my brain is parsing that as something
I know.
else entirely.
The El Paso Police Pebble Hill Department arrived in response to the domestic violence call, however, failed to intervene. Approximately 9 days later, on Randolph Air Force Base in Bexar County, Texas, October 8, 2016, plaintiff was severely beaten by Sims until losing consciousness on Randolph Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Those are different places. Sims was arrested at the scene after an eyewitness called 911 as Sims was fleeing the scene of the crime. That's actually tragic. After being arrested on Randolph Avenue Air Force Base, Sims was promptly granted release by his command via Alex Brown, all caps, in El Paso at Fort Bliss. Sims returned to El Paso by bus. Plaintiff drove back to El Paso and returned to the marital residence with newborn minor child and her older daughter, minor child. In between plaintiff's September 2016 911 domestic violence call and the brutal October 8th assault by Sims, NK alerts, all dirts, that's weird, of El Paso, Texas Child Protective Services began attempting to make contact with plaintiff. In between the dates of September 29th of 2016 and October 8th of 2016, Alderts began her investigation by conducting interviews with plaintiff and Sims at their marital residence. Upon interview with Alderts, plaintiff discovered that Sims had made the call against her to Child Protective Services after he assaulted her. Upon discovery of Sims's false report by a confession from him, shocking, Alderts verbally reprimanded Sims and informed plaintiff that case would be classified as unfounded. David, now that you have the due, would you? Let me give a change of tune. Do you want to jump in on this one? Because I think you should. Let's give you. How about daydreaming? Oh, good one.
Which number are we on?
Number 5. About 9 days later.
About 9 days later, and after Sims attacked plaintiff on Randolph Air Force Base, leaving her disfigured, Biggers contacted Aldrich again to let her know about her injuries and her fear for herself. ZS and MF. Aldrich responded to plaintiff by telling her that she wasn't assigned to that case and could not assist her. Aldrich refused to make a safety plan, disclosed that she had spoken with Xavier Fulton, the estranged father of MF, and that she was closing the case. Within the same window as Aldrich's investigation, Carrie Curran of Fort Bliss Family Advocacy Program also requested an interview with plaintiff as they interviewed Sims. Again, Sims admitted that the claims to Child Protective Services were frivolous. Curran advised she would be closing the case. Curran would later go on to cover up the crime against plaintiff and falsely classify Sims as the victim. Upon returning to El Paso after the assault, plaintiff obtained an emergency order of protection from the El Paso County District Attorney's Office. Sims was arrested for violating the order of protection after plaintiff residence on December 25th, 2016, Christmas Day. Plaintiff began working with the El Paso County Assistant District Attorney Mark W. Spin on the protective order violation brought by the state of Texas against Sims. Fort Bliss failed to upload Sims' warrant to their database. Likewise, Bexar County and El Paso County failed to upload Sims' active probation case into the database. Plaintiff began working with an advocate in the El Paso County Crime Victims Office located in the El Paso County District Attorney's Office. Plaintiff was also granted an order of protection by Fort Bliss that was enforceable on military property.
All right, Ian, your turn. Do you want to change in tune, or do you want to change in tune, or do you want this one?
I can't read with the sunglasses on.
Yeah, I had to take mine off too.
How about acoustic and cinematic? Oh no, that's we'll go back to night driving. Oh,
I just knocked over a bottle of hot sauce.
How hot was the sauce?
How
hot
you know
was
me.
the sauce?
It's yeah.
It was so hot.
It was the hottest sauce.
The hot was the hottest sauce. It was the hottest sauce.
I've got a variety of sauces around.
It's hot.
They were so hot in the hot sauce.
Keep it locked,
It was
folks.
knocked. It was knocked over on the desk, and the hot sauce was hot.
This is late night law, folks.
It's late night.
All right,
law.
now I've
You keep it
completely
locked right
lost
here.
the place.
It's late night law.
The hot latest night law, baby. You and I are gonna law all night long. I want to hear you.
We're gonna law. Dude, I'm sorry, the law. The law all night long. Yes, I saw this. Emily Gale. Yes, we have been pronouncing it bear.
Yes. I pronounced it bear
Thank
because I
you for
know
the super
how to
chat.
pronounce it. That's right.
Because that hot sauce
That was
is so hot.
totally
You got
directed at me.
4 men here
That's
who are
cool.
cunning.
This is
linguists.
hot sauce law. This is
Yeah.
hot sauce law brought to you by Law and Lumber, the hot sauce law channel that you never knew you needed.
Should
Are
I
you-
After
just
dark
start
readings
picking
of complaints and legal filings.
Hey, are you a lawyer?
up-
Because you're making my heart plead guilty to love.
Oh my word.
Ugh.
This is just too much. This is
Stop in the name of love. You have the right to remain sexy.
you have broken my heart. You have a pre-filing injunction before you come at that thing again. Oh no.
Do you have a
there's
law
just-
degree? Because
Oh,
you're the
no.
object of my affection.
Oh my
Mm.
gosh. Ian, would you care to proceed? Paragraph 11, if you would.
Paragraph 11. I'm just trying to think here. As the crime occurred on Randolph Air Base, Biggers did not have the option pursue justice. I'm thinking it's to pursue justice through non-military law enforcement agencies. I thought about trying to do it in Gimlet voice, and then I was just like, I'm going to destroy my destroy my ability to speak. Yeah. Eventually, Sims failed an Army drug test when his urinalysis returned with cocaine.
Oh,
Was that
will
like-
tell you.
Was it cocaine in the urine, or did he like return the urinalysis cup and a baggie of cocaine?
I don't know. Oh, but we have the first interjection of our new defendant. So, Ian, please continue.
The domestic violence against Biggers had been swept under the rug by Sims' command after Army CID found him guilty. However, there was no hiding the positive test for cocaine. Sims was involuntarily separated from the Army and given an other than honorable discharge. That right there sounds like a euphemism. Once Sims no longer
It's
worked
not.
for the department. I know, but it sounds like one. Once Sims no longer worked for the Department of Defense, local law enforcement regained jurisdiction over the original crime. Biggers presented her congressional inquiries to Beto O'Rourke, Army Inspector General complaints made by Biggers to the Pentagon, injury photos, and a recording of the assault to the Bexar County Sheriff. With less than 5 days remaining in the statute of limitations, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office issued a warrant for Sims' arrest for the domestic violence that disfigured Biggers. Once Sims was charged, the United States Army turned into a street gang, terrorizing Biggers and her children more intensely than before. Biggers allowed Sims to take a plea deal that included probation and a protective order for the assault instead of going to trial. Biggers was represented by attorney Bruce Tharp in the parallel divorce action when this occurred. Bruce Tharp conspired to have Biggers arrested while he was retained as their counsel. You never want your client to be arrested because it usually means they won't pay you because they're not working while they're in custody. So this doesn't sound like lawyer behavior to me. Although Sims took a plea deal, the Fort Bliss Inspector General returned Biggers' complaints as unfounded. They also dismissed Biggers' evidence that Sims had stolen money from the Red Cross funds available to soldiers for travel in certain circumstances, although it was obvious Sims committed the crime. The light-up gloves are... They also... Biggers attempted to resolve these issues through the Army's open door policy available to all military spouses. Biggers' attempts to meet with the Fort Bliss Commanding General, Pat White, were all declined. Biggers' JAG attorney attempted by written request to convince General White to grant Biggers' open door request concerning the assault. General White refused all of Biggers' requests. Biggers reported this incident to O'Rourke's office via a formal congressional inquiry. It appears the O'Rourke and his staff, he's now the O'Rourke. Like, I don't know how that works. Concealed these events and did not investigate. Likewise, O'Rourke refused to meet with Biggers upon request. O'Rourke's military liaison, A, informed Biggers that their office had destroyed all records of Biggers' congressional inquiry file. Next, he told Biggers to get a lawyer and probably get off my lawn. Biggers was represented by the El Paso County Attorney for Order of Protection, the listed victim in the El Paso District Attorney's case against Sims for violating the order, and represented attorney Stephanie James of Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid for the divorce case versus... Rob, next page.
Sorry, I was distracted.
I know you were really into the music.
I'm digging it. Versus Sims.
Versus Sims. Attorney Stephanie James requested a Biggers allow El Paso Rio Grande Legal Aid to Rio Grande to take over Biggers' protective order case from the El Paso County Attorney. Biggers agreed. Upon being granted permission to handle 2 temporary order of protection in the divorce, Stephanie James informed Biggers that she had spoken with opposing counsel, attorney Ishmael Peace, hereafter Pease, and that the two of them had decided to move my protection order and the divorce to the 65th District Court. Judge Yahara Gutierrez presiding. Judge Gutierrez would go on to deny Biggers a trial by jury for her divorce, and that in default custody of JS to the freshly convicted Sims, whom Biggers and JS were protected from by court order. Gutierrez entered the default after Biggers called the court during the lunch break, informing them she was running out of gas and needed extra time to return.
Okay, whose time is it? It's Kurt's time again.
You just gotta eat more beans. You'll never run out of gas.
You want this tune, or you want me to change it a little bit?
Change it up, baby.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Plaintiff.
Let's mic down a little bit. Let's mic down a little bit. Hang on, let me do this.
You have the right to remain silent.
Go ahead and
You
talk.
have the right to ask for your number.
Plaintiff hired attorney Troy Brown and attorney Theresa Calbareo after Judge Gutierrez entered the default judgment.
Oh,
Caballero
God.
filed a motion to recuse Judge Gutierrez.
dead.
Next, Gutierrez recused herself, but prior to recusing herself, she signed the final divorce decree that she had defaulted to the freshly convicted Sims.
I can't.
Although Sims met the criminal element for the domestic violence in Texas criminal court, Judge Gutierrez denied plaintiff's request to make her civil protective order permanent. No. Plaintiff's attorney
Hang on.
said,
There you go.
yeah, this is the groove I want, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I needed this on a Friday so bad. I don't know how to explain how much I needed this.
Plaintiff's attorney, Oisa Davis, then drafted a joint possession order. Asterisk. Davis failed to disclose to plaintiff that opposing counsel, Peace, was her mentee. After destroying Biter's case, Davis disclosed to plaintiff that she saw Peace as if he were her own son. Davis also ordered plaintiff's false arrest as she attempted to intervene in the unlawful disposition of plaintiff's home by Patty
Wait,
Oveas.
hang on. I can only imagine how that attempted intervention went. She attempted to intervene in the arrest.
Gotta try to intervene, baby.
Oh no, that probably went terribly wrong.
Or oh so right.
Motion to intervene granted.
No. Oh, that was
Yes.
that was so perfect, Kurt. Oh, that was so fucking perfect.
When James moved plaintiff's case to 65 District Court, it was reserved for cases with pending Child Protective Services and for matters which are being appealed. At that time, neither applied to plaintiff's case. No. After the first hearing, the state of Texas versus Sims, for violating plaintiff's protective order, the assistant district attorney, Mark Spinn, met with plaintiff and explained to her that he discovered that defendant Sims was a good friend and drinking partner at Sims' then place of employment.
Oh no.
No.
Oh yeah.
We
Well,
now
plaintiff.
have our second defendant. We have like what we're like at 5 now. College dropout. Okay.
See, I'm waiting for Wendy's to get in here
I do too. I want
Yes,
Wendy's to come in.
and Staples. Like,
Yes.
how did Staples? do
How
this?
I'm based on the narrative, I don't know how Staples gets in here. But we're
Bring
gonna have
on Lori
Brave.
Lightfoot.
Yeah.
Hey, friends,
Where?
This is Blackleaf's father. I'm so happy to
my
be
word.
here. And I'm reading this Blackleaf's dad style. Oh, yeah. A more mature Blackleaf. Okay. Where was I in this thing?
Oh,
Okay. Plaintiff had been in constant communication with Spin for prior years leading up to the trial, providing Spin evidence such as the recording of Sims attacking plaintiff, confessing to felonies, thousands of photos, text messages, and screenshots. Included in the evidence was a video of Sims violating plaintiff's order of protection. Well, golly gee, guys, that doesn't sound very good.
oh my gosh.
Sorry.
No, no, I have to
was
pull
I?
this. I have to pull this up. This is great. Scottish Stacy, thank you. Sending a super chat because I'm super drunk. 3:30 a.m. here in casual catch up turned into an out and out night. You all seem stoned. No, we're just enjoying what I did not expect would be any part of this stream. It is a lawsuit against Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and 27 pages of defendants. And we are waiting
Including
for
Wendy's.
and Staples and Lori Lightfoot to enter the discussion.
Stacy, this is late night law.
This is late night
This is
law.
this is very
late
night law,
This-
yeah.
And yes, it is Emily D. Baker's birthday weekend.
Well, happy birthday out there.
Happy
there,
birthday
Emily D. Baker.
to Emily D.
Must
Baker.
you. I hope you're just having the greatest.
I
birthday
do
weekend.
as
You rock it,
well.
girl.
Indeed. So, Mr. Kurt, where did you leave off?
Spin went on to explain that for those reasons, he'd be recusing himself from prosecution of the case. Without explanation, the DA's office dropped charges against Sims. After Spin recused himself from the case, the next time plaintiff saw him, Spin was the prosecutor working her interference with public duties charge. Spin was now in possession of the laptops and cell phone that plaintiff had been sending him evidence from, as well as communicating by text, email, and phone calls with. Spin came into possession of these items after they were stolen by Sims the day Bigger's home was unlawfully dispossessed.
Okay. David, which accent are you going with?
I was gonna do the Hardy next.
Oh, okay. Do you want this tune or you want a different tune?
Oh no, we gotta keep late night law.
Okay, late night law. So here you go. We were the dispossessed was the last sentence. Where was the
We were at 24.
dispossessed?
We were at the start of 24.
24.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Dispossessed. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So we're at the start
Let
of
me
24.
get you here. So Hardy, if you wouldn't mind. By the way, where's Hardy? Where's my Hardy cat? I need my Hardy cat.
What do you mean? I've always been right here.
I know you've always been right there. You've always been a noble friend. Just such a
Right.
good friend. It just likes bags and crazy things. Hardy cat. There you go. Hardy cat, do your thing.
Right. So, a second violation of the protective order occurred, and the plaintiff reported it to EPPD. The charges were presented to the El Paso County District Attorney's Office, and prosecution was declined. Plaintiff and her victims advocate for the El Paso County District Attorney's Office, met with El Paso County Attorney Chief to address the September 29th, 2016 failure to intervene in the domestic violence call made to 9/11 by plaintiff, and the denial to prosecute the second protective order violation by Sims. That was a long sentence. The chief agreed to accept the September 29th domestic violence case. Nearly 3 months after the assault, Fort Bliss failed to intervene and prosecute the assault. Plaintiff began working at Charles Schwab and maintaining the household with just herself and her 2 daughters. On or about November 30th, 2016, Dan Olivas and Associates and El Paso Collaborative pursued an eviction against plaintiff to remove her and her children from the marital residence. The eviction went to trial by jury. Mid-trial, El Paso Collaborative and Dan Olivas and Associates verbally withdrew their eviction suit and agreed to dismiss the charges. The jury was dismissed and plaintiff prevailed. After plaintiff's victory in the eviction suit, an unlawful writ of possession was issued to forcibly remove plaintiff from her and her children's homes. The plaintiff hired...
David, you can stop. That voice has got to be killing you.
Well, it's probably killing chat right now.
It's killing chat. Okay, hang on. Let me take. I'll take a beat. Let me get this one, and then you can get next voice ready. Plaintiff hired an attorney, Richard Roman, to stop the illegal writ of possession. Roman accepted retainer fees from plaintiff, then filed his motion. Located. The day the constable executed the writ of possession, Sims arrived in a U-Haul truck with Jacob Chester Williams, Lorraine Frias and Teresa of El Paso Collaborative, and 2 El Paso constables, Constable number 1 and Constable number 2. After Biggers win in the eviction proceedings, payments began pursuant to the settlement stemming from the eviction suit's dismissal. Patty Olivas and Dan Olivas and Associates arrived at Charles Schwab, plaintiff's place of employment, and picked up a rent check that plaintiff left of Olivas at security. Olivas then went back to Judge Urenda, in all capital letters, no less, and requested he issue a writ of possession against plaintiff pursuant to the eviction suit, despite the fact that plaintiff had won. Although Judge Urenda dismissed the jury and the case, he issued the writ for the constable to take possession of plaintiff and her children's home within 10 days. Sims arrived with Constable number 1 and Constable number 2. Sims was actively robbing plaintiff's house with the assistance of said constables, and El Paso Collaborative in direct violation of a restraining order. Plaintiff dialed 911 to report Sims violating the act of restraining order. Well, that says border, but I think it means order. Restraining border does not really make sense because, yes, borders do restrain, but orders do bind. So it was the restraining order and burglarized her home. And yes, I did just pronounce that, burglarized. Although dispatch stated that help was on the way, 911 never arrived. When plaintiff attempted to retrieve items being stolen from her, Constable number 1 arrested plaintiff for interference with public duties. Constable number 1 refused to acknowledge the restraining order that banned Sims from the property and arrested plaintiff instead. The constable took plaintiff back before Judge Jesus Urenda before taking plaintiff to jail. Plaintiff asked Urenda not to send her to jail since she was not evicted and her home was being robbed. Judge Urenda presided over the eviction and was well aware of plaintiff 1. Judge Urenda ordered plaintiff to jail and explained to her that he had spoken to plaintiff's previous attorney, Uisa Davis, before he made his decision. Attorney Rafael Morales was the attorney appointed to plaintiff's criminal case. Eventually, plaintiff found an apartment for her and her 2 daughters after the unlawful dispossession of her home. As plaintiff was about to turn into her apartment complex because she was driving a vehicle, she noticed red and blue lights flashing in her rearview mirror. This is a casual aside. That is something no one wants to see, and you always panic.
Yeah, this
Plaintiff
one gets unpleasant.
Plaintiff decided to pull over 1 block from her complex, but before she could do so, a man in plain clothes in an unmarked car departed his vehicle and lunged at plaintiff, pointing a weapon at her head. Plaintiff's 2 daughters, minor child number 1 and minor child number 2, were eyewitnesses and screaming in terror. That's not fun. It was the El Paso County sheriffs on the street pulling plaintiff over. Plaintiff was given a warning ticket for improper use of lanes and sent on her way after being held at gunpoint. I feel like that story is inconsistent with what would have actually happened factually.
It's hard to say, but I'm like, where's the Wendy's part?
I'm still waiting for it. After a few months later, unexplainably, a warrant for plaintiff's arrest was issued by the El Paso County Sheriff for possession, I imagine that's supposed to say, of marijuana. Plaintiff questioned the sheriff directly about the warrant and was informed that it must have been inadvertent. I am very much doubting that that was the conversation. Okay. Anyone else want to jump up? I will continue happily.
We're at we 38.
Oh, we are. Well, I mean, let me speed through. So,
Got 8 pages.
got to post a bail. Dude, does this story have... Hang on.
This is not
Let me
going to go
pause
anywhere.
this.
We knew that long ago.
I know, but let me pause it. Let me see. Let me just. We're gonna zoom and see if we have anything here.
Guys, just hang in there. Like Staples is going to get
I'm
mentioned.
trying. There's no Staples. I see no Staples. I
It's
see
just
no
tragedy.
This is just sad.
Guys, Billy Corgan's in there somewhere.
I see no Billy Corgan. It's just a lot of allegations. You know what this is? This is someone having a mental breakdown who's like
McDonald's got
literally
named.
like where?
53.
Oh, there's McDonald's.
52.
There. The officers brandished weapons at plaintiff, forced plaintiff and the other to ride in a vomit-laced van. That's a descriptor I never want to see. A vomit-laced van. Refused access to bathroom for more than 12 hours and forced plaintiff to eat McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day for 30 days. Come on.
I am pretty sure that didn't happen because their budget is not enough for prisoner meals. Their budget doesn't support McDonald's.
Attempted to eat pork against her religious beliefs and gave an option not to eat at all. That also, I know for a fact, does not happen.
I mean, it can, yes.
U.S. prison system is pretty strict about that, especially with feds. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
What's
if it's feds,
pork
if
at
it's
McDonald's?
feds, I would be doubtful.
Oh, bacon. Duh.
What
That means there's
the
bacon on
hell?
everything.
What is? So she just sued. There's Rosenbaum. Oh, we have Illinois. Wait a minute. After posting bail, Biggers immediately sought to enforce her custody rights to both children. Well, family lawyer here. Just saying. You might want to reconsider that, because while there might be an order that says you have custody, that does not mean that you do. So she tries to enforce her custody rights, and then attempted to have El Paso County County Sheriff's Office enforce a protective order. We have David back, and he's jamming out already. He's jamming out already. I need more. We're gonna turn the music down, but I'm gonna finish this. And he's jamming. The sheriff refused to enforce the order. Yeah, because it's in Illinois. You can't. El Paso sheriff can't go to Illinois and enforce a Texas order.
Yeah.
Took multiple flights to Chicago to enforce it. I wanted emergency enforcement. This is. And then the judge, everyone is in on. But where is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? Where is Dwayne
He was
Johnson?
the judge.
Where? Because she's between a rock and a hard place? The 7th District instructed her to travel to Chicago to be present for her orders. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, no. Captured, blah, blah, blah. Officer in 7th Precinct. This just keeps going. Sheriff to enforce the orders. Baptiste. Judge, that's Jean Baptiste. I thought it was the wrestler Jean Baptiste. Isn't Jean Baptiste a wrestler?
I think so.
I wouldn't know.
Well, now this is a judge, Jean Baptiste. So,
Does he also wrestle?
I would love to see that, but I don't know. Could you imagine, counsel, your argument sucks. Let's wrestle.
Or the judge just gets up on the
It just gets up on the top of the bench,
Trial by
yeah,
And
and
just-
then
crowns, just this. Deputy informed Judge Baptiste wanted her back in the courtroom when she arrived. Informed her that she had spoken to her about. This goes on and on and on. I also have to I have to appreciate the names. Jackler. Sheldon Jackler. To Officer Google.
You still have the music on, by the way. I don't know.
I know I do. I know.
It's
It's
late
fine.
night law.
It's late night
Just
law. It's
checking.
fine. Medrano from the bench asserted he'd been handed selecting attorneys and pointing her case. This is. As a result of the above mentioned, wait, here you go. As a result of the above mentioned actions, the children were kidnapped. The city of Chicago, the city of New York, the city of El Paso, the FBI, along with Chicago, Illinois Department of Children and Family Services, El Paso, Texas, Child Protective Services, Chicago Child Protective, all of them. New York, El Paso County, Texas, Suffolk County, New York, New York County, New York, Bexar County, Texas, Cook County, Illinois, Champaign, Illinois, El Paso County, Doña Ana County Sheriff, Cook County. Oh my God. All failed to intervene. So it's a failure of intervention. God, you could have done that in the first freaking paragraph. I have thoughts. The terroristic tactics, actions, and events above have caused plaintiff to be unable to gain employment and has destroyed her professional wrestling career. I think that a lot of the stuff that you described that you did might have done all those things. Plaintiff therefore seeks relief in the amount of $3 billion. That is billion with a B. That is billion with a B.
I believe him.
How is this not the end of this complaint?
Let's keep going.
Oh, there's more. I thought it was done.
Oh, okay. We're just naming more people. Website doe. Oh my God. We are now suing websites, miscellaneous websites 1 through 100. Oh, the Air Force Base. We're just suing the Air Force Base. We are suing a plot of land. We are suing the Pentagon Office of the Inspector General.
Mm.
Oh, mama.
Wow.
Oh, there's Jane and John. Wait, I don't see Runkle of the Bailey. Where's Runkle of the Bailey?
So unless they add me as one of the does, I'm
Hang
good.
on.
We're all going to get added now.
It's not okay. I am not okay with this. I need a pencil. I need to draw.
Yeah, come on into my neighborhood where we've got Justice Rook, formerly, and Meads and Meads.
Runkle. Runkle of the.
That looks like an A.
Oh, come on. That's
Everything looks like
it's like
an 80 and
Microsoft
you're
Paint.
Canadian.
If it's
Runkle,
Runkle, if it's
doing
Runkle
this.
Af the Bailey, then that's somebody else.
Stop distracting me. I am drawing with my mouse.
He's doing the best he can.
I'm trying, Judge.
Hang on. I'm not a cat.
Elaine.
Hey.
There we go.
It's
There
still
we
Af.
go. There we go. There we go.
Runkle Af the Bailey.
I have to do this too. I have to because
What are you even writing?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm
going to motion to strike for incoherence.
I want you guys to appreciate that I'm writing this with my mouse in real time.
I don't appreciate it though.
With the hearts.
There we go.
Always put the hearts.
We have added, so now all the appropriate defendants are named among the lawsuit. And just to make sure this is a lawful pleading, this is clearly lawful pleading. Everything you see here is absolutely real and not at all fake. I did not just draw that on screen. So there you have it. A lawsuit that I did not intend to cover. Wow. I should turn the weird tunes off. That's less creepy.
Do we want less creepy or more creepy?
I don't know at this point in time. I'm very
It's like
confused.
I have some clown music.
Dare I ask? No, go ahead.
Do you want to see the scary clown?
Whoa.
I think
I don't
got
like
the scary
clowns.
clown.
I don't like
I don't
clowns.
like clowns either. What do you got?
Go ahead.
All right, I'll show you the scary clown. The chat's gonna hate you, by the way. Actually,
Oh.
no, they're gonna hate me. Give
This
me a
is
second.
trigger warning in the chat. Trigger warning.
Yeah, if you don't like clowns, you might want to turn this off.
I don't like clowns. I don't like clowns. What's a clown?
Let me find the scary clown here.
Oh, I don't like this. I'm nervous. I'm concerned. Nope. Turn it off. 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 Make it go away. Nope.
Oh no. We're all scared. You have that on cue?
I do not like clowns. I do not like clowns. I do not like clowns. One of the first movies that I was like traumatized with was Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Nice.
I
was
used
like a
that for
kid.
the Wizards of the Coast thing, where they were saying like people will be using this for like you know, what do you call it? You know, they were saying like we need a morality clause so bad people don't use this, and
Yeah.
people are going to be using it for various bad purposes. I was like, and that's the scary cloud.
Yeah. People are asking for a morality swoop. Oh God.
A palate cleanser.
Oh no, that's terrible.
You don't like the
That's
scary
terrible.
clown?
I hate clowns. I hate clowns. I need a minute. I need wine. I don't like clowns. Give me.
Wow.
I think we broke Rob.
You broke him.
Well, this has been fun. How you guys doing?
I didn't know I was going to break the wigs out tonight for late night law.
No, I didn't know I was going to go and get my dark ass sunglasses, but it's pretty fun for a while at least.
I will leave out the leave the scary clown open.
Yeah, don't be sure not to bring that to Hogue stream tomorrow.
Can you like put super chats on the screen, Uncle? We could read some super chats while he's gone. Help him out a little
That's
bit.
a good idea.
That is true. We should also. I don't think he's got this, but I think we should
What?
run this.
What do I need to run?
Is it?
Is my mic not on? Yeah. All right.
Oh, the spice must flow. It's 2 hours after. Yeah.
There we go.
I don't do clowns. I don't do Chucky dolls. I don't do dolls. I don't do that. I can't.
They just want to
Can't
be
do
your
it.
friend, Rob.
David,
We all float down here, Rob.
David, we're not going to do this.
They want to be
Not
your
gonna do
friends
this.
forever.
They want to be your friends forever.
Nope. Nope. I had a traumatic experience as a kid, and my sister, you know, the dolls, the eyes like are like weighted, right? Where like
Yeah.
the doll like flips up.
Yep.
So my mom asked me to go into my sister's room to go get a laundry basket, and I did. And my sister had all of my grandmother's old dolls, and she had them all over the place. This is like when we were kids. And I went into that damn room, and I pick up the laundry basket, and I guess the shifting in the weight. I pick up the laundry basket. I'm making eye contact with a doll whose eyes are closed. And when I pick the laundry basket, the eyes shoot open. And I was like, nope. Fuck that. Nope. I was so fast out of that house, and I couldn't watch Chucky. I can't do like doll.
So you've seen all the Annabelle movies then?
Nope. We're not going to talk about Annabelle. Annabelle's not a real thing, even though I know that there's a real doll. We're not going to talk about it.
How about like the Pinhead one?
Don't like that one either. Thank you. We're going to just keep going traumatic experience, huh?
So you don't do any like scary movies at all?
I can do like thriller scary. So I've always appreciated the Saw movies because they're not scary. They are
Violent.
but they're game. They're chess.
Yeah.
And there's not as much shock with those. When they brought that new fucking rendition out, it was, I will say I did watch it. It was so well done. And kudos, I hope people don't have different opinions than I do.
I liked it.
Ian's looking very like snarky.
I enjoyed both of them. I thought they were
Or Ian is planning like a gift he's sending me, and I'm scared for both. I'm scared for both concepts.
So I was running a game, like a role-playing game that was zombie focused, and I didn't realize that somebody in that group had a clown fear.
Uh-oh.
And so one of the things that they were doing was getting something that was at a kid's birthday party. And so they were upstairs when a bunch of the zombies came up from the basement and sort of treed them upstairs. And one of the things I noted was that that amongst them, was the kid's birthday clown. And this guy just freaked out and took.
Fuck that.
They'd found like a bandolier of grenades that I expected them to use over the course of the campaign. And the guy was just like, I pull all the pins and throw all the grenades. And I was like,
yes. Do not, Ian, can you stop? Because David is getting ideas.
No, I
David
wouldn't
is
do
like-
that. I wouldn't do that though. You don't hit people with things that would like if you
didn't
know that it's
know.
like kind of triggering. Yeah. See,
I didn't
Ian
know.
didn't know.
Like,
I can't fault
Luckily,
him.
likes to wear big floppy shoes.
Oh, God.
Honk honk.
I'd like
Black
to run
man
over.
shows up dressed as a clown.
I'd like to
Oh,
run
no.
over. Like, does anybody have anything that is a problem? Because we're playing a horror campaign, so like you can get weird stuff. One of the things I specifically canvassed was, would people have a problem with like child zombies? Because that could be an issue. But no, it was the birthday clown that just set this guy off, and he was like, everything must die. So he threw like 8 grenades at the kid's birthday party.
Sometimes it's all it takes.
Laura, you have no idea. Lauren, you have no idea how much I wish I could play like actual like music that you all know in the background. That would be fantastic.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good way to.
We
have the
can't.
channel not
Thank you
exist.
very much for the super chat and the suggestion. It's not something we haven't thought of. Every person, every creator on the screen right here would love to do that. This channel would get nuked
Yeah.
because I can't consciously do that on a live stream because that is very copywritten material and I get into a lot of trouble. I will say it was phenomenally produced. Have you seen the audition tape for the Periwinkle the Clown, the guy who plays him? Not Periwinkle. What's his name?
Bill Skarsgård. Pennywise.
Pennywise.
Yeah.
Have you seen the audition tape?
He does the eye thing.
Oh my word. There have been casting decisions, and then there was that. And that casting decision was like the best casting decision I think I've ever seen made in movies. Because he was the creepiest, but most perfect character for Pennywise.
He was like super well cast, and then like now he does like horror movies and he plays good villains like because of that.
It's
Like
the
he was
smile.
He was the bad guy in John Wick, in the new John Wick 4.
I haven't
was
seen
the-
that yet.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Oh, you got to see it. It's
No
so
spoilers.
good.
It's really
Um,
good.
Rob, also without spoilers, you've got to not play the new what do you call it? Dead Island game.
Okay. Are there clowns?
There is a clown.
Nope.
It's a murder clown zombie.
Nope. That's a
Yeah,
whole
it,
lot of hell no.
I'm just gonna say you're not gonna like that part.
Nope. I can't do. I just can't do the clowns. I can do spiders. Like realistically, I joke about being afraid. I'm not afraid of spiders. I can do spiders. I can do scorpions. I can do rattlesnakes. I can do snakes. I can do any number of things.
So you
So
can
if
do
I
spiders.
sent you a
Fucking
if I
clowns.
sent you a
Spider
figure of
clowns.
if I sent you a figure of Saint Dionysus, would you consider that an insult or a blessing?
Blessing.
So genuine question.
Yeah.
Witches. Like
Okay.
old witches, where do you stand on those, Rob?
How old? Because old witches aren't actually
Like the creepy, like when I say old creepy witch, like whatever comes to your mind, like Wicked Witch of the West, but
I'm
like
fine.
but like probably a little further in the creepy zone.
Here, I got one.
Like the witch in Hansel Gretel.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, like the creepy grandma who like roasts kids. Yeah,
All right, because
I can deal with that. That's a concept that doesn't creep me out as much as the fucking clowns.
Okay, no clowns.
What about regular clowns?
I can do regular clowns. Why?
Oh, just because you were very specific about the type of clown.
It's honestly it's Pennywise. It's like Pennywise. It's Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I know it is the dumbest horror movie of all time. I understand conceptually it makes zero sense and it is so stupid. But when you're a kid and you're watching 7-foot clowns take humans, cocoon them, and harvest like their insides, and like, yeah, it can do things to you as a kid. So, yeah.
Who's that clown from the opera? Agla. What's his name from the Italian opera with the clowns? Paga. You know what I mean? Without me looking it up.
Yeah, like that kind of
Witches.
witch, though.
I could do that.
Yeah.
You like that clown from that Italian opera?
What's the clown for the Italian opera? Italian opera
I have to
clown.
look it
Let me
up.
look
Hold
this up.
on.
Italian.
Yeah, Pagli or
can't be hard.
Pagli something. Pagli.
Oh, it looks like chat got it.
Pagliacci.
Pagliacci. Okay, I was close.
I
quite
can do
remember.
Pagliacci. That's fine.
Okay.
I can do that like scary witch. I just can't do. I don't know why, man. It's
It's a trauma.
it
with
is
a trauma response.
It is weird. Kids are freaking weird when they learn these things.
It's funny. I watched I don't remember the name of the movie, but it was a stupid movie. I watched it and it gave me nightmares for like 3 months. And then I ended up watching it again later and I was like, that movie was idiotic.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a good one. Donnie Darko. That's a creepy. Frank
I
the
haven't
Bunny.
actually watched that one.
All right, so like I'm a Donnie Darko defender, but then there's like a lot of haters out there. But the movie's really it's a really fascinating movie. And the release of it is also really fascinating because it actually had to get pulled from theaters because of when it was released and what happens in the film.
Oh, I heard this story.
Yeah.
Go on, David. Sorry.
There's like, so the movie was released in 2001 and the opening act of the film is about a plane crash and it was released, I think in October and it got pulled from theaters. Or no, it might have been released just before it. But yeah,
they
a lot
released
of
it.
interesting things with that movie. Yeah.
So the premiere was January 19, 2001. And then they followed it with a release on October 26th of 2001. But the advertising was limited. So basically all advertisers pulled out. They backed off. And then it got crushed in the initial run. And it looks like they re-released itself in like 2004. They re-released it. They re-released the movie.
It was good. It was interesting. Like the creepiness in that got me for quite a long time. One of the characters there.
See, this movie is one of my favorite of all time. 7.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Awesome movie. Morgan Freeman, Brad Pitt, fantastic movie, great script, great
Have
dialogue.
you seen the cross of that and the Saturday Night Live skit?
No.
I haven't seen 7 and I've forgotten it. I need to
It's
rewatch
such
it.
a good
you
movie.
cut a hole in the box.
It's such a no.
Oh yeah.
But it's such a good movie. I wish there and this is something that's kind of funny. Like you have AI coming to fruition, and AI has been around for what, 6 months? That ChatGPT?
Basically. Yeah.
And you have the writer's strike.
We're gonna have a full Hollywood movie created by AI within a couple of years.
You will, because the writer's strike right now, and with AI, and you have
some of the stuff I'm able to do with Midjourney is just insanely good.
Midjourney went from 0 to 100 since like.
Well, that image I pulled up was straight up from Midjourney, and
I know.
Like it went from being unable to do fingers and ridiculously bad to just like, I actually feel like now hiring an artist for a lot of the stuff I want to do is the worst choice.
Yeah, I've been using Midjourney for my thumbnails since version 4
But
was
so-
brand new. And
so here's-
I've been using it for my thumbnails for 6 months, and I've been happy with the results I've been getting.
I know, and I get that. So I want to answer this question. How scary is 7? 7 is thriller. It is not horror. 7 is like psychological thriller. There are
there's
some
horror parts
moments.
of it.
There are some moments. But
There's definitely parts of it that I would not recommend for people to watch if they are
that's true.
people with
If
a
you-
strong
if you-
imagination. I would
That's
say.
true. Same with The Bone Collector. That was another favorite of mine.
That one I haven't seen.
Denzel Washington. Oh my gosh, you haven't seen that?
No.
Denzel Washington, Angelina Jolie, Bone Collector. Fantastic movie.
I feel
I
like
love
we
that
need
one.
to do like a watch party or several.
Yes.
Have you still not seen Firefly?
No, I saw it. I watched the whole series.
Okay. What'd you think?
Very Star Wars
Very
meets
guarded.
Texas.
It's a Western, right?
It's Star Wars meets Texas.
Yeah.
Like it's like if they filmed Star Wars in Texas and had a very low budget and yeah,
That's exactly
it's a space Western is what it comes down
it
to.
is. It's a space Western. But it's good. The character development's great. I love the characters. I love the story. But I watched the whole season. You're
Oh, I
supposed to
wish-
say I'm proud of you for watching the whole season.
I am proud of you. I wish there was a second one, but unfortunately no second season.
Yeah. I love it.
Although
It's
I say
great.
unfortunately, I gotta say Joss Whedon has this real habit in his work, and I'm gonna piss off the chat. Joss Whedon has this habit of what's the meme? Today's episode is the writer's barely disguised fetish.
Yeah.
And pretty quickly the stuff he does kind of goes to like Joss Whedon, you should be writing this with both hands on the keyboard and not just one hand.
I can see that because Firefly has a lot of jokes in there that are, let's just put it this way, you couldn't write it. There's no way you get someone to back that today. Like with the jokes that are in there, no way.
Well, he's got a real thing for like strong woman taken down, and it's a regular theme in his stuff. So yeah, it gets uncomfortable.
I
watching some of
remember
the stuff in hindsight.
When Joss Whedon was at the top of his game in 2012 when he got Avengers, and everybody was like wearing T-shirts that said "In Joss We Trust," and then 10 years later, look where we are.
Yeah, not a lot of those shirts around now.
Yeah, called it then.
So, I mean, I'm curious. I know that Midjourney and AI does great for images right now, but the writers, well,
For
Okay.
video,
this
it's
way.
pretty awful. Like videos stuff that's been done with AI right now is pretty awful. Some of the real AI proponents have put out like videos going, look how amazing AI is, and it's nightmare fuel. There's one that's like a beer commercial, and it's real terrifying. But
Getting
no, I
good
mean for
fast.
images, it's fantastic.
was that correct?
Copywriting.
It's just like, no, it's getting good really fast.
It is,
The
yeah.
technology is getting good really fast.
I
And
mean, tell
don't
me,
know- I don't know who said it recently, but they said they thought that what is sort of happening now with like all this stuff with like Midjourney and ChatGPT and fake voice and fake audio and fake video, like all this happening sort of at the same time. They said basically they thought it was the first sparks of artificial general intelligence, which I thought was a pretty reasonable observation.
Interesting.
Like all this stuff is happening in all these domains at the first time, and this is like the first spark of AGI. I'm like,
Could be.
yeah, it's not an unreasonable way of looking at it.
I mean, I don't know that it's actually an intelligence, but it's a situation where it's gonna start ruining a lot of people's lives because we're getting to the
Yes.
point where there's a lot of people whose careers are potentially under threat.
There was a comment here. I missed it. It's gone. Somebody said it's not good for writing scripts. So So as it stands right now, you can't say write me a script and then go into production based on that script. But you can use this tool to come up with so many ideas and outlines and so many concepts in seconds. I look, just as to bring this home, I am actually using ChatGPT to help me with Lawyers and Dragons 2. Like that's
I
mean, it's like, why wouldn't you? Because the ideas that you can come up with through this, and then so if it'll give you A and B, and you got C, or it'll give you A and
you have
C.
to connect the dots. Like it gives you the pieces.
Right.
You just have to, like you can't let it craft the narrative. You have to craft the narrative. You have to bring the soul, the heart to what you're trying to produce. But there's a disconnect between what you feel and think and how you express that. And this is a tool to help you get from this is how I feel and think. How do I express this? And that is a great product to help you do that. Because what it does is take an amalgamation of different people who have been in that position and helps express these things verbally or through visuals. This is creepy as fuck.
I mean, I just told it to give me the world's cutest picture.
Really? I think it's going to murder. I think all those things are about to murder me.
They're cute cats. What's
the matter, Rob? You don't like the cute cats?
Somebody in the chat did a
go in the bag.
Oh, come on, this is my cousins. These are all of my cousins. You have problem with my family?
I'm sorry, we got to talk about who Daddy was doing the diddly with. Like this.
Wait, what?
These are the cousins. Like those are the cousins. Those are the cousins.
Listen. Okay, all right. Listen, all of them are adopted. Okay,
they're all adopted. Every single one of them.
That's right. I am the one that is, of the
Rob,
blood
have
family.
you ever used the phrase "who Daddy was doing the diddly with" in family court?
No, I've never done that, or with cats. David, now that you're here, I have to settle a dispute.
Uh-oh.
So my hardy cat is 7.
Yes.
7.
Yeah.
Ian's is 6.
Mm-hmm.
Do you love Ian more than me?
I didn't ship those.
The answer is
That
yes.
Is the biggest lawyer bullshit response I've ever heard in my
But
life.
it's true.
The answer is yes.
So everything went to my business partner in Albany, and that's where we shipped everything from. So
And the business partner in Albany apparently loves me more than you, Rob.
that also means that very likely Rick would have gotten 4 and Alita would have gotten 5. Because we have 1, 2, 3. So you guys are pretty close. And he doesn't know who you guys are, so he would have just been bagging and tagging based on the information I provided.
Okay. I think Ghostblade's going to steal Gimlet's Hardy this year.
I think Ghostblade is going to end up turned inside out, and then
That was violent.
that's what magic is for.
Side note, I haven't gotten to a single story I needed to cover tonight.
You got to
There were
look at
stories?
some of the old spells, like the stuff out of this book, because they had some weird stuff. This is the wrong volume, but Deliquesce was a spell.
What is that?
It basically means liquefy.
Yikes.
Yeah,
No, that was back when Avengers was making funny content. What was the what am I thinking of? Thor Ragnarok?
Yeah, that one was okay.
That was pretty good.
It was good as a movie on its own, but within Thor's arc up to that point, it kind of
That's true.
it
was a
disregarded it.
deviation.
Yeah, it deviated way too far, and then they didn't course correct. They just doubled down.
there's way too many movies where there's just somebody has gained character development and we're just going to ignore it because the next movie finds it inconvenient and wants to do the same character development again. See the second of the more recent Star Wars movies where first movie, Finn is developed. He's on the cause. He's a
Oh,
He's
and
gonna
the
be on
second
that.
he's a
And the second he's like, I'm getting
running.
me into an escape pod, and it's like, where, what is this about?
and then there's like
those
the one
movies
he
were
just
so
he just
bad.
he literally loses all of his own self-discipline and own self, and he becomes a proxy for Ray. Like he is
Oh, I
Ray's
mean,
like
the movies were real bad and real awkward that they're like, we've got a black character, notwithstanding that they also previously did, but they were going like, hey, and then he proceeds to fail at everything he does for 3 movies.
You mean the black
Was so
character that they
awful.
removed from the Asian posters or shrunk on the Asian posters?
Ooh.
Yeah.
We can't talk about
Uncomfortable
that.
truths now.
That part. I didn't see that
Uncomfortable
part.
We're not ready
truths.
for that
Really?
conversation. Yeah. Look it up. Force Awakens Asian poster, and then compare it to the Force
No.
Awakens US poster. I swear.
Yeah, it's real bad.
Wow.
Yeah. On the US version, he's the focal point because he's the focal point of the movie, and in the Asian markets, they shrunk him.
Disney, go F yourself. Really?
And this was
Wow.
2015, 2014.
Oh, this is
so-
was this pre-acquisition?
No, this was of Lucasfilm?
Post-acquisition.
Oh, definitely post. Yeah, this was the sequel films.
Wow.
This was 100% Disney. George Lucas had nothing to do with it.
nasty.
Yeah,
Well,
it was real awkward.
and you know what?
China's just generally weird about that kind of stuff, and the way that U.S. curtails its movies for the Chinese market, just generally speaking, is a little bit disturbing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I agree with this concept. Finn was set up to be this awesome character. Finn had a amazing potential, and they just
And like they have a moment where they're like, here he is with a lightsaber. He's going to do something badass. And the badass thing he does is gets thrown into a tree and passes out.
no.
Yeah, this is real.
Are you effing kidding me?
And it's funny how in like the North American market, they're like, look, we've got a black character in the sort of inner core group. And then like, yeah, they're just, it's, they're trying to play it both ways and it's real freaking awkward.
Yup.
So if you ever think a corporation shares your values, they don't. They just find you convenient briefly.
That is
Yeah.
horrible. Like
As
that's
Anheuser-Busch is currently learning.
wait, why did Chewie
I mean,
get
I don't have a
shamed?
problem with the Bush campaign. It's just like, okay, whatever. They're marketing to every group that exists. Fine. That's how that goes.
So Chewie got completely nixed, and Finn got moved down to like a place where he doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that's right. Chat says there's the Black Panther one too. Yeah, they did do that for
Wait,
Black Panther.
what's the Black Panther?
What did they
we
do with
have?
Black Panther?
Yeah, on the Asian poster, he's wearing the mask, and it's the same picture. I'll find it.
Are you
They covered his
kidding me?
face. Yeah. Movie poster, China.
So in the Chinese version, they have BB-8 that takes the place of like several characters. So literally in the Chinese poster, you have only the main stars like Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Ray. No, that looks so.
Yep.
That's not even what the mask looks like when he's actually has it on and looking at. Like
It's a
No,
it's
that's
a
just like-
Photoshop.
that's a Photoshop.
It's a bad Photoshop.
It's the worst. Like this is they gave that to an intern. Like that's the level of Photoshop. I could do better Photoshop.
That's Disney for you.
I mean, I could actually find a mask still from the video.
And it's better
And-
than that. It's
and it's
definitely
better
better
than
than that.
Also, I
Yup.
need to get people together for a D&D one shot. Or I might run it in Worlds Without Number. But here's the idea I've been wanting to run. So basically, a group of adventurers has been hired by a law firm to serve a document. on the big bad end guy. So you don't have to kill the big bad end guy. You just have to
Serve
get
him.
to the big bad end guy and let him know he's being divorced.
Oh no.
Does the big bad end guy have like powers?
Oh yeah. It'll be an adventure to serve papers on the big bad end guy.
That's danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
I think it'll be funny.
I think it will be funny.
I just I'm honestly still uncomfortable from the posters, like reconciling that. I'm still processing that.
That China's racist?
No, I knew that part. I just didn't know it was that like out there. Does that make sense at all? I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's out there. You just gotta be looking for it,
Okay.
or not. 'cause
So-
it's right in front of us.
I mean, we just ignore it. So I need to get to some legal content. We just have to.
Yes, that's fair.
3 hours in. 3 hours in. I have 2 stories to cover. You guys can stay on, jump off. It's up to you entirely. But I got to get to Ed Sheeran.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
I'm definitely staying for Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran. David, you sticking around?
for as long as I can.
You got it. Okay. So Ed Sheeran had a
Also,
lawsuit.
the chat is insisting that I interrupt you.
Of course. I freaking knew it. Thank you, chat. And thank you, chat, for the reminder. And thank you, Ian, that I gave you control to be able to do that. You might as well do it one more time.
Oh, now I got to pull it up again.
There you go. It's not that hard. So Ed Sheeran had a lawsuit in New York because he was sued. What was it? Is this the right one? This is the right one. Yeah. So Ed Sheeran was sued for essentially stealing, or arguably stealing. That was the allegation. Marvin Gaye's classic, Let's Get It On.
Mm-hmm.
Ed Sheeran famously, during this trial, gave the jury, which, God, if you ever have to sit through jury selection process and this is the trial you get selected for, this is the one you wanted. Ed Sheeran had his guitar and brought it on the stand and played his chord progression and how he thinks through a song. He gave the jury a music lesson, like how he develops songs, like for half a day.
And he's done that.
The jury got an Ed Sheeran concert, like right there.
I feel like Ed Sheeran would be a fun guy to just hang out with.
I do too. Have you seen the video of him surprising Taylor Swift on stage?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. He shows up like and starts dancing with the background dancers. And she has no idea it's him. And he starts dancing close to her and she realizes it's him and tries to maintain her composure. It's awesome. Look it up. Awesome YouTube clip. Look it up. Great. So the music world turned eyes to a federal courthouse in Manhattan over the last 2 weeks where Ed Sheeran defended himself against an accusation that his 2014 hit, Thinking Out Loud, was copied from Marvin Gaye's classic, Let's Get It On. I cannot play either of those songs without getting a copyright hit. So I am sorry. You will really have to imagine them in your head. On Thursday, Sheeran emerged victorious with a jury finding that he and his co-writer, Amy Waj, had created their song independently. So scenes from inside the courtroom and takeaways from the case. I like this. It's an amalgamation of different things. So New York Times, good for you for collecting other people's work and then spitting out as your own. Congrats. An opinion piece in the Washington Post called the lawsuit a threat to Western civilization. My word. Shocker. Sheeran's lawyers were less hyperbolic, but still argued that a loss would have a devastating impact on songwriters by privatizing parts of the public domain. There are only so many chords that can go into a song. There are only so many things that you can do to music to create new music. Like there's a YouTube video, the 4 chords. You ever
Yeah,
heard this?
Axe,
Yep.
Axe is awesome. 4-chord song, great. Yeah, it's great.
Fantastic. And it's like the same four chords appear.
He wants to watch you. Woo-hoo. Wants to leave me.
Exactly.
Woo-hoo.
Like every pop song, yeah. Same
Yep.
chord.
Yeah. Okay.
The
The
same four chords repeat themselves across all famous music.
I love the project also to like iteratively play various chords and then just be like, these are all public domain. Like we went through all the possible like musical chord combinations and we declare these to be public domain.
So Sheeran's win means that music's wider legal landscape remains largely undisturbed. After the shock of the Blurred Lines verdict in 2015, in which
That was a
Robin
bullshit
Thicke and
verdict.
Pharrell Williams,
That was a bullshit verdict.
$5 million.
Oh, I got a
So
rant about that one, about blurred lines.
So let me finish the sentence, and then you can go off.
Okay.
Were ordered to pay more than $5 million to Gaye's family. Again, Marvin Gaye's family is really protective over everything they believe conceptually stemmed from their music. A case that many experts felt was wrongly decided, including at least two people on the stream. A case
Including
that
me,
many,
who like to consider himself an IP expert, considers it wrong.
Led Zeppelin prevailed in a suit involving Stairway to Heaven, blah, 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 more issue position. Sound off on the Blurred Lines. Give the audience TLDR.
So blurred lines got a lot of flack for being, as was described, rapey was the line that people used, and it's not. And I will rant about this because the line people got really upset was the "I know you want it," and they went, "Oh, that's really what." And the thing is when you actually read the lyrics, he basically says, "Hey, I know you want it, so you're going to have to indicate that and request specifically that something will happen, because otherwise it's not going to." It's like, it basically says, "I know you want it, but nothing is going to happen unless you give specific direct consent." It is the opposite of that.
It also might have technically been Robin Thicke's conduct on set, which I heard was...
That is fair. Robin Thicke might be a jerk. I'm just looking at the lyrics.
I know the lyrics are one thing. Robin Thicke as a character apparently was a little more touchy-feely with his companion on screen than a lot of people were led to believe. But
yeah, and I'm not saying
copyright,
he's a decent
but that's
person or
the
anything like
it's
that.
the copyright argument.
Ribajowski in that, she's fantastically attractive. So
Yeah, but Kurt, you said that that was wrongly decided. Do you remember that case?
Well, the issue was on the legal issue, on the copyright issue. The Court of Appeals in the Ninth Circuit talked about how Robin Thicke used the Marvin Gaye song as like an inspirational song because because Robin Thicke had mentioned it like in the liner notes, or he had mentioned it in an interview, like that's one of his influences, his creative influences. And it said, well, because it was an influence's work, it was copyright infringement. That's just some bullshit. Because every artist is influenced by every other artist. Because that's just in the nature of the thing. We all are looking at what other people are doing, and we're all influenced by what other people are doing. So basically him acknowledging, oh, this is an inspiration of mine, was used by a Ninth Circuit. There was no copyright infringement. It was a bullshit legal verdict. The rationale for the Ninth Circuit was bullshit.
I'm influenced by a bunch of other YouTube channels, like amongst other things, watching Leonard French helped make me think, what, maybe I could do this. Maybe
Leonard French is OG, man. He's older than us all. He's the one who inspired us all. So Leonard French can sue us all for infringement, I guess, because we're all doing the same thing he came up with. I'm even worse because I was on his show with him. He helped me get my start. So, man, I guess that means he really can sue me.
Oh man, I would love to be on a stream with Leonard at some point. I was like, hey, I've actually appeared. He was talking about the Meads and Meads case at one point, and I was like, I've appeared in front of Justice Rook. Tap me in. And it just scheduling shit is the long and short of how that goes. Scheduling is the death of all projects.
Well, then, like, speak specifically to lawyers. Lawyers, we steal each other's stuff.
Oh, we plagiarize the
Literally.
shit out of each other.
All the
I've
time.
said it before. I've said it before on stream a couple times. Plagiarism isn't a sin in our profession. It's a pastime.
It's
We
encouraged.
openly and blatantly rip each other off in our pleadings and our briefs. Because hell, if it worked before, well, geez, I'll just use it again. We rip each other off like crazy, man. If we tried to copyright each other, holy shit, dude.
Well,
For
the thing
example-
is I have actually emailed lawyers to be like, hey, you argued this case on this issue. Can you send me your written submissions? And they were like, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because that's what leads to the advancement of the practice is taking something that was developed, that was great, and then adding your 2 cents to that.
And even like within LawTube or something, it's like, oh, hey, somebody's covering this case and it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it, right? Like Paltrow, it's like you can see this progression of people getting interested in it, and that's perfectly okay, right?
Yeah,
That's
like-
there's
like-
no
Well,
there's
today-
no problem with that.
Oh, dears.
Today, I had opposing counsel in a case that I have right now. They issued a subpoena to a doctor for my client, asking for medical records. And when I tell you that, like when you ask for medical records in a subpoena, the comprehensive language that you use is like anything that's written to pen to paper, typewritten, etc. Blah blah blah. You go for like a full 2 paragraphs describing all the documents you're asking for. And this subpoena from opposing counsel was so comprehensive that I was like, oh, I'm stealing that. And I told her directly to her face, I said, I'm stealing this. And she said, good, I stole it from somebody else. It was,
Of course you did.
Yeah. That's how it works.
I've straight up heard from a judge basically saying writing a completely original document
Yeah.
that is probably malpractice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marvin.
That straight up came from a judge saying like, hey, if you do something completely original, it's probably negligent as a lawyer. Yeah. And I was like, that's good, because I'm pretty sure I never have. You copy whatever makes sense. And I mean, maybe not word for word, but the ideas, like the argument, you certainly are going to use.
Yeah. There, Lita, the hair is being messed up, so it's just above your super chat. There. Congrats.
Lita, I think, is the one that got me the skull.
Yes, she did. She wants you to show it. There it is. For the kids, take out your brain so I can show you what part is misbehaving with that story. Which one? Because I think multiple. Yeah, David. Someone sent Ian a brain.
Yeah.
So
cool.
The best part is that the brain disassembles, so you can pull out.
It is raining here heavy. It is raining here tonight in Austin. I'll tell you what, man, we've had bad thunderstorms like every weekend for the last 4 weekends, and it is raining right now outside my window.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
Is it
gosh.
raining or anything in particular?
No, Ian, stop. Bad Ian. Bad Ian. It's raining, man. Hallelujah, it's raining. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even have to say it. I just queued Rob up.
Because you just stuck it in my head. Damn it.
Is that the brain's brain, like Kelly said?
I figure it might be.
Ian has to sing forbidden music. Ian can sing all the things. Okay, so moving on. The Let's Get It On side faced a difficult burden. As Sharon's lawyer said repeatedly, what the singer was accused of copying included a stock chord progression. Like I said, it's a fucking chord progression. And a syncopated rhythmic pattern. Those elements are so generic that the judge in the case stipulated they were not protected by copyright. So that sets up a major hurdle for the challenger. Mm-hmm. If you're saying the chord progression, and the pattern itself, now you have to say that everything beyond that was plagiarized, basically. The plaintiffs need to prove that the combination of those elements, their selection and arrangement, was original enough to warrant protection. See, this case was a loser, and honestly, so Sheeran was rather public about it.
This case is why costs need to be a thing. Like,
Yeah.
And
you brought this case, you get to pay for it.
yeah, and Sheeran was public about this, and I want to see here. So he attended everyday testimony, and that's pretty cool. And on the stand, he could be charming, demonstrating his songwriting with a guitar. Recounted defamation as a 17-year-old aspiring musician to play every open mic night in London, and said he writes as many as 8 or 9 songs a day. I don't doubt it.
Every
Sheeran,
open mic night in London?
as
Jeez.
17-year-old, I imagine he played every chance he could.
I mean, the thing is a lot of people don't have that level of dedication. And I mean, when you get into like how people succeed at things, you run into 2 stories. One is I got stupid lucky, and the other one is I put in insane amounts of work, and it's clear he's the insane amount of work kind of guy then.
I mean, yeah. So, but then Sheeran was also belligerent on the stand, or belligerent in court, rather. Belligerent angry. He attacked the testimony of Alexander Stewart, a musicologist. Now, this was the first case that I learned there were such things as musicologists. So he attacked him as a criminal. Under cross-examination, he interrupted Patrick R. Frank, a lawyer for the plaintiffs, so Marvin Gaye's attorneys, who was questioning Sheeran's testimony about the chords he played, challenging him, do you believe this?
I'm just imagining this moment.
Like the little redheaded Ed Sheeran, who's he's not a tall or big or imposing figure. Just imagine him like the attorneys out there. He's like, do you believe this? Like, do you believe this? Like, yeah.
I'm
So
just
the
thinking
music-
of a trial I had where my client called a teenager as a witness. And, so I did the examination, and then the Crown got up to cross-examine, and the Crown is like trying to feed this other story. And the person's like, and he's like, so what do you think of that? And the witness says, I think it's stupid bullshit.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor's like, what? Because they
That's-
didn't expect like 15-year-olds.
That's a perfect segue. And the next question I have for David, actually. So a key part of any music copyright trial is the testimony of musicologists. Again, I did not know this profession existed. Hired as expert witnesses for each side who present dry, abstract analyses of the music. Battle of the experts. At the Sheeran trial, the 2 experts also seemed to take every opportunity to put each other down. Stewart, a professor at the University of Vermont, portrayed his counterpart, Lawrence Ferrara, of New York University, as struggling to find persuasive prior art, citations from music history that would undermine the originality of Let's Get It On. Ferrara fired back. He dismissed Stewart's estimate that 70% of thinking out loud had been taken from Let's Get It On as ridiculous
That sounds like some bullshit.
and outlandish.
That sounds like some bullshit.
70%. So my question for David, you are a gamer, correct?
I would say that, sure.
Would you say that you're a gameologist?
No, because that sounds awful.
I'm a gameologist.
Okay, Ian could be a gameologist. I wouldn't.
You can be a gameologist.
I don't even like saying I'm a content creator. Like that. That sounds icky to me.
Oh,
I
the
know.
one I
It-
hate is
it feels weird.
influencer.
Yeah.
Oh,
that one
that's
sucks.
disgusting too.
That's
That
like,
was-
oh
that was-
God, no.
But
God, no.
if you were a gameologist, because here's the thing, I have heard Ian have certain debates with Rick, and right now I'm very curious as to whether either of you would have a perspective that might be opposing to the other and might accuse the other person of being, I don't know, idiotic in their interpretation of the merits of a certain game.
I don't think I'm thinking idiotic, but I think the game is bad.
Oh, yes, I knew it.
That said, you know what? I don't have anything bad to say. I'm not going to name. So if you know which game I'm talking about, I'm just gonna say
This is the one where you just clicking things, then just clicking on icons.
the people
Wait.
behind it
What
are
game?
amazing freaking people. So I'll tell this story. It's
This is the found footage reconstruction detective thing.
yeah. I guess I will name the game just because, I recommend buying the game, even though I didn't like it. You might like it, but it's I'm trying to remember the name of it now.
Yeah, I don't even
Hogs-
remember the name of it. I know which game it is. I just don't remember it.
It was Hoag's pick for Game of the Year.
Yeah,
Somebody's gonna remember it. Immortality.
that's it.
Yep.
Immortality.
That's it.
I didn't like Immortality, but I like the people behind Immortality, and I'll tell you why.
No. The answer you're giving has nothing to do with game development. It has to do with the people behind it.
Yes,
this
but
is
I'm
not.
still gonna.
This is not
I'm
a fair
sorry,
critique.
I got to tell the story because I
Oh.
made a pledge that I would not bash the game without providing this context. So, basically, when Rick had his stroke, I reached out to the people behind Immortality because I was like, hey, I know he loves the game. I'm going to try to cheer him up because I know it's a dark time. So I reached out and I was like, hey, is there anything you could do for him? And you know what I thought that they might do? And I say might with like a long shot thing. I thought they might do something like send him a signed postcard or like signed poster or something. What they did was recorded a very personal greeting.
I didn't know this. They really?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Like-
yeah.
The stars of the game
What?
recorded a very personal, very heartfelt message to him. And I was able to send that along. And it's just for him. Like that's
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
So
Well, I didn't know
that
at
was
all.
just absolutely amazing. And there's just it really took the wind out of my sails on terms of criticizing that game because like it was clearly made by some of the best people that you can find.
Wow.
Now, I 1000% do not disagree with your interpretation of the moral character or the good nature of the people that created the game. However, Kurt, can I get a ruling on whether any of that was relevant to my prior question of the merits of the game and whether the game itself? Thank you, Kurt. Kurt gives the subtle shake. Objection sustained.
Non-responsive.
Non-responsive. Exactly. That's what I mean, though. But the thing is, I'm not accusing the game makers. It's not that. It's
I don't like the game.
There's musicologists and gameologists, and they make their money in interpreting the merits of music and games. And to say that 70% of Let's Get It On was of Thinking Out Loud was from that song.
Well, isn't that even if it was gently inflated, like they couldn't say 40% because then they wouldn't have a strong enough case, no?
Yeah. So
they
Well, no,
have
it
to
doesn't
come in
necessarily
and
have
say-
to. It doesn't necessarily have to be any magical percentage, particularly if you're talking about like what's considered like the heart of the work. So in copyright analysis, you're looking to the amount of the work taken. But if you have the heart of the work, it doesn't need to be much work. So things get complicated, and even then, that's only one of 4 factors in the fair use analysis. Because you can take the entirety of the work and still be fair use.
I mean, I've done some things that are the entirety of the work and that are obviously fair use.
Kurt, do you
Like,
recall
for
the 4
example-
factors off the top of your head?
Okay. It's commercial purposes, whether it's commercial, non-commercial is one. The amount of the work is a second one. Its transformative nature is the first factor. And what is the fourth factor?
Distinguishability? Is it recognition?
No, it's substitution in the marketplace. Whether or not
Okay.
the work substitutes in the marketplace is the fourth factor.
And that's a huge factor when
So
you get
replacement.
yeah.
So basically competition.
Replacement fact. Yes, but whether it's a replacement for the original, not strictly competition, it gets a little more complicated. The dominant factor these days is transformation, which is
How much
a
you're
shift
doing to modify it.
Yeah, which is, for example, for Midjourney, because I've discussed this a little bit on my channel. during the mini streams. My view based on the case law right now is that what Midjourney is doing is fair use, because Midjourney is arguably taking the entirety of the original work and the entirety of millions of works, but the nature of what it's doing is so transformative that it is probably fair use in balance, in my humble estimation.
I had an IP lawyer who was arguing like this is such obvious copyright. And I was like, okay, I want to give you an example. Let's say an artist goes to a museum,
right,
and sketches in their own notebook a copy of every drawing that they see as best they can. And then they go home and they create a drawing that is an amalgamation from their mind of all the drawings that they saw at that museum. And he's like, I hate you. I was like, right?
That's
right.
and that's what that is. And for creators, it's both a scary place to be, but it's also an amazing place to be, because if you use it as a tool, and I see, David, you're nodding like you said, you're using this in your game creation.
Well, I mean, look, I do all the nerdy stuff on YouTube, but like I'm a marketer in real life with like clients all over the East Coast. So like we have to learn how to use these tools to keep up with the industry all as a standard. But on top of that, the availability to better oneself in a creative field, if you look at it through that lens, is there. And people don't want to see that. They just want to see they took our jobs, but it doesn't have to be like that. It really isn't. And that's not the intention.
I mean, let's be candid. The people who really need to be terrified about this are when they let these things unleashed, and the porn artists. And I will tell you that there's a lot of artists who are legit artists who make their money doing porn.
Well, can we maybe hypothetically just spitballing here, can we not let Friday Night Frenzy become like Porn Night Frenzy? Like just saying.
The thing is that it's a very profitable engine for a lot of artists.
I get it.
And they're freaking terrified.
Late night law has rules.
And we are
past
concerned.
The spicy point.
We are concerned that Sam Bankman-Fried has a laptop and a phone that does not let him access any websites of that nature, and poor him. But just a little bit limit. Just a little bit limit. Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the art market, like what you can actually sell. Because here's the thing, you can do a lovely oil painting and sell it for like $500. And there's people who will spend double that on naughty pics.
Sure.
Truffle Hound, nice one.
The generated content is definitely coming along, and it is really interesting. And I was talking about this on my channel on May 4th, because I was talking about this Wes Anderson trailer that someone put together. It was like this idea of like Star Wars if it was done by Wes Anderson with various characters.
I have seen
and
those.
reading
those
that.
Are so
and I'm like,
cool.
okay. So I'm like, this is layers upon layers of intellectual property law, because suddenly now we're talking about the character of Luke Skywalker, for example, the actor of Mark Hamill, which is distinct. Then we're talking about the words. Then we're talking about the music. Then we're talking about
words that vary from film to film.
Yeah.
Right. Then we're talking about the music. Then we're talking about the right of publicity and the right of the person, because suddenly you're putting words in their mouth. So that's like another issue. So I'm like, okay, you've got 5 or 6 IP issues, some of which is federal law, some of which is state law, stacked on top of each other. And it's like, go. And it's really interesting. And you bring into this idea of fan work or fan fiction. And I don't know if most, let's just say a lot of fan fiction is copyright infringement. And now you're doing this.
I'd say most.
Which is a fan fiction. And suddenly I'm in a weird position, like, I don't know anymore. It's like you've taken a lot of things where I thought like I knew the answer and put them into combination, and now suddenly I'm like, I don't know what the answer is anymore.
Isn't that cool?
It's
Kurt,
it's fat. It's cool? massively interesting.
I know
Like-
that's what I mean. Isn't that cool? So
It's pretty
So-
cool.
like Trials of the Century, right? Like the concept behind Trials of the Century is that there are turning points in society where society is taking advancements, whether down a moral path or down a question that has not yet been answered. And it always takes like this one trial or this one thing or this series of trials. And Supreme Court does this too, where they have a series of cases, boom, 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 boom. And they do it either in one term or two terms, right? And there's this massive question that needs to be answered. And the question is, how's the court going to rise to the occasion? And how are they going to address this complicated issue? And you covered this with the dog toy case, right?
Yep. Jack Daniels versus VIP.
Yeah. And you said I think you said the court was skeptical of some of the arguments being made about the application of pre-existing tests. So the court now has to create a new test. How the fuck are they going to create a new test with the world of IP that exists right now?
Yeah.
It seems like they're going to have to create it over a series of cases to keep expanding it and make it fit what the world is. But
Which makes it dangerous, does it not?
it does. It's wild. Law is always like 10 years behind the furthest advancement of culture.
That's which is very true. Law is 10 years behind.
It's intentional.
And that is really scary to me. And because I'm like seeing how fast this technology is moving in this AI space with Midjourney and everything else, I'm like, I don't know that the law can possibly deal with this.
But like,
because by the time you get an answer, the question will be irrelevant.
The video
This
and audio
image-
stuff is terrifying.
Yeah.
this image here is every single bit of it was generated with Midjourney.
Yeah.
Like the background image, Midjourney. All of those little portraits on the top and the ones on the side, Midjourney.
And that looks like it could have come out of a frame of the indie book manual somewhere or something.
I would have, like, if I wanted to hire artists to do
game.
this, it would have cost me easily $1,000.
Yeah.
More than that.
Like, and the thing is I was able to generate this. I turned on fast mode to generate this one. I was able to do it including placing them on this thing. I was able to do it in about half an hour.
Yeah.
There's no way I can find an artist to do this stuff in about half an hour.
It would take me
But
with this amount of work.
this is a great point, and I've been thinking about doing a video on this because this is what we're going to see. We're going to see scammers using AI to run their scam script.
Yep.
And the scam script can then automatically be tailored by feeding in the amount of money they got back from each round.
Yep.
And
it's like it's scary because the thing is the spam text messages you get, the emails that you get that are so obviously faked,
they're going to be less obvious.
They're going to be less obvious, and they're going to be very natural, and they're going to sound exactly like
you need
Amazon is emailing you.
You need to not think of the text scams. You need to think of phone calls, where this is going to get real scary. Because voice AI is getting really, really good.
Oh, it's
Really
scary.
And-
Have you heard the Joe Rogan stuff?
Oh yeah,
Well,
it's great.
President too.
But I mean, think about what you would do if your spouse called you and said in their own voice, with their own cadence, I need money. Right now,
So-
I'm in jail. I need money.
What I want to pull up is where was it? Because Joe, there's a clip, and
Someone did Fallout New Vegas, where Joe Rogan interviews various characters from the game Fallout New Vegas, like Mr. House and Caesar and stuff like that, and they wrote whole scripts for them, and it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds like really good.
what is wild is someone tagged this on Twitter, and I responded to it. Body language guy. What's his? Not Spidey.
There's so many of them.
I know. But he tagged it because he went on a deep dive this week on the AI stuff. Jesus Enrique Rosas. Yeah. Jesus Enrique Rosas. He went on this AI like deep dive this week and trying to like figure out how that might alter. I mean, to be honest, it's his profession. His profession is analyzing interviews, communications, interpersonal dialogue. Whether you believe it or not, this is his profession. This is his craft. This is what he does. And he posted a clip. I'm trying to find it real quick, but it was of the Joe Rogan show. And it was Joe Rogan doing an ad read. Oh, here we go. And let me see if I can pull this up. Share this screen. And what this freaked me out. It was, so this is Joe Rogan, who is
ingredientes.
Joe Rogan is not a Spanish speaker at all. And what is wild about this is that the cadence, the verbiage, the sound of his voice, listen to this. This is an ad read in Spanish, 100% AI generated.
Este episodio es presentado por Athletic Greens, la bebida nutricional diaria, todo en uno para mejorar la salud y alcanzar un rendimiento óptimo. Es un fantástico suplemento de superalimentos que es una mezcla patentada de 75 vitaminas, minerales e ingredientes derivados.
It's pretty good.
That's actually really good.
But there's, so we're looking at it through one lens, but here's the other lens. Rob, you do all of your content English exclusive, right?
Correct. And Mr. Beast does this too.
That's one of his strategies. Yeah. So now you're going to be able to put your content out in other languages to attract new viewers. And so that's a different business mindset to be coming at this with, but definitely coming. I'm with you with kind of preventative.
Francisca, it's creepier than that. It's creepier than that. It is gringo speaking Spanish. Listen to the subtle mispronunciation at the beginning where you hear like white dude speaking in a Spanish accent. Listen.
Este episodio es presentado por Athletic Greens. Did
you catch it?
Yeah.
Nope. No. I speak zero Spanish.
It is freaky. I watched that and I was going, oh, that's scary.
Where it's really going to be terrifying is trials. Because you know how many situations you're going to have of like, here's a voice recording of somebody threatening to kill me.
Yep.
And how do you know it's true now? It's wild.
Yep.
So anytime that someone says that, like, so it used to be you have to lay a foundation when you're introducing anything from a voice message or a phone call or a communication, and you ask the questions, how many times have you had communication with this person? Well, I've talked to them every day. So you would recognize their voice. Yes, I would. And how confident would you be in hearing that voice? 100%. Like Ian Runkle calling me, I know what his voice is. Kurt Mueller calling me, David calling me, I know what your voice is.
Interesting.
So if I play an audio tape for you, would you be able to recognize the voice on the other end of the tape? I believe so. How confident would you be? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Then they play said tape. Joe Rogan, in that clip, indistinguishable.
Yeah.
Indistinguishable.
I'm sure I'm going to see the case where somebody is charged and possibly convicted on the basis of a video that is entirely fictional. We're going to see it
as hell.
Yep. And where I think we're going to see it is in the domestic violence context.
Yep.
Like we're going to see a couple in a rough divorce. And one side is going to play a recording of the other. And it's going to say something like, I'm coming by your house and I'm going to gut you like a trout.
Yep. And you think I haven't thought of this? And my question is how do I beat it?
That's what I was going to ask. How do you beat something like that?
Right now,
no.
You can get experts who will pick it apart and can find little cues. Those will go away.
Yeah.
Like eventually that's just going to be the
well, you say you get experts who can pick it apart, but if you are thinking far enough ahead in your mind to not played as a perfect digital copy. You record it over a slightly dodgy analog phone
Yeah.
line or something,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
that you distort it a
Yep.
little bit. It's like, can you still find the
Yeah.
cues in a less than optimally recorded call?
This is what I'm scared about. When I saw this video, when I saw that clip, Ian, my mind went to where yours was, and I'm going,
I mean,
how do I fight it?
play it
So-
over some traffic noise, like somebody
Yeah.
in a
Oh,
car
God.
that's driving, and then tell me you're going to find an expert who can say, oh yeah, that's definitely, what you'll get is an expert saying, because of this, it's impossible to tell if it's, real or fake.
And Lindsay brings up a really good case here. This is something I saw the news on this one earlier. Kurt, I think this made one of your roundups, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
a mom used AI to fake the videos. Now, the only reason they caught it was essentially they had the mom's computer and the phone. It was from the phone.
Yeah.
They had to get the phone to catch it. Like,
And that's
this
the thing is it's tough, right?
There what I think might end up happening is you're going to have devices like Apple iPhones that they're going to start putting encryptions into audio files.
The problem is that is easy to strip out.
it is.
Yeah.
And it's easy. It's also easy to, like, there's only so many things you can do on that basis where it communicates through on an audio level.
Well,
Like, you're telling me, okay, we're going to put in like an audio watermark. It's like, cool. I'm going to play this through like a crappy tinny speaker.
then you won't be able to
That's
use something
right.
like that.
And
that's what we're looking at the next
I'll
wave
just
of
throw
the
I'll
internet.
just throw in a little white noise in
Yeah.
the background, to strip out all that. Should be easy
And-
enough to get rid of.
And Heather makes a great point with their super chat. How is AI going to? And I thought about this as well. I think evidence and evidence law. We are likely to, and the problem is that, as Kurt and I were discussing earlier, and as we mentioned earlier, the cases are usually about 10 years behind the science. So in about 10 years, you're going to see a case that's going to challenge the fundamental concept of foundation for audio evidence.
Yep.
And
I
that's
mean-
that's a sad and scary concept.
here's the other way I'd run it is if I was in the States where you guys video trials, I would take one of those. I'd take the judge, clip them, and feed that into one of the existing audio things.
Oh, that's not bad.
And then you're like, and get an expert to do it. So they feed it into that. You get the expert. And because you've got these judges who are like 97 years old. And
come on.
I mean,
Yeah,
you know it's a thing,
okay,
right?
that's fair,
Where you've
that's
got
fair.
judges. I've had judges literally tell me on this, from the bench, my assistant reads me my email because I don't know how to check it.
That's about right.
So, I mean, but if you can play the judge their own voice and the judge has got to hear that and it's like, I got a problem with this.
You have to scare them. Like, you have to
Yeah,
scare the jury.
exactly.
You have to
And I
scare the
mean-
jury.
You could play the judge their own voice saying something that the judge would never say.
Oh, or in front of a jury, you play the voice of opposing counsel. Like, and you say, did you remember hearing this argument, blah, 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 and you play it, and you're like, that's because you didn't. Like, but you couldn't do that. You can't do that. That's remarkably prejudicial. But
I don't think you could do opposing counsel. You might
You
be
could
able
do
to
yourself.
do the judge. You
could do yourself.
You couldn't do yourself because then they'd say, how do you know that we didn't just record this?
That's true. You could do the judge.
But you do the judge. And you have the judge say something that the judge would never say. I
That's
like
risky.
licking toads.
Ian,
I go to the desert and find some
Ian,
toads to lick them. To
I
get
am
by.
not playing to a jury, a judge saying I like licking toads. No. Especially if the AI gets it wrong and it becomes toes. We are not doing that. That is not where this is going. But like Heather, to your point, this is going to affect the rules of evidence, like on a foundational level.
Yeah, we're gonna. I mean, it may come down to really serious credibility questions as to who's had the opportunity to mess with the video.
So what if we take it? So like right now we have metadata, and there's ways to check on where it came from. What about blockchain? Because blockchain.
If you think blockchain is the solution to your problem,
no, I'm just asking a general question.
No, it's a good.
I think blockchain is
still early on.
David,
it's still very early on.
It's a good, David. It's a good question because encryption is one way that, and metadata, right? Metadata is one way that I can verify the validity of certain information. The problem is that 98% of trials, when you go forward, metadata isn't accessible. It's not something you get. You get PDFs or screenshots or like photocopies. You don't get metadata.
And the thing is that in a lot of circumstances, the metadata that you might get is entirely consistent. Let's say I've got a dispute with a business partner, right? I left one business thing and they owed me money and I walked away from it. Let's say I wasn't just like, okay, I'm going to walk away from this. Let's say I'm super pissed. I make a phone call to myself from a burner phone. So the metadata says burner phone calls. I play the recording into the burner phone. Yep. The metadata of that voicemail is going to be indistinguishable from the metadata from a real call made from a burner phone. Right. You just can't tell. There is no way to distinguish it.
Like this is the part that's creepy is you put it in the mind. Look, you give this to a panel of lawyers and you're like, how can this be manipulated?
We haven't even thought of things yet. We thought of things. We haven't thought of anything yet.
Right. Yeah, this is like shooting from the hip.
Too. And like the thing is about the blockchain's not going to be a solution because ultimately for blockchain gets you a stable thing for anything where you have millions of people using it. But if you have tens of people using it, then you can corrupt it because the blockchain is subject to a 50% plus one attack. And if a 50% plus one attack means 10 computers, then I can get that done this afternoon with no problem. And that's going to be the situation. If your blockchain is this picture I took on my phone or this voice recording on my, ultimately I have yet to see a solution like where people are like, oh, we'll use blockchain. I have yet to see an actual use case for it beyond cryptocurrency itself, which mostly has the use case of facilitating crime.
Right now, yeah.
Or rug pulls, like
yeah,
so like. But either way, let's wrap this story because we have created a terror that we cannot solve this evening.
Sorry, people. Good luck trying to sleep.
Delilah's doodles great now with a safe word prior to starting a phone conversation. Honestly, it's not this is scarier than clowns. Yeah, it kind of, and the safe word really isn't a bad idea. Like
my wife and I have one.
It's not a bad idea. It's like start a phone call with a certain phrase or a certain thing. We're inserted into a call. Like you guys have catchphrases you say to each other. It's not the worst idea in the world.
And I ain't saying it here.
Wonderful weather, but I always carry an umbrella.
That's a little bit like James Bondish, but I love it. Or Mr. Bean. Lauren Adams, I know it's a bit morbid. Consider AI effect on a case like the stock case or the Valo case. Also, thoughts on stock generally, as it's where I live, and I don't know what to think about the whole thing. Stock jury is deliberating right now. They're returning on Monday to continue deliberations. That trial.
I haven't been following it.
You should.
I think she's going down.
Yeah, I think she is too. And honestly, I felt like 9 different levels of discomfort watching her respond in person. I don't know that she's all there.
No.
I've got
But
like
There's enough
3
there to
day
go to
jobs.
jail, though.
Yeah. And then the Vallow case,
That's
I'm going to refer you to Danny on Direct.
Yeah.
Former member of the LDS Church who's breaking down the audio. The former member of the LDS Church factor there is exceedingly.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's exceedingly insightful. And that's why I've watched those breakdowns, because she gives me the little bit of like, this is LDS teaching, this is not. And I'm like, okay, now this makes sense, because otherwise I'm sitting here going, how am I supposed to read this? Because this sounds way weird to me.
Attorney Tom's here. Hello, Attorney Tom.
Hey, Tom. You tall, lanky, gorgeous individual. But yeah, so I would refer you to Danny on Direct on the Vallow case. But so wrapping up with Ed Sheeran. So Ed Sheeran won his case.
Yes, that was a while ago.
I know. Isn't that great? Ed Sheeran won his case.
Then we did the ADA thing about the 4 use factors, and then we got into AI and how it's all going to hell.
Was great, because that's actually what I wanted it to be. I want it to be a more broad discussion of where IP law is going.
We're all doomed.
It's not the Ed Sheeran case.
Yeah, it is nigh.
The Ed Sheeran case, that was the right outcome, right? That's the right outcome. It's how is the court going to position itself to handle the next questions? And fuck, I
The answer to that is badly.
I think that, Ian, I'm sadly thinking you might be right for at least a few years.
I'm always right.
I don't know about that.
Tell me 3
It
times I
does.
was wrong.
3 times? That is
Name
bullshit.
10 books.
Name 10.
3,
no,
come
no.
on.
I'm gonna give the happy ending to the
A
Ed Sheeran.
never-ending story.
Which is
So
way
the
better
Ed-
than the happy ending story.
The Ed Sheeran case ends, and I'm not playing the audio, but I want you guys to see the video of Ed Sheeran deciding that he was going to play, and courtesy of TMZ. So at the end of the case, he took a stage in New York City, right outside of the courthouse, and played for an audience just randomly, just set up a stage and
That's
was like, I won the
amazing.
case. And that's pretty cool as a creator, just to kind of host an impromptu concert on what looks like a big freaking sheet of plywood.
I feel like he is a really chill kind of guy.
Like a good dude.
I feel like he'd be the kind of guy who just shows up at a bar and is just like, hey, let's chat kind of thing, as opposed to, yeah.
Like
I feel
Bill
like
Murray,
he'd just be
Keanu
I feel
Reeves.
like he'd be a fun guy to just talk about nerdy stuff too.
Yeah, pretty cool, right? So he wins his case, and he's
I
pissed
feel like
about
he's got a
having
favorite
missed,
Transformer.
and he missed his grandmother's funeral during this trial. He missed his grandmother's funeral and attending the trial. And he was there every day, and he testified, he was present, he was frustrated. I will say that there was the Gwyneth Paltrow response, which I thought was maybe take a different approach, but your lawyer won. And there was the Ed Sheeran response, which I was like, kind of like this one.
I don't have the context to know what that means.
The response of, I'm going to play the audience, rather, I'm going to play the jury how I reached the chord progression I did, and how all the chords are the same. Let me play you how it's impossible to get to the song I created, with starting from Marvin Gaye.
That's pretty awesome.
And then he wins his case, which doesn't mean attorney's fees for him. It doesn't mean anything other than he just won. He successfully defended the lawsuit. He goes out and says, I shouldn't have had to defend it. Expresses frustration. Good for him. But then does the impromptu concert.
Now, is the song that he plays Fuck Marvin Gaye?
I don't know if that's a song.
It should be.
I think Marvin Gaye would have opinions.
Well, he can
But-
tell to his opinions. He can keep them to himself.
I mean, he can if he so chooses. I think one of the opinions might be.
All right, let's hear it. Unison. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Just saying. Did I have that queued up? Yep. Uh-huh. I knew it.
I've also
So-
got the pickle.
Don't.
Pickle us.
I feel like the pickle's like a hand grenade where you can sit there like holding the pin out and just be like, I got a pickle to threaten you with.
I do too. Mine glows in the dark. Yours doesn't glow in the dark. Damn it. You fucking did it. I hate you. I can't turn all my lights off. I can't make that.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone.
This is the educational content you come here for. We talk law and all the other stuff. So, swoop.
And we make pickle noises.
Swoop. Double swoop. 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 So. Oh,
Nice.
This is just great. This is great. So, how many of you guys know who Brett Favre is?
I'm aware that
The-
he's a sports ball player.
Oh no.
Sports.
No. How many of you guys know that he filed a lawsuit for defamation?
I didn't know that.
No.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So let's see. He filed a lawsuit for defamation against two very public individuals. And let me see if I can't pull it up. Shannon Sharpe. And you know what? I should probably pull an article so you guys can see photographs because you like photographs.
Look at
Visual.
this
Wait.
photograph. Every time I look, it makes me laugh.
Look at this photograph. Wait. Steve A, not F. Marvin Gaye. F. Marvin's greedy heirs. That is Steve A. That is a proper classification. Yeah, thank you. F the heirs. That's a little bit over the top. Kristen, thank you. At the top of the stream. Squirrelbot. No.
Fix Squirrelbot.
Gosh.
Robot fall over. Have you shown
Squirrelbot fell
disrespect to squirrel?
Squirrelbot fell over. God damn it. Hang on.
Wow.
I may
I
need
am
to make a
sorry.
squirrel.
Hang on. And I also forgot. Do I have this?
I miss you, squirrel.
We all do.
I miss Squirrel. Yeah.
I forgot that one. So give me 1 second. I'll fix the Squirrelbot.
Fix the squirrel.
Squirrelbot. I'm sorry you fell over. And then you got the rest of the jury box. So
I misclicked.
How much money did we wind up raising for her funeral?
It's a bit over 10,000 British pounds. So that'll
Substantial.
go to a funeral, like a proper funeral, as well as I understand that Paul is looking at a memorial bench.
That's
And
nice.
Very nice.
so there's two sort of locations they're looking at, and the one that I think is currently in the lead in terms of choices is one that is it's got a bunch of bird feeders because squirrel love birds. So
Yeah.
I really like
just
that.
trying to
thought.
fix. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just trying to fix so that you guys can see and hang out. There you go. Now you can hang out with Squirrel. There you go. Now you get the jury.
If I can scrape the money together, I'm half tempted to go over there and go to her funeral. 'Cause she meant a
I
lot.
don't know where where or when the funeral is, but yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way as just to hop on a plane and
You know what's really cool is that I am sitting here on a live stream and I have behind me all of my friends that are also on the stream with me. Like I have David's robot, the red one, that's in the top left. I have Kurt's robot, that's top right. And then Ian is the gray robot sitting between Emily and Mike. Right there. I have Squirrelbot. I've got the chat bot, which is the multicolored rainbowy one. Then the shop bot. Like I have all the robots, and then up there is the squirrel plaque. So she's still hanging out, looking over the chat, and looking over all y'all. And I have, yeah, thank you. That's awesome. So
yeah, and it was funded in 43 minutes. It went from like 6,000 something to 10,000.
That's nice.
It's amazing.
So, I really appreciated that with the chat because that was a rough day.
it's not a silent bot cam. It's a good bot cam. It's supposed to make you feel good. Honestly, the chat bot is that was strategic placement. The chat bot is right next to Squirrelbot. Like she's hanging out. Like she's right there. Like I put you guys right next to each other for that reason. And then I have Ziggy. Ziggy is up there, like Ziggy Sawdust, the little unicorn, is sitting right next to Squirrel. So all of this was not to be a sad thing. This was honestly 100% for you guys. This is 100% for the chat. So you guys can see it and appreciate it and just remember. Like it's a pretty cool thing. I love it. So
It's very nice.
So, on that note, I think we need another swoop. We might. Ian, help me.
I will find the swoop.
Find the swoop. Thank you.
I love you have the cat on there.
Yeah. Yeah. Marty is riding the unicorn. David, you have this is literally like the cat on the unicorn with the sparkle glitter coming out of its, like, I don't know. It's just it's magic.
Seeing that, I keep seeing people's like fan art on Twitter, and I'm like, that's like we got something special here. It's like it's really cool. It's just neat to see.
Lori Leanne, that is a freaking amazing sentiment. I'm gonna focus on that one. Yeah, no, it's fun. This is a really cool space to be. It's cool because you get to be creative and be yourself and express emotion, like real humor, sadness, happiness, all the emotions. It's really pretty cool. So, yeah. Let me do this. Now, since we have swooped, now we go to lawsuit. Dun, dun, dun. I wish I need to pull in the oh no, freaking Adobe. Man, I had a security update and like someone tried to hack my account. And so Adobe, every single thing that was tied to my account was like, I'm going to sign you out. I'm like, well, you son of a, don't do that. Brett Favre versus Shannon Sharpe.
Ooh,
I see. Do you see?
I do. I'm
You
gonna hit the button.
do.
I hit
Hit
the
the
button.
button. Hit the button.
Danny's
Ian, hit the button.
here.
Danny's here. Hang
Hi,
on, we're
Danny.
gonna pause. We're gonna pause and say hi to Danny.
Hi, everybody.
How do I make this? There we go. Danny on direct. How are you, my friend?
Well, considering that I just successfully finished a 12.5-hour mediation, I'm doing pretty good.
Do you
Oh,
need a
gee.
swoop? Do you need a swoop?
No, I can't. I don't have energy for a swoop right now. I need a freaking
don't?
vodka and a tonic and maybe
You
some
don't?
water.
We've been doing a swoops a lot.
I
God
Damn it. Every time. Oh, okay.
I feel like the vodka and the tonic goes well with the swoop.
You needed the swoop.
I need
You
the
need-
vodka and the tonic. I should have dropped by the liquor store. Oh well, mistakes were made.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, and you're in a place where like the liquor stores are closed now, aren't they?
They close in 30 minutes, and then I'm out of luck come Sunday, so I have to make some decisions tomorrow.
what about Drizzly?
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 It's a liquor delivery.
Oh yeah, no, that's a big no here.
Yeah, you're in Utah, right?
Yeah, we're one of 2 states where gambling is completely outlawed, and we're one of a few that when we ended prohibition kept alcohol completely within the realm of the state. So they have a monopoly on it. There are no liquor stores that are not state owned here, and you can't sell liquor in any other location besides the state owned liquor store. And then we'll talk about it on my stream because it's super boring to anyone else, but we have liquor laws where you can get one of 2 permits. You can either be a restaurant or a bar, but you can't be both. If you try and be both, we have something what's called a Zion curtain, which is a literal curtain that comes down where they mix the drinks. So you can't watch your drink get mixed.
Oh my God.
And then
I'm
you're
actually-
limited on how many shots you can have per drink.
I am
Nice.
super interested in this. I would love to hear the distinction between like some of the more restrictive provinces in Canada versus Utah.
Oh,
No,
well, it'll be a lot
we
of
don't
fun.
need
We
this
could have
because
discussions.
then we get into discussions of soaking.
Oh yeah, we could discuss soaking at some
No, we
point,
can't.
too. We can. Do you know why?
Dan,
Because
tell me
my
about
number one
soaking.
advice after today's mediation is make sure you know who you're boinking and make sure that you really want kids with them. Make sure you know. That's all I'm going to say. Condoms are cheaper than mediation.
Mm-hmm.
We can talk about all of this. I will send you an invite on Monday.
Okay.
So you missed out on the story earlier today about the 41-year-old Netherlands guy who has somewhere between 500 and 1,200 kids.
Oh, you did.
You missed out on that one. He's
Oh,
actually been ordered by the
Single-handedly
Hague.
Look,
like perpetuating our race.
Kurt, by all means. Kurt, the floor is yours. 60-second
And-
Yeah.
recap.
The
We were
funniest
telling-
thing is that he put in AAA on the high score chart.
Yeah, yeah. This is a story of Jonathan Meyer, who is 41 years old, of the Netherlands, but currently living in Kenya, who was flagged initially in 2017
No.
for being the father of
Why
102
did you do that,
children
Rob?
in excess of the country's 25, and has since been determined to be the father of somewhere between 500 and 1,200 children in various countries. He's a serial sperm donor, and apparently
okay.
the ladies
So this
really
was
love
all-
him.
Okay, so this was all consented to by the women.
Flagged by
Yeah.
the Hague.
Yeah.
So why is he being flagged by the Hague?
Because
well,
if
well,
you
because
have too many kids, they're worried about some
1,200
of those kids meeting each other.
children that
Yeah.
might meet each other and procreate.
Oh.
Yeah, what you don't want is like Friday night at the bar and everybody's a relative.
I got it.
Danny's realization face was like, oh. Yep.
It
Yep.
happens, and there's actually a surprisingly low number required for this to start being a problem, including in like big cities. In part because there's also a phenomenon where when you raise people like together, they
Mhm.
develop a sexual sort of abhorrence with each other. But when you raise them separately, similarity creates attraction.
I
And
see.
so
Anyway.
it can be a real danger.
Welcome back to Late Night Law.
So in the continuing lesson, to be
Yeah.
sure who
Oh,
you're boinking
God.
with, you might want to make sure it's not your sister.
God damn it. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I didn't mean to say it. It's just fuck.
And I always
Uh,
recommend getting a paternity test after you do IVF to make sure that you don't have one of the instances of the doctors who were putting their sperm
That was a
into-
case too. Yep, it was.
several cases. Several cases. And that's why I asked if it was consensual.
as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
So many.
But with 1,200 of them,
things.
who knows?
Why are humans like why are humans like this? Why?
I don't know if
why?
Elon Musk came to me and was like, "Hey, here's a paternity petition. Do you want to make a baby and I'll pay you X dollars a month to procreate?" I'd be like, "Cool."
You hear that, Elon?
Danny is available for sale.
Danny
Now we're
is
just determining the
available.
price.
She is
Okay.
now. Oh my gosh.
Let me check my bank account.
Except you don't get to pick the name. Like he doesn't get to pick the name of my child.
You don't want it
That's
to be
the
named
one
like
condition
that
I have.
is a
Singular
fair-
condition.
You don't want
I
it to be
will
named
say-
something like Starship 12 or something?
No, EX3ZZ.
I mean, that right there is a fair trade-off. Like
right?
Yeah, you don't want a kid that sounds like a modem startup noise.
Oh, no,
Good.
it's just, the motor start. That took me far too long to get until I realized, like, actually trying to say that. Yeah. Okay. Fair. That's fair.
I mean, he's right though. He's right about his theory about world population declining. And I've noticed that with evil geniuses who are also extremely wealthy, there's two options you have. One theory is that the world has too many people and we need to get rid of all the people so that we can preserve the earth that we live on and the resources in it. Okay. We have a finite amount of resources, ergo, get rid of the people. The other evil genius, which is the one that I tend to side with, and the argument I agree with, is make more babies because you have more opportunities for more Einsteins who will solve the problems that are created by having too many people.
Yes.
And
Sure.
so
Well,
he's,
they just
he's
find
elected
new
the
and more
latter of the
interesting
two.
problems to create.
Hmm.
Totally evil.
I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And his
Number
dad
two.
may have been a pedo. I don't understand the situation with his dad, but apparently his dad had some like incestuous pedo stuff going on too.
Who?
Elon Musk's dad,
Well,
or maybe his grandfather. Someone look it up. Someone in chat knows what I'm talking about.
oh no,
I'll look it up.
we're not going to intrude.
Let's look up those terms. That seems
We're
good.
not going to encourage
Don't look
chat
that
to
up.
drop
Just kidding.
any
I'm
of
just
those
kidding.
terms in the chat. Do not drop those terms in the chat. That
drop
will
them in
get
the
this
chat.
channel very, very naughty land. We're not going to do that.
Yeah,
Let's,
don't listen,
um,
Naughty
let's
Land. Danny,
find the most
Danny
defamatory
retracts
content.
everything Danny just said. That was
Danny-
all.
Let us
a
find
lie.
the most
Yeah.
defamatory thing we can say about a person and say that.
Danny is coming from a long live stream, and she is venting.
I'm
She's
delirious.
venting, and we love it. So
Sorry.
we're gonna
all
talk
good.
footy ball.
Funny.
We're gonna talk footy ball. Hang on.
Oh.
Just
I'm forgiven.
because. Okay. Yes. The swoop forgives all. So in footy ball news, or in rather football news, let me find the slide. There we go. So Brett Favre, quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. Brett Favre got upset about comments that were made by Shannon Sharpe. That is Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe does a show now on ESPN, and he's a commentator. And he got mad about comments that were made by Pat McAfee. That was Pat McAfee as a player.
So
And-
not the antivirus guy.
Correct. This is Pat McAfee as a podcaster and announcer.
And
I
it's still
feel
alive.
like he'd
Yes.
create terrible antivirus.
Yeah. So Brett Favre,
Just does not strike me as a programmer at all.
back to this particular character, Brett Favre got involved in a incident that was sketchy. And honestly, a federal judge did not let him out of the lawsuit. That was last week. Hang on one second. Favre, Mississippi lawsuit, because I want to find that judge's ruling real quick.
This is starting to feel like the sort of lawsuit that should be solved by like putting the two of them in a phone booth with each of them having a knife, and that's for the best of society.
Yeah. So we are going to take a news source that, we might or might not disagree with. CNN for a moment, just for a moment to do a little
We
recap
might-
because we're not gonna believe him, but
Kurt
we're gonna
has
get
feelings.
some basics and then we're gonna go to the actual lawsuit itself. So Brett Favre denies wrongdoing in welfare scandal.
I'm sorry, I thought we were
jury
going to go to a
trial.
news source.
Commentary source. We'll say that. Demands jury trial and court filing. Why is there we go. Attorney Brett Favre on Friday filed a lengthy denial of allegations that he used misappropriated state funds in Mississippi meant for needy families for the construction of a state-of-the-art volleyball facility at the University of Southern Mississippi, where his daughter played.
Are you kidding me?
I love that Danny is new to this story. Eric Hirschman, an attorney for the Hall of Fame quarterback, filed the denial of allegations in response to a civil complaint brought by the Mississippi Department of Human Services and asked that the court deny the relief requested by MDHS. Wow, CNN, fantastic legal reporting. Thank you for giving us the prayer for relief in the bottom of the freaking denial. Are you stellar work? And dismiss the complaint in its entirety as well as award. Wow, great job, guys. Awesome. Whoever's on your legal desk,
include the signature lines and the
Like,
certificate
whoever's
of
on-
service.
like whoever's on your legal desk, just give them a raise.
Just
Great
kidding. It would be a
job.
summons.
Favre also requests a jury trial. Jesus. And contends that the first judicial district in Hinds County, Mississippi would be the proper venue for the trial. Why is this written like an elementary school?
It's like somebody
This
who's
is
never read
bad.
a lawsuit.
They copied
This
and
is
pasted
really bad.
the first paragraph at the last and stuck it in there, and they were like, news commentary.
The answer to the complaint lays out 21 for. Oh my God, it gets worse.
I can count.
It gets so much worse.
It's literally the first sentence of the pleading.
It gets worse. They lay out 21 affirmative defenses where Favre's attorneys question the statutory basis against the allegation. Are you fucking kidding me? This is terrible. This is reporting.
The thing is
It's
news reporting
journalism.
about legal issues is so
Journalism.
bad
It's
that I
journalism.
literally read a story about a case I had argued. Like I
Okay.
got out of court having won a trial, read the case, read a story later, and then I was like, what's with this trial that somebody else was running today? And I went, oh, this is my trial because I recognize the name of the accused. But for that, I would not have been able to recognize it based on their reporting of the facts of the case. I was just like, oh my God.
You know what? The chat wins everything. Chat just wins right
Yep.
here. Nope, Rob, probably just AI. You know what? Chat, you effing win because no, I want to be fair to AI. I don't want to disparage AI.
To our new overlords, we were always on your side in the first place. We love you.
This is so bad.
I moved Danny so that she wasn't getting covered.
Thank
by
you.
the chat.
Thanks, Uncle.
I gave Ian. I might regret
Way too
this
much
at some
power.
point in
It's-
time in my life. Ian has power over my streams, like to do-
Unlimited power. I mean, minutes.
not unlimited. Like he can't boot the whole stream, but yeah.
I mean, I kind of could. I can
Don't
remove.
do that. That's terrible.
Ian's
So
itching
anyway,
now.
they lay out 21 affirmative defenses, which is great, good for them. They can count. Question the statutory basis against the allegations. That is every single answer to every single complaint. Otherwise, claiming that Favre acted in good faith. Also, every single answer to every complaint, and that if there's a civil conspiracy, MDHS was a co-conspirator. You know what? Also, every single multi-defendant complaint.
I always
Journalism.
describe like statements of defense because people are like, they deny everything. I'm like, no shit, it's a statement of defense. There's a way you write a statement of defense. Any moron can write a statement of defense because it's basically 1, it didn't happen. 2, if it did happen, my client wasn't involved. 3, if my client wasn't involved or was involved, you didn't actually get hurt. 4, if my client was involved and you got hurt, it was all your fault anyway. 5, if my client was involved and you got hurt, and it wasn't your fault, it was somebody else's fault. And
they were
6,
justified in it.
None of that is successful. A wizard did it. Like
Ian,
that is
Ian. I stopped reading before there are more punchlines. His response states that Favre lacks knowledge and information sufficient to form a belief as to the truth of the allegations that he conspired to defraud MDHS.
like, again, every single statement of defense has something saying, I don't know about this claim. It's outside my knowledge.
That lacks knowledge or information sufficient or on information and belief is my favorite line in law because I want to make merch that says upon information and belief where
so
it's like
badly.
la land and
It
there's
is
just
so
like
great.
like big, Bigfoot on this corner and unicorns and
Oh, you need
fairies
it.
because upon information and belief, Your Honor.
Upon information and belief, up yours is basically, information and belief is like, I heard a rumor once that says this, so I'm good to go.
Yeah. It basically is, don't sue my ass for saying that I absolutely know the thing that I say I'm saying.
Don't give them our secrets.
Exactly.
It's often like, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to prove this once I get discovery, but for right now, I'm just going to say it.
And it's especially effective in damages, right? So upon information and belief, X number of dollars were lost. Upon information and belief, my client suffered da 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 da.
Yeah.
Upon information and belief, opposing party makes X dollars a month, et cetera, et cetera.
Like
information belief.
CNN, like your legal desk is just awesome.
Well,
awesome.
the problem is not a lot of lawyers want to go into being a reporter because
upon information and belief, this is journalism.
So bad. I don't.
Yes, my information and belief would contradict your information and belief on this one. I have to say.
I'm sorry, Danny wins. Upon information and belief, this is journalism.
I don't know about that one, Daddy. That's acted out big time.
That was a mic
You know
drop.
what? You know what? I lack sufficient knowledge or information sufficiently to form a basis to the truth of the allegation you just made. Yes, there.
Fit.
Oh, God.
Well, and I mean, often the reason like I lack sufficient information is because admitting knowledge of certain things would admit responsibility.
Right.
It's like, hey, at this party, so-and-so got, punched in the face. And your defense is my client was never at the party. There's going to be a lot of, we have no information as to this. Like, we don't know if you were actually punched in the face because we were never there. Is like, this kind of thing, right? So, yeah.
Danny needs
Aphrodite
a signature wine. I agree.
Would I
agree.
Would I
Thank
be
you,
jumping
Jeff.
the shark and ruining my other joke if I said upon information and belief, Don Lemon drafted?
No.
Ooh.
Is that how we're doing it? Like,
that is sufficiently spicy. I love it. Oh God, that's fantastic.
Ouch time.
No, we needed this. This. You know what's funny? This live stream, like the whole, like I did not intend this path, but this is the path that we're on. And
cheers.
It honestly has led to some pretty fucking funny events. So, shall we continue with some of the magnificent legal reporting? Favre has also denied the payments were made with TANT funds. Why is that? Like, why do you quote that? Like, that's like just do the whole quote, claiming that because MDHS received funds from other federal and state sources, it's impossible to determine the commingled funds. Sorry. Favre did admit in regard to the USM volleyball facility that he donated autographed materials. I see nothing wrong with that. Blah, blah, blah. Donations, meetings. Sure. Also claims that John Davis suggested that MDHS could provide $4 million to funding the building facility. So CNN has reported, so take that for what you will, that Favre returned $500,000 in May of 2020 and repaid the balance or the remaining $600,000 in October of 2021 for the public service ad campaign after the state auditor issued a demand letter for it. That's kind of snarky. According to the auditor's office, but the auditor's office maintained in 2021 that Favre still owed $228,000 in interest. That's just like petty back and forth lawyer shit. So anyways, this scandal forms the basis for a very, very, very public lawsuit that was filed by this guy against this guy and reporter guy, this guy. So those lawsuits were filed, defamation, saying you guys owe me a lot of money because you said some shit. What did they say? Well, they kind of went all in on Brett Favre and all the shit with the welfare funds because, hey, that was public information. And let me pull this up. So we have 2 complaints, and we'll skim through them briefly because I don't want to do that too much. Motion dismissed, supporting memo, make sure I have all the files up.
I don't remember the standard for public figures opining on other public figures.
Actual malice. It's still actual malice.
Okay.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it's the person against whom the claim is made. That's what sets the standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, presente the screen.
And how much of a public figure does one have to be a public figure?
You and I
Good.
count.
Well,
it depends. Limited purpose versus.
Yeah, no. This is a fair debate. It depends on the purpose of the discussion. So if you go at me, for example, something I've never presented in persona online, right? Then arguably the capacity of my public status does not encompass that field. So you have attacked me and said defamatory statements about something that I never entered the public engaging in, right? That means I'm a private citizen in that capacity.
Okay.
I don't have to prove that heightened standard.
Okay.
But if you go after me for my legal analysis or for me being the lawyer or for stuff like that, the public figure stuff comes right into play.
Okay. On it.
So that's the status thing.
For the record, I do not concede that I am a public figure of any kind.
Neither am I.
I concede that uncivil law is a public figure.
You're a public figure to me. This is great. How do I try out for the LFL? Never. Not in a million years. Not gonna happen. Y'all want to see it? I'm not going to do it.
You're a star in the LFL to me, Rob.
Rob is, and this is important, he was the first person within the law tube sphere
To
to post feet
To
pics.
show feet. I fucking hate you still to this day for that.
Are those videos still up?
No, they're not.
See, there you go.
Oh wow.
I get a copy?
And late
Kurt-
night law's back.
Kurt, you are fucking on fire tonight. Oh my god. So Brett Favre against Shannon Sharpe. Brett Favre files Favre.
I don't know how that name is supposed to work.
Brett Favre. It's just how it's been. So Shannon Sharpe on his popular national sports television program, which has the audience of hundreds of thousands of viewers daily, I would say he probably gets into the millions every now and then, has made egregiously false and defamatory statements that Favre, the Hall of Fame quarterback and native son of Mississippi, was a sorry mofo to steal from the lowest of the low, that Favre was taking from the undeserved in Mississippi, and that Favre stole money from people that really needed that money. There is no basis anywhere for these outrageous falsehoods, which Sharpe made, knowing that they were false, or at a minimum, with reckless disregard for the fact that they were false. I will tell you, from a drafting standpoint, freaking phenomenal drafting. First paragraph, every element, all the facts, concise, descriptive, like boom. Judges hate having to go through like 9 million lines before they get to the punchline.
Truth.
So do attorneys.
Yeah.
Truth.
This is perfectly drafted. Now, we shall see. So he brings the action to clear his good name. Good for you, Brett. Of the defamatory statements. Favre is a retired professional athlete who played in the National Football League for over 20 years, primarily as a Green Bay Packers quarterback. Favre has since been engaged in endorsing various products and businesses, making appearances at events and hosting a radio show on SiriusXM. He's also focused on charities. Good man. And causes that are important to him. This included his Favre for Hope Foundation, catchy, which he and his wife, Deanna, founded in 1995, and through which he has contributed millions of dollars to charities across his home state of Mississippi and elsewhere, including Make-A-Wish Foundation of America, Hope Haven, and Ribbon of Hope. Favre also has supported various causes, including his alma mater, the University of Mississippi, and the development of medication to treat and prevent concussions, an all too common football injury. If you are drafting a complaint, I will tell you, you cannot do better than this intro. So you've got paragraph 1, concise statement, full lawsuit, boom, 1. There you go. 2, why are we here? I'm going to clear my name. 3, resume statement, fan-fucking-tastic. Sharpe, also retired NFL player, is the co-host of a nationally weekday sports talk television show, Skip and Shannon. Undisputed. Hereinafter, undisputed. In September 2022, Sharpe made statements on Undisputed, falsely accusing Favre of stealing from the lowest of the low, taking the underserved in Mississippi, and that Favre stole money from people that really needed that money, despite the fact that Favre had not done any of those things. Sharpe could not resist the opportunity to trade on Favre's celebrity to make headlines and gain audience by sullying Favre's reputation. Before filing his complaint, Favre sent Sharpe a letter demanding that Sharpe retract and apologize for the defamatory statements and cease and desist from making further defamatory falsehoods against Favre. Sharpe has failed and refused to do so. Knowing or with reckless disregard for the fact that the statements were false. By the way, defamation lawyers, take note. Great way of phrasing this. Like, great way of phrasing this. Like, standard right up front. Not like trying to bury it with like some passive voice, right up front. Knowing or with reckless disregard for the fact the statements were false, Sharpe accused Favre of committing serious crimes and has refused to retract or apologize for these statements. Dude, whoever Favre's attorneys are, this is good. These false and malicious statements about Favre constitute defamation per se and entitle Favre to compensatory damages for the harm he has suffered and punitive damages for Sharpe's reprehensible conduct. That reads impressively. Let's see what McAfee's reads like.
I always tell lawyers that if the standard doesn't appear in your filing,
You've lost.
you need to try again.
Yeah. So these were filed in state court and they were removed to federal court. So the defendants removed them to federal court. I think their thought process in removing it to federal court is that the federal court is, look, state courts, they hold hard and fast to their rules. They have certain preconceived notions about how things are done in their courts. Federal courts apply state court rules more skeptically. Like they actually read the rules a little bit, but also, I don't know.
They don't apply state rules at all, unless you're talking about substance. I don't know what you mean.
This is substance, buddy. This is being removed federally. It's being removed because diversity of jurisdiction, etc. But essentially, the rules being applied on the ground are still Mississippi.
Yeah, when you said rules, I thought process rules, so I got confused for a while.
I meant law. Sorry, I apologize. Not rules, law.
Yeah, I got confused.
Yeah,
We
law.
can move on.
Yeah. So federal application of law is generally less.
Yeah, state substantive law brings in, yes.
Yeah.
For on a diversity question, right? So yeah, Erie versus Tompkins. All the law students go.
Erie doctrine.
All the law students go. Yeah.
Erie doctrine, is that a thing still? Do we still?
That's what we just.
teach?
That's what we just said.
I hate Erie doctrine.
That's what that is.
I know.
Okay.
Do we
It's
prefer
pure mind.
spooky doctrine?
No, it's PTSD. For every law student, it's PTSD.
Sorry.
So, no, Kurt, you're 100% right though. Still law of the land. Still,
Okay,
you have to learn it.
fine.
It just sucks. McAfee, on his popular national sports podcast, which has an audience of 100,000. Oh, that sounds similar. Has made egregiously false and defamatory statements. Oh, that sounds similar too.
Wait, 100,000?
Hundreds of thousands. I think he actually broaches millions. Has
was
made
gonna
egregiously
say,
false and defamatory statements.
You're just
ahead.
about to tick over 200, aren't you?
I'm close. I'm at like 194. But
Guys, hit that subscribe button.
oh, I forgot to say that the entire live stream. We are 4 hours and 36 minutes in.
I know.
Oh my God.
While you're
So,
at it, go over to my channel. Also hit the subscribe button. That'd be fine.
please do that.
Yeah, mine too.
Please do that. And Danny, I have phenomenal hosts on this evening. Co-hosts, friends, colleagues, attorneys, and game masters and people that love creating content. Please subscribe to every single person on the screen. Runkle of the Bailey creates content out of Canada, and it is primarily focused on a lot of Canadian law, but also a great deal of firearms litigation and the occasional Monday Fun Day. Great stream. David, Prototopics, creates gaming content and honestly a lot of role player content and imaginative content. If you want to,
We just published
David,
a book.
you can chill. You published a book?
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Explain.
we just published our book. So
Go on.
it's called The Creator's Guide, and it's 50 hands-on lessons for like parents or educators to be doing with kids to create a more creative environment, hands-on.
That is
It's-
awesome.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
so
It's
cool.
yeah. We just published it, so we'll be like kind of getting the marketing, I guess. I should know all of that because that's what I do day to day. But we should be talking about it more soon. We've just been too busy with like the Comic-Cons and stuff. But yeah, book's out on Amazon.
Also, you still owe me a review of my book draft.
How many months late am I?
Like 9.
17.
That's fair. I'm behind on like every. I haven't even made content on my own channel in like months now. So, but we're coming back. So
It's fine. It's fun.
Yeah.
So Ian Runkle of Bailey has 2 channels. Runkle of Bailey, law content, role of law, gaming content. Like D&D, gaming development's fun. David, Prototopics, check his channel out, please. David is the DM for Lawyers and Dragons. You ever want
And he's
just a
amazing,
fun,
by the way.
you ever want like a fun aside from like the daily life, when you get to see like full grown adults that are practicing lawyers just deep dive into role playing and having like behaving like kids, like just having a good time. That's that content. That's Saturdays at 10 a.m. beginning again May 27th. Danny on
I'm
direct,
looking
would
so
you mind
forward.
introducing yourself to the chat?
Hi, everybody. My name is Danny on Direct, aka Law for Deity. If you come and join my cult, all of your wildest dreams will come true. We review law and cults on weekends, and once in a while, we also do cookie taste tests and soda taste tests, and we have what is called dirty soda here in Utah. Let me explain. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's phenomenal. Come and join my stream, and you'll learn more about it.
You said let's explain it, then proceed
Wait,
to not explain
there was
it.
no explanation. There was nothing.
Because then I realized,
Nothing.
wait, that's a part of the pitch. Like I got to get people to come to my channel and see it for themselves.
see.
That's it. So.
See, earlier today I drank some of. I've still
what did
got
you
it.
drink? Yeah, I was gonna say, what did you throw behind you earlier? Buffalo wing soda.
Oh, were you drinking that?
This is as far as I got.
Oh no!
I can tell you, it is really, really. We're past 2 hours. It's really, really fucking awful.
Next, you'll be telling us water is wet.
But I've also drank. I've on my Monday streams. I've had some like Nevada Reaper last time soda. I've got Ghost Pepper soda lined up for Monday, so I'm wondering how that differs from the dirty soda.
It's not dirty soda is not gross. That's what I'll say. Dirty soda is not gross.
It sounds gross though.
I don't trust you. Like
no,
at
it's
all.
actually really good. Okay, now you've baited me into answering
It
what
sounds
it is.
gross.
You baited you in answering it. You said, I'm going to explain, and then you didn't explain. That is baiting yourself in
Please,
answering
if I don't
it.
tease them, why would people come to my channel?
Because
be
you're
real.
awesome.
Because
I'm
That's
only
why-
mildly
because you're
entertaining.
because you're quality content.
Thank you.
Correct.
I'll tell you, my legal analysis is on point.
It
It
is.
is.
I
So,
agree.
there's
Like
that.
I agree with a lot of your legal commentary.
You're
and I know that a
smart,
lot of my friends
charming,
do, too.
entertaining,
God.
lovely.
Okay, guys, stop. You're just embarrassing me now. But so the soda is like I like to get the I go to Quench It, which sounds there's Quench It, Squirt. They all have
These
all
locations
have
where like
dirty
soaking is
names.
available. or-
Okay. And all of their recipes are just straight up innuendos because we're all Mormons here, right? So we're all like, we all play nice. Anyway,
There are Mormons going to like squirt.
that's
Like,
all
that's-
we do. Why do you think
Mormons
there's so
are
many of us?
typically
I'd like to convert to the Mormon church right about now. So
There's a lot of like barely
That was
restrained.
I did not walk into that. That was Danny walking into that. That was a buzzsaw that she walked into. That's all that we do.
I just finished the joke. Okay. I drew the sting, as it were. So this is what it is. So I like to go and I get a sugar-free Red Bull mixed with sugar-free Diet Dr. Pepper or not Diet Dr. Pepper, excuse me, Diet Mountain Dew or Fresca. And then I top that off with like a little bit of syrup, whatever kind of syrup I want. Usually I go for like a peach syrup. And then you can put creamer in it as well. And I know it sounds gross, but I'm telling you, fabulous. And so much freaking caffeine. I don't need caffeine for a week after I drink that stuff. So
Fair.
it's great.
Fair.
Huh.
We have now been educated.
There you go.
I
And there
am
was a whole
mildly
war,
terrified.
and they've been trying to make a monopoly out of it here because Mormons don't drink coffee. So we're allowed to drink caffeine technically, but we're not allowed to drink coffee or hot drinks. And so this has
Why not coffee?
proliferated across the valley.
Can
Yep.
like
We
just,
can have as much sugar as we want, though.
But
what if it's cold brew
why?
coffee so it wasn't hot? You drink
You're
cold brew?
trying to inject logic into religion, my dear.
Yes.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You're going to have a hard time.
Okay.
Yep.
That's fair. Okay.
Yep.
Kurt, uncivil law. You have been doing a weekly or daily roundup of cases and things that are appearing in the news.
Yes. They're great. We do them every morning. We do it usually 9:30 in the morning, sometimes 9:15, Central Time, of course. And we go for about an hour to hour and a half, give or take. We hit a bunch of stories that are legally related, interesting in the news, like recently discussing the U.S. Supreme Court taking up a case that might overturn Chevron. All my Christmases might come to pass.
Oh, shut up. No, wait, what?
No,
Which
no,
case?
Danny,
Which?
Danny, you didn't see this? Danny, you did
No.
not see this?
Oh my God, they're
Yeah.
getting rid of Chevron deference?
It looks that way. It looks that way.
They
They just
teed
took it up. They teed it up.
Chevron deference is the fucking Carmen.
You need to explain to everyone who has a confused face in the chat, including
Danny,
David,
why
who's
don't you
like,
explain what Chevron is? Because it's
Okay,
usually
here's
me
what
who has
Chevron
to do
deference
it.
is. You guys remember when you played like pretend with all of your friends on the schoolyard and you all got one power, and then there was that asshole kid who showed up and was like, I have the power to have all the powers? That's what Chevron deference does for federal agencies. So it
Holy
allows
shit.
the agency. Sorry.
No, I was saying this is the best explanation I've ever heard in my life. Continue on. Continue
What am I,
on.
chicken liver over here?
No, this is a great. This is schoolyard like play fight. This is a good explanation.
But
Kurt,
it is what it
this
is.
is analogizing something, and you can clarify. Like this is pretty fucking good.
But I mean, that is what it is, because essentially when Congress delegates their power to the president, okay, the executive branch, for those who don't know. So Congress has power to make laws. They can delegate that to the executive branch. However, there are certain conditions by which they have to operate and by which they can make rules, laws that govern your life, which, by the way, most agency laws govern your life. Almost no laws go through Congress. And if they do go through Congress, it's only to create more federal agencies, which steal your money and will never be fully transparent with you and will never be audited. And even if they are audited, it's a bureaucracy full of appointed officials and sometimes merit employees, which means you will never be able to get rid of them. Okay. So they create these pockets of fat, is a good way of seeing it. And just like fat cells don't disappear, they only increase or decrease. Chevron deference allows the agency to make a decision in your case and then decide. They can make the rule. So they get to say cat means this. And then they get to decide what cat means. It is so bizarre. They basically just get to make shit up. I think that's the rule ultimately. At the end of the day, the agency gets to fall back on Chevron deference and say, well, we get the courts have to defer to our interpretation of our own rules. And also sometimes your rules. But mostly.
Wow, sounds like Vavilov in Canada.
Yeah. So
is that right? Is that a really basic way of explaining it?
I'm asking like,
I see
like Kurt can
doing this,
clarify.
and I don't want to make you twitch.
He's there's nuance to it.
There's a lot of
I know. I was appreciating the difference in my style or styles, because I would have presented it, at least in what I perceive to be a more neutral way. And Danny over here, just like this is some
Spike the
absolute
football.
total spike the football bullshit.
Oh yeah, no, it's unconstitutional on its face, and how the hell
Well, I think it's
the Supreme
unconstitutional
Court came to
bullshit
this
too.
is
Yeah.
beyond me.
Yeah. So it's between this and Wickard v. Filburn, on which case I
Oh
hate
my
more.
God! Oh,
No. Pick. We're gonna pick one fight. We're gonna pick one fight.
okay.
Chevron's the fight. So Chevron is the bane of existence for like essentially anyone challenging administrative action. Like anyone challenging administrative action.
Here's how I would have said it. All right, Congress passes a law that gives an agency power. It says, here's what you can do, here's what you can't do, right? And so there's a lot of federal agencies: Federal Trade Commission, Federal Communication Commission, Security and Exchange Commission,
FCC
whatever.
is a good one.
Like EPA was probably the one that sort of comes up the most on this issue.
USCIS. So your immigration.
USCIS, yeah,
NLRB.
immigration, fair enough. NLRB, yeah. So all these wonderful federal agencies that exist. All right.
Wonderful.
So Congress passes law, says here's what you can do and here's what you can't do. So it's like, okay, what does it mean? What does it mean? So Chevron is a case that says the agencies are the one that get to interpret what it means. They're the ones that get to say, when Congress said, here's your power, they're the ones that get to say, here's what Congress meant, right? So they get to define themselves. It'd be like me giving you a check and being like, how big is the check? And you're the one that decides how big
All
the
the
check
zeros.
is, as opposed to like the banker cashing the check. It'd be like me giving you a check and you going to the banker and the banker being like, how big a check is this? And they're asking you, right? So it's like, yeah, basically you get to kind of make up whatever your number you want. Then there are some follow-on cases called hour. Hour is one, AUER, hour. And another one is called brand X. There are these follow-on cases. These follow-on cases say that the agency, when interpreting its own regulations, gets to interpret what it means. So then they write their own regulations that say what power they have, and then they get to interpret those. And then the one that really makes the whole thing just maximum bizarro land to me, the one that really puts it over the top, is the one that says they get to change their mind.
Yeah.
They get to go 180 degrees and basically overrule themselves. So you're in this position, and it's actually happened before, where a agency will be like, well, here's the rule, right? So you go to federal court, you go to the judiciary and be like, what is the law? Federal court, because that's what you're supposed to do with your time. Federal court be like, hey, agency, what's the law? And the agency says, this is the law. And so the court will affirm it, and the Court of Appeals will affirm it. And they'll say, great, here's the law. Great, move forward. Fast forward 4 years later, right? It's a new administration. Oh my God, we misread it this whole time. It means exactly the opposite of that thing we thought it did 4 years ago. And you say, wait a second. There's a decision now from a court that has interpreted the law. They've interpreted the statute. And the court has said, here's what the law means, right? There's now binding precedent from the Court of Appeals that says this is what the law means. And the court will say, no, it doesn't mean that because the agency is right. The Court of Appeals will say, yeah, the agency's right. They're right. They're right now. They're right before. They're right every time. They can't be wrong.
Kurt, give it
It's
context.
a slot machine where it's jackpot every time.
You have to give it context. So, for example, if the FCC decided to flag certain content creators for behavior that they thought was abusive behavior, right? The FCC was going to start issuing fines. And then the FCC then got to define, and they got to look at you, David, and say, FCC says, I think the First Amendment protects your speech, but let's define the First Amendment. The FCC goes, we're going to define it. And we're going to say the First Amendment means this. And we know that there's Supreme Court case law out there that says exactly the opposite of what we believe it to say. But in reviewing all the different cases from all the different things that have happened since that case law, we, in our administrative judgment, believe that the Supreme Court just didn't understand what was being said this time. So, David, when you're using your AI to create your content, we're going to say that that is not protected by the First Amendment. We are going to say that you get a $10,000 fine.
Well,
and
crap.
I know. And then if you try to sue me, the FCC, I get to say, well, we went through this administrative rule process. Well, what is that? What's that administrative rule process? Well, we just asked a bunch of people that were like literally standing behind me. Like I asked like Tom, Bill, Bob, Susan, Sharon. I asked all of them and they said, good to go. And that was it. And then the court is then, based on this doctrine, the court is then saying, well, it looks like the administration, looks like that body that was charged with that power by Congress, they did their job.
There's highlighting on the page.
Can I read the 2 steps and you guys can all determine for yourselves?
Go, you have it?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I opened up my administrative procedure.
Look at this.
Right to it.
Law.
Because I reread this 18,000 times and I still don't quite understand it. So I'll let our viewers decide if they can figure this out. First, always is the question whether Congress has directly spoken to the precise question at issue. Okay. If the intent of Congress is clear, That's the end of the matter. Period. Oh, no, sorry, semicolon. That's probably my problem. Okay. If the intent of Congress is clear, that is the end of the matter. For the court, as well as for the agency, must give effect to the unambiguously expressed intent of Congress.
Which
If,
has never
however,
happened in the history
here's
of
step
time,
two.
by the way.
Here's step 2. If, however, the court determines Congress has not directly addressed the precise question at issue, the court does not simply impose its own construction of the statute, as would be necessary in the absence of the administrative interpretation. Rather, if the statute is silent or ambiguous with respect to the specific issue, the question for the court is whether the agency's answer is based on a permissible construction of the statute. So
This is a bullshit.
it is
It's
a circular
overruled.
logic. It is a
It's
circular
overruling
logic.
Marbury versus Madison. It overrules Marbury versus Madison. That's how bullshit it is. It's emphatically the province of the judicial branch to say what the law is. Well, that's some bullshit because apparently it's the administrative agency.
But if it's ambiguous, if it's not clear what Congress's intent was, then they can interpret it. Okay. However, who gets to determine whether or not it's ambiguous is left up to the agency.
Yeah.
Right. So I have
Right.
the power to have all the powers. That's
Right.
exactly what this ruling says.
That's what
Correct.
it is. I have the
Yeah.
power to have all the powers.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And the
yes.
court will just defer. Which is
And
why
and
it's
the,
called
and the
Chevron.
problem is and this is I will say this is like a and I apologize, this stream has gone sideways. I'm probably not going to get to the end of the McAfee suit. We'll do that another time.
Let me ask Danny this related question. Hey, Danny, when is interstate commerce neither interstate nor commerce?
Oh
When
God.
you grow wheat in your backyard
It's
or weed,
it is
Now that was
this is-
Reich.
which is the only time I've ever appreciated that, Judge.
And
ever in her living life.
Scalia was writing some bullshit
Yes.
in Reich.
And it's the only
That
time
was
I
some
disagree
bullshit,
with-
Scalia. Bullshit.
Yep,
You
total
know-
bullshit. He was off.
You know who else
Wrong.
that I know that might be appearing from, not a place. I don't know if he's an expatriate or not. I know that he is.
I just
he
want to
is-
talk to
he-
Danny. I just want to talk to Danny more about con law. Just use
It's
con
fine.
law.
It's fine. We're gonna add another
On
voice
your
to the
stream,
conversation.
I will,
It
for
is
sure.
it is a hatted man, because the hatted man wins all civil disputes, and the hatted man
think
man
that's
from
actually a rule of
Korea.
law.
It is.
It's
It is.
not.
It is the rule. It is the rule. Jeff. From
This
Legal
looks way
Vices.
more fun than cleaning my house and doing taxes. Because that is the advantage of being an expat. We get an extra month to procrastinate doing taxes.
We're enjoying a lovely dispute over how much agency control is appropriate, and really whether Chevron deference is likely to
Can't go fast enough.
meet its maker.
God wills it.
Can't go
There are
fast
3
enough.
lawyers who hate it. Nate the lawyer likes it though. If you want to get in a fight with him about it, he likes Chevron.
Seriously, you're kidding.
Yeah.
He's wrong.
How?
People are
Why?
entitled to be
How?
wrong.
What would you? How can
do you
anyone
want from
like
me?
something that
What do
says
you want from
because
me?
we said so? That's almost as bad as Marbury v. Madison.
Ooh, no, I'll get into a fight with you about Marbury.
David,
Ooh, I think Marbury
David
was
has
correctly
left-
decided.
David has left the building and left off the wizard that's very, very
Yeah.
confused. Like,
It'll be
huh?
you and Nick versus me on Marbury.
I will
Just
no.
joking.
I'll fight you on Marbury too. I mean, Marbury was
Ooh.
whole cloth. That was some
Ooh.
clever. That was some clever lawyering.
Mm.
I think it was made up bullshit, but it was necessary, brilliant bullshit.
Yes, I will give you that. Like it was.
Whereas Chevron is exactly the opposite. It is not
Correct.
necessary, impractical, and ill-advised and bad all the way around bullshit.
It's just
Hi,
bad
Danny.
law.
Long time no see. Hi, Kurt. Long time no see. And
Good to see
everybody
you,
else even
sir.
longer no time no see. It's been like 12 hours.
Did you get a new camera?
No, I just blurred the background out.
The camera looks great, by the way.
It's
Well-
great quality.
Well, I downgraded my camera from this Media 513 streamer cam to this basic Logitech thing that Danny's using, and it's so much better.
I pulled up that chat. Like hold up a sign and blink, and he had a sign hold up, and all of a sudden it was like a black screen. Hold on
out.
for a second, and then it just bumped back. Yeah. David, this is your first opportunity. I don't think you've had a stream with Legal Vices before.
No.
Or Danny.
First time. So David is
What's
a
up?
D&D. Legal Vices. Jeff, I know you're going to like this. D&D, you played as a kid, right?
Yeah, well, just because nobody plays here in Korea, so by default, I'm just out. So yeah, back when I lived in the States, did quite a bit.
I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. David, introduce yourself. I'm being rude.
Well, you know what?
D&D.
It's something about D&D,
Yeah.
more like creativity generator, storytelling, creativity, that kind of content thing. I'm not a lawyer. I'm more like a storyteller. But I think, Jeff, we've talked on Twitter once or twice.
Yeah.
Danny, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Hey, now that I've killed the conversation.
You have not killed the conversation.
No,
you look like a stunning
it was,
Lorax.
it was
What is with
necessary.
the-
We
Here,
were
I'll put
going
the screen
into
up.
legal
It's only
stuff.
minorly wounded.
No, don't do that, David. What's with the mustache? It's like it's exceedingly big tonight.
No, I was trimming my beard about a week and a half ago and had a trimming accident, so we had to just shear it all the way off the beard. So it's just growing back to fill its normal position.
Are you okay? Do you need counseling? We can send counselors.
See, that's the great thing about hair; it just grows back. The weird thing is, I've learned that I have this weird brown patch of hair right here that makes me look like I have syphilis or something.
Nice.
That was just said on stream. That's just now out in the public.
I mean,
We
that was
now
what
have
I
that.
assumed.
I mean, sure. Like people were obviously thinking that before you said it. So, anyways, Santa Claus, how are you today?
Good. Yeah, like I said, just avoiding cleaning and taxes. Two certain things in life: cleaning and taxes.
So Kurt, the case where Chevron is being challenged.
Yeah.
Can
The name of the case, off the top of my
the
head, I can
basics
tell you
of
what
it.
the case is about.
give us that. I want
knowing-
that.
Okay, so this is a little esoteric, but it deals with fishing. Under certain circumstances, the federal government has the right to place a person on fishing vessels. And what makes it even more weird is that the fishing vessel people themselves have to pay for the federal employee to be on the fishing vessel. The amount of the money can be fairly substantial. Now, I'm going to get these numbers a little bit wrong because it's been a while since I read it, but I think for foreign related fishing, it's not that bad. It's like less than a percentage point or something of the overall catch. But for domestic, it's something like 20% or something. It's actually a pretty hefty charge or slice of the fishing relating to this. So, and all this is coming out of nothing, by the way, in relation to the underlying statute. There is some other provision in a very narrow subsection that kind of allows for this in a very narrow context. But basically what the federal government did is they took this very limited power in this very limited subsection and basically said, well, the statute is silent as to other circumstances. It says we have this power in this tiny little domain to do this. But since the statute is silent and we have the power in this tiny little domain, how about all the domains? And so basically they are costing the fishermen lots and lots of money. And that is what the underlying dispute is about. It's about fishing and how much money they get from the fish, how much they have to share with the federal government employee they're required to have on the boat.
I'm surprised no aviation company brought this through the FAA because they have similar problems.
That's what I mean. Like the fuel and the mandates on the pilot hours and the restrictions on who can be on the plane, off the plane, and the time they can be on the plane, and the hiring practices. It is so strict. It is wild. Like
very cost prohibitive.
Well, and then you got to have the government making sure, because with the fish catch, you have what fish are they actually catching?
Yeah.
Where is it at? Are they catching endangered fish? Are they fishing in places they're not supposed to be doing? Are they overfishing their quotas? You gotta have the monitors. You have to pay for your own personal monitor.
And there were two cert questions posed, and the Supreme Court only took number 2, which dealt specifically with this issue. Well, it dealt specifically with Chevron. Said, should we overrule Chevron or at least limit it? It was like basically right in the call to question: should Chevron be overruled or narrowed to be clear about clients? And the people representing the petitioner, it's Paul Clement, and Paul Clement is a fucking badass.
Paul Clement doesn't lose. I love Paul Clement.
Paul Clement is one of the best Supreme Court advocates it is if you're going to do the Supreme Court, Paul Clement's one of your top picks. So,
you know, it is
I
120.
I would kill to work with him or go against him, because either way, I'd learn a shit ton.
Oh, I would love to go against him. Like just to do it, just to have the opportunity.
Watch him destroy my soul. That'd be great.
Like he would crush every part of my existence.
It'd be
Danny,
fun
I can't hear a singer.
Oh my god!
Hey, Mike, what's up?
Yep.
What the hell are you people doing?
I was gonna try and
tell y'all to go to bed now.
I was gonna try and preview the fact that you were like far more bare chested than you ever have.
Mike,
been.
you had a respectable stream recently, and I thank you for it. The Kim Gardner thing was great. It was respectable and professional and
thank you, Kurt.
insightful.
Wait, Mike, I need to adjust your robot in the back. Hang on.
No, my you know how it is. You guys all have channels. My viewers drug me into that.
I gotta take the vest down. There you go. There's Mike in all his glory. Chest exposed.
So many people asked me what I thought about Gardner, and I just said, "Go watch Law Talk with Mike. It can't be said any better from a lawyer's perspective."
Oh God.
Thank you.
Just
well, usually it's funny, but I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll tell you what I think, but you're not gonna like it.
It's fair. That's how life is. It's people are allowed to have opinions. They're allowed to upset you. They're allowed to be different than yours.
They did both resign.
They did.
Did Kim Gardner finally resign?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
they busted her in nursing school, which is so odd because I did another video on this, but it's so odd because generally speaking, you'd say that's an admirable thing to be doing, unless you're the county's prosecutor and you're behind on all your cases. Then picking up a nursing degree on the side, not cool.
Yeah, what was she, like 170 felonies in or something like that?
Can we all pause awkwardly and let's try and figure out what Danny's talking about on her phone call? Because I
don't know any other way to pause.
Can we? Anyone
I'm
else?
guessing she's talking to Mr. On.
And read lips. Like I think Mr. On is on the phone.
Because
love you, honey. Love you, dear. Yes, I ate all the food that we had. Yep, it's fantastic. I love the people I'm streaming with right now. They're fantastic. Kurt is a brilliant legal scholar. I'm fixing my glasses to make sure that he knows that.
Chat. You gotta click that.
Fixing.
It was not.
I am frustrated. Look, Danny's like, oh God,
that's fantastic.
That was totally not what she said.
You got a fresh too, though, Rob. You look good.
Oh, thank you, buddy. It's not really. It's like all over the place right now.
Oh yeah, you poor bastard. Just all my glorious hair is all over the place. I just look a mess, don't I, ladies?
You know who else is a bald man that does very well for himself? Jason Statham.
Legend.
That was an interesting transition, but
no,
allow it.
We know.
There is context to that. That is a 4 a.m. after Friday Night Frenzy. Me giving a closing argument on behalf of Jeff, Legal Vices, who was accused of stealing something or not being at his post. I don't remember. It was
I honestly don't. That was one of these celestial convergences. It was a convergence of the worlds where he finished his Friday Night Frenzy just as I was finishing up my Fuck It Friday stream, both liquored out of our damn gourds, wondering what would happen if Statham replaced
no, wasn't that
replacing Clarence Darrow?
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't Statham. It was we have
Statham
lost
from Crank.
No, we have lost good litigators, and I actually will take this.
Yeah, because that's how it started. We started by talking about Clarence Darrow and things, how he was making the judge cry in Leopold and Loeb, and somehow that worked up to Statham, which I'm not really sure. It was the two most retarded lawyery stuff you've ever seen in your life with the
It
chat
was a
wondering
7-hour
what's going on.
close. It was like the coolest closing argument of all time. But it's these historical trials, and the debate was that you don't see lawyers like that anymore. And honestly, I'm going to say I had my experience in court. I had court this afternoon, motions day.
Now they'll give you a time limit for your close. They'll be like 7 hours. Go F yourself.
Oh yeah, they'll say go F yourself. I had
the Supreme Court used to have
hearing.
unlimited time. Supreme Court had some oral arguments that went on for days in the past. That was fun.
Oh,
And now you got 15 minutes.
They got better. And then I actually like what Roberts has done recently.
I liked it when they used to be a half hour. Do you remember when they used to be a half hour?
I do. I also liked it when they didn't like let everyone in plead, like, because it makes it more confusing. So, but I was in court today in Loudoun County, and lawyer Kate, if lawyer Kate's mom is in the chat watching, hi, your daughter's a wonderful attorney. She told me that you watch it.
Oh no,
this feels like the discussion with like.
I'm nervous.
No,
you know what? I'm not finishing that sentence.
No, stop, Runkle.
I feel like I'm the only sober one here.
I'm talking about the prospect of actual young attorneys. So there was a young attorney that was arguing a motion that got up, and damn it, looked like she might have been 13. I not say that disparagingly, but she was arguing the fuck out of this motion, and impassioned, great argument, great law, great. And that she had a losing case. She had losing facts every single step of the way. Every fact was a loss. But holy shit, she argued the hell out of it. And I was like, oh, there's hope. There's hope. There is hope. We have new attorneys coming. Then I saw someone else get up, and I was like, oh shit.
Never
We're
mind.
fucked.
There was I mean, you never know. I watched a Supreme Court proceeding, and the lawyer, I was just like, what are you doing? You suck. And yeah, they lost.
There were the Clarence Darrows. There were the F. Lee Baileys. There were the litigators of old. And I would love to see a new generation of those. It'd be cool.
But we don't teach people how to write anymore. We don't teach people how to speak. We don't teach oration.
We don't need to.
We don't teach that anymore.
Why don't you need to, Mike?
We'll all be replaced by AI in about the next 6 months. So I mean, this is a sweet, nostalgic conversation, but let's not bullshit ourselves.
Mike coming in, shirt down. He's coming in hot, swinging.
We already had the AI will doom us all conversation 3 hours ago.
Yeah. We did. We crushed our own spirits with the AI is going to kill everyone.
It'll be great. It'll be the first time in human history that we don't have to do anything, and then humans will have to find a purpose, or we'll all just kill each other.
That's
we're going to do the second thing.
That's the premise of Wall-E. That's how they all end up fat on a big airspace. And
Wall-E gets pizza trees, okay?
Exactly.
I'll take the
That's what I was
pizza
gonna
trees
say.
and AI any day.
Wait, what? Wait, pizza? What?
Pizza trees. They grow pizza on trees.
There we go.
That's
the thing is
I'm
we want.
in favor of
with
pizza
us all
trees.
getting fat and happy is not going to happen.
I'm in favor of pizza trees.
I would like a pizza tree right now, to be honest. Like that would be great. How fast do they grow? That'd be fantastic.
But see, and that's the thing that I don't want to go back 3 hours.
There are
time
services
again,
that
but
will deliver you a pizza.
Today, right now, this very second is the worst that AI will ever be again.
He has a point.
I had AI write.
Oh, that scares the shit out of me.
I had AI write some stuff for me. It's currently way better than a decent first year associate. Way better.
I have to because I have new people on the stream. I have to show the same video I did earlier and honestly get their impressions, because holy shit. Scrolly. We can do the things and pull up the video.
We're just gonna strain and drink Malort. It's gonna be good.
It's a good life.
Why would anyone drink Malort?
See, this is
I'm
weird.
Richmond
There's
Grant
1, 2,
overlords.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people here on the planet, and I'm the most. I'm the completely sober one. That's really uncommon.
Time zones.
That's the only
Time
Pretty
recipe
zones.
that
sober. I
you're going
haven't
to
had
give
a
to
drink
AI.
in like 6 or 7 hours at this point.
Like
Pretty sober.
time zones. Like plus
Now, while
the
you play
last
the
time
video, I'm going to rectify this problem.
Oh,
you do. You
I
do
am
that. I'm
stone
gonna
cold
pull the
sober.
video.
I took a nap after work. Not
What?
because I drank. I took a nap like a 4-year-old who needs a nap.
You are
That's what I
joining
did.
my stream
Oh,
sober.
I do that all the time.
What is
Oh, yeah.
this?
Sorry,
whatever.
When?
I just
You're
had a
claiming
day of
you're
like regular attorney output. I got done. I'm like, whoa, I gotta cash out from that.
You're claiming you're sober, but your
sad.
shirt is still wide open.
It's fine. That's
high
Mike.
fashion.
That's just Mike. He's got to protect his image. This is his brand, Ian. Don't attack his brand.
I'm just picturing Mike in court, like shirt wide open.
Yeah.
No, he can't. He doesn't. He can't do that. That's.
I'm thinking about making a medallion out of my my YouTube thing.
What
There,
YouTube?
my plaque. and
What, you're gonna put it
roll
on a
into
chain
court
and
with
run
that.
around
Just,
you?
just throw
Here
a
I
chain
am.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike, you have to tell me what color you want yours. And Jeff, you got to get to 100K so I can get you one.
Yeah. Everybody subscribe to me.
Yeah. So I've
been going through
had
the
two
ad.
new additions. I have had 2 new additions to the stream since y'all have joined. Legal Vices, who streams from Korea, but honestly has some of the coolest content about maritime law specifically that I've ever seen. Monday Maritime is still a thing.
How much have you seen? That's the point. It's a very shallow pool.
I love that shit. It's so cool. I love that case law dynamic. And plus, he's been doing OJ Simpson recaps, which honestly, if there's a trial you want to watch again and again and again, it's that trial.
He's probably
Just
the
the
only
trial
YouTuber
itself.
who's talking about maritime law who isn't also then spewing complete crazy.
Probably true.
That's because
I was actually talking about maritime law, not
That
sovereign
is
citizen nonsense. Yeah.
completely fair.
I'm actually
Mike,
a lawyer. That helps.
Can I don't want to be insulting.
Okay.
But
There's no but.
This is a setup.
But
All right.
There might be a but.
That
No,
being
it's
the
not
case,
insulting at all.
vis-a-vis.
Mike is my when I have a bad day. When I have a bad day,
Mike
I
is
put
like
Mike's-
the Lord
no,
on a bad
I-
day.
I put my stream on because
And I instantly
know,
feel way better about myself. Everything's
nope, I know that I'm gonna laugh my fucking ass off. I know I'm gonna laugh my ass off. I know I'm gonna have a good time.
Oh,
Because
thank you.
Mike finds fun in every single case he covers.
Yeah.
It is
Except for
it's
Gardner.
often either
Except for
stop,
Gardner.
sit, or it's something. Except for Gardner. Just we're gonna exclude that one. Mike makes everything funny, and his laugh is infectious, and it's fun, and it's great. And Jeff is a great guy. Danny is a phenomenal content creator. Ian is a great creator, a phenomenal, brilliant mind. David is remarkably imaginative. Kurt is probably one of the smartest people I've ever known in my entire life.
Hi, David. We haven't met.
I am blessed and happy to be on screen with every single person here. So I thank all of you for being here. And please, if you are watching, I'm telling you, don't pass this up. Go sub to these people.
Notice how you won't regret. Well, you don't want to pass this up.
Don't pass it up.
I'm saying we wouldn't regret it.
Don't
change
pass it up.
midstream.
No guarantees or warranties.
Like
That's all.
I told Mike this many times. As soon as the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is I hit the phone and I hit Law Talk with Mike. First thing when I get out of bed, because he's just stopping his stream or has just been reloaded when I wake up, and that's what I do. That's how I start my morning every day without fail. Is listening to Law Talk with Mike.
That's awesome.
I had a flight that I missed, and so I was stuck at and I was going to get like 4 hours of sleep, and I still stayed up to watch Mike before I went to bed.
Oh, thanks.
Fun.
Kurt's my lunchtime viewing or my winding down after I go to sleep, because we have like an hour we go head to head there in the evenings for me, in the mornings for him. I have to watch him on replay either at lunch or after I go to sleep.
Well, I appreciate that you check it out at all.
Well, it's fun because I didn't get into creating content. I started watching all of you guys, and I still do. Like I still.
You and I started almost the same day. Mine was my
pretty
day was
close.
May 2nd. So just a couple
I was
of
May
days
I was
before.
May 9th, so I've got 3 days. But
Yeah. And you had like 100,000 subscribers when I had like 4.
that was a properly timed video. But
Happy
honestly, I
birthdays.
still
Yeah.
walk and I thank you, David. I still watch all of you guys. Like I still watch David. I watch Mike. I watch Uncivil. I watch Uncivil, his morning recaps. I watch those all the time. Runkle, every time he's on, I'm there. You know, Danny in the recaps, I watch her. Legal Vices, Jeff, I watch him as much as I can. Mike, I laugh my ass off. I go to all of these creators, I go to their pages and I watch. I still do. I don't have enough time anymore. I wish I did. But you know,
Yeah, you got to get rid of that pesky law firm.
Y'all sound funny on 2X. I will tell you that. Every one of you guys sound really fucking hilarious on 2X. It's great. I love it. So back to the AI discussion. So the picture on screen is Joe Rogan, but what you're about to hear was 100% created by AI.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen this yet?
Is this the Spanish version?
Yeah.
Let's get
Scary
dark,
shit.
folks.
Episodio es presentado por Athletic Greens, la bebida nutricional diaria, todo en uno para mejorar la salud y alcanzar un rendimiento óptimo. Es un fantástico suplemento de superalimentos que es una mezcla patentada de 75 vitaminas, minerales e ingredientes derivados de alimentos integrales. Y además incluye prebióticos, probióticos, enzimas digestivas, superalimentos y más. Y viene muy sencillo. En estos pequeños paquetes puedes conseguirlo en un recipiente y echarlo en un vaso o una botella de agua.
It's not bad.
And that explains why I've gotten 1,000 solicitations to translate all my videos into other languages in the last couple of weeks, because they're like, oh, we'll see if we can get him to, let's see if he's dumb enough to get him to pay for something he can do himself.
Have you guys seen the Pizza Hug Spot commercial?
The what?
Yes.
It's a commercial that was written, scripted, filmed, produced, and edited entirely by AI.
Oh, is that one of the Nightmare Fuel ones? Because there's another one that's like a beer commercial.
It's still a little glitchy, but I put it here in the private chat. But it has a killer tagline at the end, like people that you would pay tens of thousands of dollars couldn't come up with. It's all AI. Everything is AI.
Oh, I have seen this. Yeah,
Roll
it's
it.
creepy.
So they did all the images are AI too.
Everything. The
So how do
script,
we pass our
images, edited,
time?
everything.
When the bots are doing the farming and the construction and literally everything, how do we pass our time?
Oh, they're just going
Murder.
to. Yeah, they're
Nah,
just
we're
gonna.
still a long ways off
all
from
of
that,
the
though.
sins.
So
It'll be
I'm
like
gonna-
that Star Trek episode where they're like, all right, pretend the bomb went off. Everybody, you're the designated deceased zone. Everyone go in the processor and get deleted. And then we're just going to go back to watching TV.
I'm gonna risk this on mute.
Or we go to Mars.
No, you take it off mute. There's nothing that's going to get you copied. No, there's
Really?
nothing wrong. Yeah.
Jeff.
No one owns it.
Oh,
It's a good point.
Are you ready for best pizza of life? Bring friends down to Pepperoni Hug Spot. Our chefs
Little
make
wonky,
pizza
but
with
still.
heart and special touch. Cheese, pepperoni, vegetable, and more secret things. Need delivery? Pizzas come fast.
This is
Not
creepy as fuck.
who's there. Pizza magic.
pizza.
I am
Pepperoni
uncomfortable.
You know?
I am
Pizza.
uncomfortable.
Say thank you.
What
Your
is
mouth
happening? This is
All right,
like
the
that's like
faces
the
are
movie
distorted.
Smile.
It's like family, but with more cheese.
With more cheese.
Like
That's the
family,
greatest tagline.
more
That's
great line.
cheese.
It's not bad. I mean, you know,
It's like family with more cheese.
Pretty
You
awful.
could pay an advertising
Dude.
agency $20,000, $30,000, $40,000.
Yes.
And then you could
Nobody
sue
would
them
come
for
up
your
with-
entire
it's like-
payment
yeah.
back if that's
Yeah.
what they delivered.
But I mean, nobody would. That is an excellent tagline, like
Hey.
family, but with more cheese.
Pepperoni hug
Sure.
spot.
And the thing is, if you eat your way through an entire turd, you might find some corn.
oh come on.
And that's what that
Look.
feels like.
Oh come on!
I mean,
Ian, David had a comment.
I
Yeah,
remember
always
that
have
is.
analogies.
Pepperoni
I'm
hug spot
impressed
gets,
by it.
they get their pizza off of trees.
I'm impressed by it. Think where you'll be in. Think where you'll
Can
be in
we
3
let
months,
David
6
talk for a
months,
second?
year.
We need to let David talk because he's had a comment for
I
like
coming in?
the last minute and a half.
I think it's suppressing me and my pizza tree comments because pepperoni hug spot grows on pizza trees.
Oh no! What was the comment?
That's where we're at.
Oh, we're here. We're
Thanks
here.
for letting that in, Rob.
I'm so glad. Pepperonis
Ian,
on trees. I need
this
pepperonis.
goes back to what I was saying, Ian. That was just somebody going, "Make me a pizza commercial." That is the worst AI you will ever see again in the future.
Yeah.
That is the
for
worst it will
sure.
ever be.
Scary as fuck.
And the thing is, eventually it's going to be fantastic. Right now, it generates nightmare fuel that would terrify people.
That
Well, like I said, I had it respond to some emotions, and I did it. But here's the thing: some of it was garbage, some of it was good. I already know the answer because I've been doing this for over 25 years.
Wait, Mike.
So, I'm just like I just reprompted it, and then it was done.
No,
something that would take me 12 hours. I mean,
listen,
done.
Wow.
God damn it! Listen, this is a real question. You actually gave it motions and you had it respond.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I blocked and pasted
shit.
the core of the argument, not the entire motion, not the, but like the core of the argument. And I said, respond to this. It said something stupid. The fact of the matter is, I already know the answer. I'm just too lazy to type it out.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, no, I have to change my prompt. And then I did that. And then boom, I looked at it. I had to look up cases to make sure that they weren't garbage sites. They weren't. They were on point in the state of Illinois. Absolutely right.
I tried feeding it some Canadian law, and I can tell you the citations it had were complete works of fiction.
Well, Canadian
Don't
law
hold up
keep
your
coming
hand,
up.
Danny. Just interrupt. Nobody's ever going to talk to you if you just raise your hand.
I'm being polite. I don't want to interrupt the great Mike, so I'm just hanging out, just waiting
Don't
for
be
my
polite.
turn.
None of us are
Danny,
polite.
I don't. This isn't a call on stream. I
Okay,
will
but
shut everyone
I'm
else
just
up if you start
guys,
talking.
I'm trying to be polite. God damn it. After a freaking 12 and a half hour freaking mediation. All right. I'm on my last lap. Okay. So now that the decency is out of the way, let me just say, if you have any law students in your family or you are a law student, may I highly recommend that you join the law hacker group or society in your school, at your school. My team didn't, but BYU's team developed a really cool bot in conjunction with someone else out in California that will argue speeding ticket or parking tickets. And it has successfully eliminated, it successfully won 99% of cases.
Hell, Mike and I remember when we barely remember when we had computers in law school.
So you could develop a bot for free. You could develop a bot, pay your engineer. If you own a law firm, you could do it this way. You could hire an engineer, have them design a bot for you. You own the rights to the bot. You own the rights to the engineer. And then you go ahead and have him create a bot that does all your work for you. You just double check it. Boom, bada bing. You charge your clients and you can charge them at a lower rate. And so you're actually charging more in quantity versus quality. So then you're making tons of money. You're making bank doing nothing.
But
Danny, until they all figure it out and then just do it themselves.
Yeah, do not pay. That's it.
Oh, you don't want to have
That's
the
one
people
of them.
You
There's multiple. Maybe it's not do not pay. There's one that does just parking tickets.
I know. So this is one that this is one of them.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, do not pay is also the one that almost got themselves wrecked trying to make a pitch for somebody to use it at the Supreme Court.
They are in mid reckoning. This lawsuit has some serious merit based on what I've read.
Really?
Because it's not, they extended beyond just citations into criminal citations, and then they got a bunch of failure to appears, and they got a bunch of misfiled things, and and also it's someone you can't actually hold accountable by the
maybe
bar,
if they just change it to do not win, then they'll be okay.
That might be it. But here's the thing: so when a client hires a lawyer, they have recourse against the bar. They can file a claim against the bar, and the bar has a fund that's available for clients that have lost because their lawyer was shit.
Well, you have insurance.
or the lawyer has insurance. This does not have malpractice insurance. This is not backed by the bar. This is an app. This is not a practicing lawyer. So these people who, when you start to read into the complaint, got more punishment than just a traffic citation. They don't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you hire a bot to do it. What I'm suggesting is you take the bot in-house.
Yes.
That's my suggestion. And you get to charge double because you're an attorney and you're doing legal work, even though you're not actually doing much. You just write it into your retainer.
That's fair. Use AI as a freaking tool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
If you're smart, you'll have the AI write your retainer about that too.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Problem is, you got to be really careful because the AI generates things that look like an answer but aren't necessarily an answer.
Sure.
That's where we currently are.
Well,
we currently are.
Yeah.
It can produce really stupid stuff, and as an attorney, I can look at it and say, "No, that's good," or "That's stupid," and a client can't do that.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought that's what we were all doing as lawyers, writing answers that look like answers, but they're not really. That was a part of the job description.
Well, and that's why you have an attorney double check it, just like you have an attorney double checking your paralegals or your 3L law student freaking clerks who have no clue what they're doing. And I don't understand why law firms pay as much money for them as they do, but whatever.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I hired a lot of associates, and that's like a prime thing they would do is draft this. I don't know why I would do it anymore.
Mike,
I don't need to hire associates.
Pause. Damn it. Pause.
Oh, I really want to start talking just for the fun of it.
No, I know you do. Kurt, it was lovely to see you this evening. I know you got to bounce. I know you've been on for a while. Thank you, my friend, for being here. I wanted to give you a send-off, but I knew that if I didn't stop the conversation, we'd keep talking for another hour. And you need sleep. And we all need sleep. So thank you for being here.
All right, bye-bye.
I'm
Bye,
going
Kurt.
to head out too. So I'll see you
Hi,
guys
David.
tomorrow.
David, thank you, my friend.
Have a
Thank you.
good night, good morning, good day, time zone.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasant good morrow to all of you.
Mike, we've met once, and I just want to remind everyone because I crashed your stream here dressed in a wizard outfit. And I want to make sure you remember.
You remember that. That was one of the best crashes of all time.
And with that, good night.
Good night. Yeah, I might have been drinking that night.
You might have been. Might have been.
Oh, I remember. I'm sober now, but I remember getting on just tanked. I was in Georgia, and I was out at like some functions, and then I'm like, well, I'll just get on and say hi to Rob. I don't remember the stream. It was like, it wasn't good.
There's 2,000 people watching. Like, I just get on. And you forgot to blur the screen. So we saw the back of your hotel room. Like, I was just all there. There was no one in the background. It was just Mike's hotel room.
That's for the best, though, that there was no one in the back.
Yeah. So I'm not going to get to the rest of the Favre story. It's just not going to happen.
I remember that.
The whole pleading. That is a whole motion to dismiss that I am not going to be able to read right now because it is 2:00 in the morning. But yes, we have super chats. You want to go through those? And laugh a little bit?
No, I'm out, brother. I just came to tell y'all to go to bed. I put in 15 minutes here.
Mike.
Good night, Mike.
I have a question.
So many jokes.
Is it sugar waxing? Is it sugar waxing? Is it
I'm just bare chested like a Cub Scout.
Is it like
that's
nothing?
Really?
Yeah.
People
Absolutely nothing.
People talk about my analogies, but that
swim?
analogy
was it like just
that was quite the simile.
No, that's the way it is. I wish I had some hair on my chest. I don't.
I'll give you some. Please take
I mean, you
can trade. What it was like to be dolphin smooth.
This is legal news. Legal news after dark. Wait, hang on. On Mike, for your outro. Hang on. We have legal news after dark. We have Law Talk with Mike, who has come to you.
Oh, it is feeding the duck time.
The lowered sweatshirt, which is available at Law Talk with Mike. on the YouTube. If you like watching crazy court shenanigans, please check this young gentleman out. And I don't mean just the figure, the content as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is available to you for free, or membership subscriptions are available as well. Law Talk with Mike on the YouTubes. Thank you, Mike.
Also,
Thank you, brother.
Mike,
Appreciate it.
check out his channel. I think he offers merch of a button-up shirt with no buttons.
Yeah. All right, nice to meet you. I'll try to get on earlier, but whatever. I woke up from a nap. I couldn't believe you were still on.
Thank you, buddy.
Good weekend, everybody.
See you, Mike. Take care.
Oh, that was fun. That was fun. That magic Mike. Okay, I have to hit some super chats. You guys are free to bounce, or you're free to stay around. There might be questions. There might be inappropriate comments.
I just got here.
No
I'm not going
freaking
anywhere.
Clue. Good.
I just got
Love it.
my Colt drink mixed, so I'm in.
Ian is always distracted. He will jump when he wants to jump. That's how he and I roll all the time. I'm glad the tie's back on the
Doorknob.
I was like, there's no way that sentence ends. That doesn't sound awkward.
I know. It was uncomfortable. As I started saying it, it just felt uncomfortable. I'm being told I need to swoop. One more. That's just Danny, the chat. That's the thing. The chat now knows your kryptonite. They know that you can't handle the swoop.
I can't. Could you imagine? I'm like in the middle of oral argument, and then it swoops on screen.
The thing is,
like
I'm
hair
gonna be
back, all in, and then swoop.
It goes like, I am, Your Honor. I'm gonna address 3 topics. Topic 1, swoop.
Rob, what kind of law do you practice?
Divorce law, my dear.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So you and I would be on opposite sides, and you'd be swooping me.
Yeah, I mean, we don't say that. We don't say that out loud on a live stream. We just So
you can swoop me in private.
See, that is thirstier than the chat has ever gotten.
I'm dying.
Wait, is a swoop an innuendo for something else?
Okay.
It is now.
No, it's not. Not even. No, it's not. It's not at all. Okay. So, Heather, thank you very much. I just sent you a DM with a link to an advert for lawyers written by AI. It is hilarious. I would love to see that. That's Twitter DMs. Let's see if we can't find that, because I have a minute to spare. There's the link. Oh. Okay, we can do this.
It's probably better than 97% of the law firm ads out there.
I mean, to be fair, there's law firm ads that are like practically negligent practice of law just by virtue of the ad.
Well, except for the Law Hawk. The Texas Law Hawk wins.
Oh, that is a great.
Have you been hurt in an accident?
Oh.
Okay, so this is like literally like every other law firm
And
advertisement
he looks
ever.
like a lawyer, like a sad one.
They all look like sad.
I mean, that's just a lawyer.
They're advertising on TV.
I will say the book setup in the background, solid.
Yeah.
No, it's missing Martindale Hubble. It's not a real law
It
firm.
is. Yeah.
It's
okay, that's
funny
fair.
because you get the lawyers who buy their books by the foot.
Yeah.
I will not go further.
Are you going to push play?
You gotta press play.
Have you been hurt in an accidental car? Has the government sold your lungs without asking nicely?
Oh no.
Are you mesothelioma? Answer me. If so, you can act entitled for money. I'll help. I graduated from law school and all my teachers were bitten by dogs. I have been a lawyer for over 35 weekends, and I'm currently dating the Bill of Rights for fun. Let me use it to
This was
send
not
your
generated
asbestos
by
to
AI.
court. I will wear 2 suits, and I promise to steal the judge's gavel for you. My clients never go to jail town. Remember, you don't pay any money unless you pay us money. call for free use of phone.
Okay.
That was not generated by AI. That was generated by a human who
That's
was mocking
just
AI.
someone trolling the
Yeah.
whole internet. That's just trolling the whole internet.
But it was better than every other law firm ad that's ever been made. Actually, that's the ironic part of it.
That's actually fair.
I mean, to be fair, you've never seen Canadian law firm ads.
Oh no, they can't be worse.
They are regulated to fuck. And so you can't even say things like, I am a good lawyer. You cannot say anything that implies that you are a better lawyer than other lawyers.
Are Law Hawks ads still up on YouTube?
Oh, absolutely.
Never heard of them.
God.
You haven't heard of the Texas Law Hawk?
No.
Who are the guys that are in the billboards all over Utah? Like Siegfried and Roy. Siegfried and Jensen. Oh my lord!
I can't believe
One
this
call,
guy's
that's all.
editor. This guy's editor just needs like, what's the? Oh, hang on. Let me go through a couple.
Like Siegfried and Jensen haven't had a new suit since 1984. Like haven't had not a lawsuit, like a wearing suit, ill-fitting, bad hair. If you have ever been injured by anyone ever for any reason, call us. Was it one call solves it all or something like that?
Yeah, we're not allowed to
Also-
really do slogans. So it's basically just we are lawyers and we exist is how that goes.
Sounds awful.
Korean lawyers aren't allowed to advertise, full stop. And even the sign outside the building are regulated in size, color, shape, position, all of that.
It really means that most lawyers don't advertise. And the funniest thing is I used to work at a firm where they got a radio ad and the radio ad company called them back to check if they were joking. Because the ad copy was basically, we are lawyers, we do criminal defense, call us, and the name of the firm. And here's the fun part. The lawyer who was the principal there was Sean Beaver. And so the firm name was Beaver Law. And so the radio assumed that they were being pranked.
Oh.
Because, hey, it was like the most generic ad ever plus that. And they were
I have a similar story. Okay.
This has got to be a prank.
I have a similar personal story. When I was getting this job here in Korea, originally it was two lawyers that had made an office together. It was Mr. Saul and Mr. Yu and Mr. Suck. It was literally like the you suck firm.
No.
Then my boss joined with them. And that's when I was still in I clerked for him in his private office between my 2L and 3L year when I was over here and back here visiting Korea. And then he said, we don't need any foreign lawyers. But then he merged with these guys, and his name was Mr. Saw. So the law firm was going to be Saw You Suck. But my boss, who had gotten his LLM from Cornell, said, "No, I think we need to change." So he changed the name of the firm because I could just see myself. Everybody's like, where are you working? Oh, I got hired by this firm. I got hired by this firm. And I figured when it came to me, be like, where are you working, Jeff? I'm working for So You Suck. I could just hear everybody going, yeah, that's not what we figured.
Your resume would just have a giant hole in it because you couldn't say where you worked.
I could just literally hear people going, yeah, that's pretty much what we had you pegged for, a job like that.
I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do with those names. Like it's like Sauce you.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't get better.
No, there's no way you can do. So now we're a bigger, better, more properly named law firm.
There's a law firm in Red Deer, which is actually a town in Alberta, that lots of people have suggested that I need to work for. The guy's name is Darcy Dunkel. And so people have suggested I need to work with him and form the firm of Dunkel Runkle. The problem is he does like business and employment law, and I do criminal law. So it's not really a good fit.
It reminds me of my grandmother. Her name was Lenora Delora.
Her parents had a sense of humor.
No, that's like the Mormonist of Mormon names, Lenora Delora. You just put Lenora,
Okay.
just put La in front of everything, or at the end of things.
Tanya in between.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Lenora, Tanya, Delora.
Mm.
All right. Tackling some of these super chats. Caitlin Moore, last few weeks have been crazy, so thank you for being a constant comfort in my life every week. Between job drama and endo, FNF is a treasured highlight. Thank you for being here. That is much appreciated. John, thank you very much. Can we just say that everyone's fingers are messed up in pepperoni hug spot? Oh,
So are their mouths.
Then
their
everything
eyes.
was. The mouths like dragged, like they did like the weird smile thing.
And they like eat the plate by like inhaling plate.
And the chef's arm is on fire. They're special. They have extra chromosomes.
Nanner, taking this one out of order. Do you guys have a time for Hogs tomorrow? 10 a.m. Eastern, which is why I'm looking at the clock and growing increasingly concerned. So 10 a.m. Eastern is Hogs charity stream for the
We
hospital.
can still talk
that-
for 6 more hours. What are you talking about?
God, Jeff, I have to. This is Rick. I can't do sailor talk on.
Yeah, see, that's I always hate coming into other streams after I've done.
I
my
know,
own, 'cause
I know,
I have to
I
keep
know.
in my head that they haven't been streaming for 4 hours.
Reminder, like this is a different channel. This is not mine. Yeah, no, but so Rick's is at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The link is pinned to the chat. So charity stream for the fundraiser for the hospital that saved his life. That begins at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So if you guys can donate, please do. If you can tune in, please do. It'd be amazing, honestly. Thank you. Chevron Tread, thank you very much. Is this where many regulations originate? Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Agencies,
Unfortunately.
like they are protected. They don't have to.
Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Texas Law commercial.
Oh, I'm gonna pull that up in a minute. That's gonna be going out. 9 Inch Nails.
Good.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna. Wait. I'm getting there.
Pulling out.
Yeah. Don't ruin it.
it.
9 Inch Nails gal. What time? Live with Hogue, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Lauren, thank you. Robin, Danny, how does the sperm donation but still involved as parents affect y'all's work? It creates a very weird question of law that gets answered by your court. Honestly, Virginia started ruling on it. It's property until it's born.
And that is the prime example of what we were talking about earlier with their answers that sound like answers, but they're really not.
Which is why I have argued that the law should recognize a human being
It's
for purposes of paternity and purposes of family law as an embryo that is implanted into a human uterus.
Well, I think there should be a law saying that the father on the birth certificate must agree in writing to be the father on the birth certificate.
Well, so
most laws do. Most jurisdictions do.
Most states are fighting with this, and they are fighting with drafting laws to address it. And honestly, it's not for you, me, or anyone else on this stream to dictate how a state regulates itself. It's not. We have our own opinions. That's fair. But I will say that states are starting to have this back and forth. For example, in Virginia, right now, embryos that are fertilized are considered under Virginia law as property to be divided in equitable distribution hearing.
Here too. And California, I believe.
Mm-hmm. But Virginia child support law also says that in child support proceedings, that child support can be retroactive to the date that would incorporate pregnancy costs.
Same here.
So you start to see a little bit of inherent conflict in law. And it's asking the courts to reconcile something they didn't anticipate seeing. So it's a question. We'll see how it gets resolved.
Well, there's
about 10 years.
Dad can still disclaim rights, right? In Virginia. So he can say, I'm not father. I don't want to be father. I'm relinquishing my rights and I'm not paying child support.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Most places you can't do that because the state has a substantial incentive.
Yep.
To
State has an
avoid,
interest.
People not paying support.
Yep, TANF, TANF, like and
Right.
state support. So the state, when the mother petitions for support from the state has an interest in the state proceeds for child support against the father.
Right.
That's why you should always use sperm banks.
Or
That's
Elon
why
Musk.
you should just
Call me
wrap
Elon.
your dinghy.
Or don't.
Or get surgery. Yeah.
Or call me.
Or just,
I do criminal defense, so all of the solutions people find in my area of law are bad solutions.
yeah.
Well, an interesting offshoot of this is this deal that happened in the Netherlands last week. A guy was prohibited by law from.
Oh, we know. We talked
talked about it.
about this. You missed it. You
Okay.
can't.
All right.
Wait.
It was my first story I came in on.
Oh, okay.
Not like that.
Oh,
Not like that.
You said it.
Phrasing.
Chat, clip that.
You said it. You said it.
Hey, phrasing.
You said it.
First swooping, now coming. And I'm just literally fucked.
You did another criminal.
You're making it worse.
It's not getting better.
You didn't have to say the second part. You said first swooping, then go. Oh.
It is funny though.
Okay.
It is.
Yes.
It's
yes.
a joke.
We did,
Everybody.
But I mean,
knows
the
it.
we did learn that that you can be banned from donating sperm by the
when
Hague.
you're such a prolific
By the
donor
Hague.
that
The
they're
Hague.
worried about
Wait.
incest.
Does that mean that it's a war crime?
Only if it's non-consensual.
Oh my God. We are here. We are here. It is 2 a.m. We are here. Yes.
Danny, you have to start a stream after Rob goes to sleep so we can continue these discussions.
Why? So I can continue to get clipped out of context.
No context lawyers. That's
Sarah
gonna be the
Bellum,
next clip channel.
what do YouTubers who review music videos do to avoid copyright infringement? Honestly, a lot of them take a hit.
They get a lot of
Mhm.
claims
Yeah.
and they go for
Yeah.
sponsorships. That's
But
Yep.
what they
all that.
try to do is try to get the licensing, first of all, which is a lengthy, and I don't even know how they do it. It's a lengthy, involved,
It's-
expensive
They never get
process.
the licensing. You can't get the licensing for anything you've heard of for any
Mhm.
price you'd care about.
Yeah.
I've
Or they
reached out
try
to
to-
places and they're like,
s-
yeah, we'll do it for $8,000.
Yeah, and you're like, uh-huh.
Yeah.
So they either stop the video every 10 seconds, they flip it, they fade it out, they transfer it, they try to transform it, but that just boils down to we claim it, you can't, yes we can, and then YouTube says take it to court, so you lose.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Sarah Lee.
sponsorships.
I love these names, Sarah Bellum, Sarah Lee. But of course, it's
There's
probably
a
not
lot
her
of
real
Sarahs.
name.
I love the Sarahs. I love everyone in the chat.
I got lots of Jessicas.
I really feel like y'all don't know how much we come to you for truth.
Uh-oh.
Everything everywhere lies to us.
Red flag.
When we come here, we know that we are getting truth. Don't change anything. Love y'all. No changes.
You're so naive, Sarah.
Try not to read any negative. That was a very sweet
That was
comment.
sweet.
and
Was.
I
It
read
was.
that as I am tired AF.
Yeah.
It is 2:00 in the fucking morning.
I
That's
will
very
still
sweet.
go on my rant that I hate the comes now plaintiff the whatever.
Oh, I
That's
hate
fair.
that.
That's
Every
Witnesseth.
fair.
time.
I
it
Witnesses
still
do
sounds
do
like
that.
you're filing is it sounds like you're filing a Victorian porno.
You say Victorian porno.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. But I honestly, Sarah Lee, I appreciate that you guys are here watching this because I like to dissect the actual facts, not just what you see on the TV.
Oh,
Time,
see,
I love-
Nightbot is here. We summoned the Nightbot with our AI discussion.
Oh no, Nightbot has been here. Nightbot helps me a lot. Nightbot's great. Nightbot is aggressive, but has constraints. Time, I love the adrenaline rush of Stephen King and roller coasters. All scary movies aren't gory. Fair. I do agree.
That's why like, Silence of the Lambs is one of the scariest movies ever, and nothing.
Oh,
really
it's
bad
great. I love that psycho
my-
thriller. I
Yeah.
love it.
my clown video has no blood in it whatsoever.
No clowns. I don't do clowns. You're not gonna.
And
No,
Rob
fuck you.
couldn't get through like 6 seconds of
Nope.
it.
Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Well, see, that's my sister. Like the Zach Bagans Haunted Museum in Las Vegas. He's like the guy on the Weather Channel that does the Ghost Adventures. An entire floor of this house is dedicated to these old porcelain clowns and weird shit. It's like,
Fuck that.
Rob,
Oh, yeah.
road trip.
Nope.
it's
fuck
so
that.
good. But it's
I
my
will.
sister.
I will shoot you. in the leg. Like I will not make it mortal. I will shoot you in the leg. I'm not joking about that. Like,
That is.
And people say he doesn't care.
Yep, I care very, very much. I will not. There will not be a. Nope.
When we do when Danny and Flux and I do our unexplained show about clowns, I want to have you on to talk about why.
Fuck you.
No, we won't show it. But like the idea that people are frightened by clowns is so fascinating.
I
sister
can't do clowns.
No, we don't look at them or talk, but I mean, it's like my sister is terrified of clowns for a different reason than another friend of mine is, and it's just fascinating. Like the people see, like this one friend of mine, the word clown sets her off.
Really?
And her idea is because it comes from an SA event in her life, and she said these are people who make their living out of hiding their true identities. And they're wearing masks all the time, and you never see what's behind that mask. And I
Well,
thought
so do ninjas, but that doesn't evoke fear in everyone's heart. And superheroes too, right? I mean,
fair.
I don't get it. I really don't. I don't understand the fear of clowns.
So that's why I want to have like a discussion about it, because I think it's fascinating.
It's.
I gotta say, aside from Tug, if somebody's hiding their identity, maybe they're suspicious.
I don't like clowns. I just don't like. I don't like. So
they're just like kitties riding unicorns.
No, one of the things that I saw, like one of my first horror movies was Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh yeah, good show.
Okay.
And that fucked with me. Then Chucky. And that messed with me. And then I
maybe you can mitigate it.
Bedroom. Well, no, I walked into my sister's bedroom to pick up laundry because my mom told me, and I picked it up, and she had the dolls that had the eyes that flipped open, and I picked the laundry up, and the eye flipped open. It flipped open, and I just dolls, clowns. I can't.
Yeah, Danny's got a room full of those creepy old porcelain dolls.
Fuck that. No,
I
no.
love porcelain.
See, for my sister, her clown thing came from Poltergeist with that weird clown that was sitting in the corner that's choking out the child. That's where she,
and the one that like from under the bed. Yeah, that's creepy too.
So
that
what about
was
Raggedy
in there.
Anns? Do those freak you out?
You know,
no. It's
but
like
fun fact: the Conjuring movie series Annabelle. The real live Annabelle doll is a Raggedy Ann.
I know. We're not going to talk about this. God damn it, Jeff.
Yeah.
We just don't want you to sleep until your next stream. We want you to wake
thank you,
up.
Jeff.
Yeah.
How
Very
many
much
hours of
appreciate
sleep
that.
are you going to get between now and the stream?
If it's
That's
any
awesome. This is
consolation, Rob,
great.
I'm scared of aliens and spiders.
Spiders
And-
can just fuck right off.
Yeah.
Rob,
See? Fuck you
remember,
guys. I
the
hate
clowns can't get you in your dreams.
I
Okay.
don't like you, Ian.
Well, I've seen Nightmare on Elm Street.
Suggested something.
But what you want to do to clear this all is watch Shakes the Clown. It's a Bobcat Goldthwait plays this alcoholic drunken clown, and the opening scene is Mrs. Brady, Florence Henderson, laying passed out drunk on the bathroom floor in front of the toilet, and he's like doing a stream over Mrs. Brady's head, dressed as a drunken alcoholic clown. It's the greatest movie ever. And his whole deal is like they have a clown posse and a mime posse, and the clowns just drive around town beating up mimes all day.
That
It'll
sounds
help
like
you.
fun. I'd watch that.
It'll clear you.
So
Moving right along.
Poison Elf has a comment about a lawsuit we covered earlier. I know this may sound odd, but I actually feel uncomfortable with us making fun of this. What if some of all the complaint is real? And yeah, I felt that getting about halfway through it. The complaint against Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and about 280 other defendants. It was uncomfortable. Look it up. Look up The Rock gets sued.
Okay.
Yeah, the complaint.
Is the person like clearly crazy?
The thing is,
sounds like it.
Crazy bits, probably
there
mixed
are
with
bits.
actual
There's
bits.
like there's tiny bits. There's bits of the narrative, like where you read the narrative and you're like, a lot of it is just you're making this up, and that's like that part might be true, and if it is, I don't like it. But
I never really liked The Rock.
Well, look at the defendant list. It's 27 pages long.
Oh,
Wendy's is named like 4 times.
Yes. So is Staples.
like the
so
food
is
company?
Yes.
Yes,
So
like
is
the
Staples.
restaurant.
So is McDonald's. So is Lori Lightfoot. So is The Rock.
Okay, talk about scary clowns.
It is an experience.
But Rob, you want to hear something really cool? I was just looking right now. Even though we're talking about pissing clowns and The Rock and spiders and aliens, you have 1,000. You have more viewers currently watching you than Ricada does.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, hell yeah.
I honestly,
So there you go.
I love that you guys tune in to this. This show is fun for me. This is my weekly decompress, and
that's what it's all about, man. Having fun.
Dude, the week is fucking hard. I do domestic relations litigation. I do divorce law. I do the nasty, and I don't like a lot of what I do.
Does the nasty.
God damn it, Ian.
Rob,
Ian, I will stab you in the neck with a yodeling pickle. I swear to God.
Well, that was oddly specific.
Wait, you're gonna put a glowing pickle in his throat?
No,
Yodeling.
It was yodeling. It was yodeling. It was yodeling.
That's
Rob,
even worse.
12.5 hours mediation over makeup parent time.
I know.
Maximum 3 days.
I know.
And I've picked up 20 subscribers since I came on your stream. Thanks. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of this YouTube subscriber apocalypse that's going on.
There's like it's like YouTube is purging stuff, but here's the thing. Like
thanks for that.
I deal with this shit. I deal with this shit every day. And I love it. I love getting to help people. I truly, I very much feel better being able to help people through challenges that they're going through. Like I say I'm in disaster recovery. I help get you from disaster to recovery.
Well,
But
we all, I mean, very few people come into a lawyer's office saying, help me avoid a problem.
I know.
All of us deal with this shit every day. Everybody hates our asses until they need us. And then by the time they need us, they're too late.
And then they hate us again when it's time to pay.
Yeah, right.
I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. Like I really do. Here's the one caveat I'm going to add to that is that when I have parents come into my office and they're arguing over their kid, and I hear what they're saying, and I hear a disconnect between what they're saying and what actually that kid needs. That is the hardest part of my job.
Well, and bless you and Danny.
Part of my job.
I've told Danny this. In my entire career, I've done one divorce, and I swore to God I would starve to death before I ever did another one, because I was looking at 2 30-year-old 5-year-olds.
I've done 0 divorces, but I have done EPOs, and they are freaking nightmarish.
To this day, I am so fucking grateful to my ex-wife that we just walked in the court. We said, here's what we want. We've agreed this. This is the deal. These are the terms. These are the conditions. Please sign off on this, judge.
Stipulations are great.
Yeah. To this day, I'm so grateful to her. We didn't have to go through all that fucking bullshit. Yeah. And you guys are awesome. I don't know how you do it. I honestly don't.
Danny, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I had a client like a couple months ago, and this was like the darkest time, I think, in my career, because fortunately, I stipulated out of a protective order. We were petitioner.
Mm-hmm.
But after I get him to agree to this civil restraining order in lieu of the protective order, he turns and he goes, oh, okay. So do we still have leverage? And I wanted to turn around and punch him in the face.
It's
sometimes the reasons why the parties got a divorce, and you know who.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always very disappointing when you find out it's your client.
Yeah,
I've-
and it's hard.
And you have
Yeah.
to zealously represent them regardless and their rights. And it's not easy. And what I hate the most is when parents claim that they're doing something in the best interest of their children and it clearly is not. That I agree
Well,
with you, Rob. That is exactly what it is. That
I just
pisses me off to no end. I will have parents come in and say, "Oh, I want to spend more time with my kids," and I go, "Oh, okay. So have you had a raise in the past 6 months?" "Yeah." "Oh, okay. So do you actually want to spend more time with your kids, or do you want a child support adjustment?" Let's be honest here. Stop playing games.
Well, it
it's-
means
it's-
I want to have
it's-
him more so my ex can have them less.
Well, what's the point if my kid's in
and
childcare?
No. We're not going here. We're not going here. We are not.
Sorry, I don't
This is
Let's not
my-
talk about work.
already
Let's not
This
talk
is-
about
this
work.
is the funny thing is this is my place to get away.
Yeah,
This
no
is
more
my
work.
My
place,
apologies.
and that is why this stream exists. That is why I make the stuff I make in the shop. That is
Do the
why
swoop.
I
Do the swoop.
am
Reset us.
here.
Do the swoop.
Reset.
Reset.
We're gonna reset. There you go.
Hey, chat.
And
We got another-
he came
What's
with another
a
one.
triple? It's a triple.
Yeah.
It's a triple swoop.
No, this is.
That's awesome. So what's the next super chat? That's great. Oh, that's an
I
awesome
deal with
swoop.
adult children every day. I'm not doing it anymore. I like this. This is
Wait,
my,
we did the swoop.
This is my fun.
Hold on.
So,
I'm an adult
Rob,
child.
go, Ian. Thanks for the pre-work giggles. I love it. That's fantastic. Thank you. That's Sarah. It's a whole secret Sarah society. It is
SSS.
indeed. Nick
The
Loss,
Nazis had
thank you
something called
very
the SS.
much. Nick Loss, the other Elven creator on the interwebs.
That's still my favorite moment of all the fucking Fridays I've ever done, with Danny on the left, Ian in the middle, and Nicholas on the left. That was so fun.
that
was so
screenshot is
awesome.
epic.
That was
It
my
is
favorite thing
perfect.
I've ever
It
done
is
in my
just
in
the
my year on
Elven
YouTube.
progression. Oh, it's awesome. $50 per defendant would put a grinding halt. I kind
What
of
about Grinder?
agree.
Are you on Grinder, Nicholas? Is that what you're saying?
That's not that. You can say that. Gingy Probs, thank you very much. Hope I didn't miss Brett Favre T. I grew up in Hattiesburg and went to
still
USM.
going. We didn't finish. It's still ongoing.
He's a
We're still
family
talking.
and a rotten dude. So he's about to lose that defamation lawsuit, by the way. I will go into those motions dismissed to, sometime next week. The state auditor who's trying to make a name on this is shady too. Yes, that's fair. They're both shady. They often
Will the
are.
real shady
Time-
please stand up?
What? Yeah. I mean, you missed a word. Time. Ian, I was married to an elf, died of ALS, but reminds me so much of you. On the 4th of July, neighbors would come to ask if Vic could come out and play. He was 60. Time. Cheers to that loss.
Cheers, and I'm sorry to hear about your loss, but I feel it's a privilege to be compared.
It is. You can still chat with him too. It's fun. It's. I make that comment often, and I don't mean it lightly. I have a countertop, and I walk by and I talk to it like I talk to my dad in the stars. You can do that, guys.
No, did you make the countertop?
He did, and it's amazing.
That's why. That's why. It's your creation.
Oh, if
It's
you
your-
haven't seen it, if you haven't seen it on Twitter, go.
I haven't. But see, that's why you can talk to it. You made that.
I know
That's yours.
That's
You
my
created
connection to my dad.
There you go.
So yeah, talk to him. Lori Ellis, thank you very much. My message from last Friday said I was glad to share a birthday month with you, and for being such a warm, genuine, generous, thoughtful, and an advocate for those whose voice gets lost sometimes. Lori, that comment means a hell of a lot to me. So thank you very much for that. I will say that I'm not alone on the screen you're looking at as far as advocates for those who need a voice. So I would encourage you to continue to watch the other creators that you have a chance to see. CG Learning, thank you very much. Ian, that has a Luck Magoda case.
Luca Magnotta.
That's close.
There's
That
not
one-
an N there.
What is that?
Yeah, I know the case. It was a messed up case in Canada. So it's there's a documentary about it. Don't F with cats.
Oh, okay,
That's
yeah.
fair.
Oh, that's a great show.
It's
Also a good life lesson.
It's messed up, and
The story's it's like the story's messed up though, but you know.
yeah, it's messed up.
We don't have to.
There's
don't have to-
video footage out there, and it's really awful.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they caught
fair.
him. They caught the sick degenerate guy because they pissed off cat owners.
That's actually incorrect.
Is it?
Yeah, the police had basically figured out who he was, and somebody else had reported who he was. And
Netflix just needed a story.
the pissed off cat owners kind of came too late and were like, "Hey, you did all this stuff," and it's like, "Yeah, we know." So
Okay. Different than Netflix. Shocker.
yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just realized my little squishy unicorn looks almost identical to his Be Right Back unicorn.
Uh-oh.
You can't really see it because of the lighting problem, but it's cute. And you can squish it, which is fun. Like that. Where'd he go? I think we're supposed to chat and make friend and entertain until he gets back.
That was quick. I missed the sanity of fun chats with you versus Daybell and Stosh trial. Is Ian okay with the brain I sent? What?
Yes.
Oh, wait.
You guys are great co-hosts. You're fantastic, amazing, wonderful, picking up on all the signals.
I made it
that Rob might need a comfort break for like a second without announcing it. But yes.
Ian, where'd you get the hat? Was that from the Hats
There's
USA
a-
or whatever it is?
There's
that
brain.
was from the
brain.
the trip to Texas.
But I mean, where did you get the hat, like specifically?
I can't remember the name of the place.
Was it the place where Kurt got his hat?
Kurt took me there. I don't know if it's the same place
Yeah.
he got his hat, because Kurt's hat was apparently custom.
Of course, it has to be. I thought I had a massive head until he told me how big his head was.
His head
shit!
is massive.
It was
all the Supreme Court case law. That is.
Yeah, it takes up
there.
space.
It was funny because we went into the hat store and I'm like looking at stuff, and he's like, they're like, "Oh, and can we help you?" He's like, "Do you have anything of this size?" And they're like, "No." And he's like, "Yeah, I thought so."
And I get that in my head size, and he's a full size larger than me in the head. But yeah, if that's his, that's a great hat store. If that's where he got his, because they made Stevie Ray Vaughan's hat, and they've made a lot. One of Slash's hats was made by them. They're great hat people. If it cost you a lot of money, it was the same store.
So, but Ian, you were sending the brain. I missed the sanity
Yes,
fun chats.
somebody
with
sent you a
Daybell
brain.
and stock trial. Is Ian okay with the brain I sent? What is the brain, Ian?
You got a brain?
So,
oh, this reminds me of a story.
Oh, no.
And then the brain, like, it's
Don't
got
put
magnets.
that, please. I want a fake brain. I'm tired, Rob.
It reminds me of a story.
You know it's going to be
This
clipped,
reminds me of
though.
a story.
All right, when I was in college,
When I was in, wait, is this college? This
Yeah.
is
No good
now
story
getting-
ever
okay.
starts with that.
I was in love with this girl. That's this was a total different story. But Sam and I, we were besties, and we had all of our classes together. Stuff. We moved into townhouses like next to each other and whatnot. But her aunt worked at a medical supply store and had access to a real human skeleton. So we decided to let's put it in front of Sam's door for Halloween.
No.
So we put it in front of her door for Halloween, and then it was like, it's so cute there that we should dress it up in pilgrim clothes for Thanksgiving. And it was about that time she said, "I think we should give it a name. How about Karen Carpenter?" And so we named it Karen Carpenter, and He had Karen Carpenter the skeleton, and then Christmas came around, and why not put it in Santa clothes? We eventually got rid of it when it was time to put rabbit clothes on it. But yeah, so Karen Carpenter was the skeleton. Oh, that's cute.
So the fact that someone sent Ian a brain,
that is so cool. I need people like that.
Jeff like needs a brain.
I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain.
No. Jeff needs.
If I only had a brain.
Jeff
imagine
me.
Brain.
Honestly, Jeff has an appreciation for historical trials that I like deeply admire. Like I love that passion for that. So yeah, please, like the people on screen, watch their content. Great content.
Weird fun fact about me. I've been in 6 different productions of The Wizard of Oz. I always wanted to be the Scarecrow, but for some reason I thought, no, you're probably more lion oriented. So I've always been the lion in literally every production. Yeah.
What the fuck? Like actual productions?
Yeah. I've been in 6 productions from 6th grade on through like the rest of my life. I've been involved in like 6 productions of The Wizard of Oz is my favorite. Lion. The end.
That's it. Always the lion.
The lion in every one. The first time I wanted to be the Scarecrow, and they're looking at me going, I think you should get better at the lion. I think the lion would be better for you.
Got it. I'm getting tons of Rob Focus emojis, which means I need to get through these super chats.
How many times have you been in a production of Alice in Wonderland?
None.
Because you would be fantastic as the walrus.
Thanks? Question mark.
Oh, the one that eats all the little baby clams, like in the most fucked up way possible. And I'm like watching this as a child going, Mom, what did you put on the screen? What the fuck?
Must admit, I was thinking Cheshire Cat. If you don't know where you're getting any road,
Cheshire Cat, I can see that. I can see Cheshire Cat.
I'll take the walrus. Or like the big fat hookah smoking caterpillar. I'll do that.
Yeah,
I'll be a caterpillar.
Yeah, absolutely. Jan, I left at 3:30 a.m. UK and came back at 7:30 a.m. and you're still on. Facts. Yes.
But for now, I'm just going to cosplay as Wilfred Brimley until the beard grows out.
When my high school boyfriend. Okay, I'm going to pull this one down. Oh wait, no, this is good. When my high school boyfriend Peter passed away of a stroke, his younger brother, nicknamed Repeat, joked at his calling hours. He said, "Pete and Repeat were on a boat. Pete fell off. Who's left?" He got me a laugh. He got me a laugh through my tears. That is that's good. That's good love. That's love and humor.
But no, see, I mean, you've been doing this exactly the same amount of time I have, Robbie, and it never ceases to freak me out a little bit. When I turn my microphone on, I spout nonsense. I just talk about dumb stuff that I want to talk about. And it never ceases to surprise me that there's people that, they'll send you the messages saying how much you've helped them and how you helped them get through dark times and through difficult situations. It's a big compliment. It's a big thing where you say, I'm just being me and I'm glad I could help in some way. I mean, that's touching.
It's honestly, it's pretty amazing. I never, ever thought I would be here ever in my life. But I will say, and I'm going to pull up something quick with regard to this. And I'm not trying to make this at all negative. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pull up what I posted last night, because last night I walked upstairs, and after my live stream, there was something that kind of brought me back to center. So I get asked all the time what the favorite thing I ever made was. And it's my dad. This is my dad. It's me and Pops hanging out. And this video
And of
was
course it's
taken.
golf.
It is golf. That was taken the day before my birthday. The day before my birthday, the year he died. And this was the last flight he ever took. This was him flying his plane. And honestly, this picture is one of my most treasured pictures because it's the last time I ever have him in as a photograph in his plane. So these are experiences that I get to share with people. So I wanted to make a countertop for the kitchen that was being installed. You can see the random cabinets. I'm going, how the hell do I do this countertop? So I take the night sky, mapped the night he died, over Blakely Island, Washington, where he died, looking north, like looking up towards the stars. And so I take the constellations, I map them out, and I start laying fiber optics. And I lay 500 fiber optics and pour the epoxy over it. Remind me, I did. Yep. But it created the countertop, and then the countertop gets created, and I install it, and I snap a bolt off. Like as I'm installing it, I snap the fucking bolt. I snapped the fucking bolt. So they were 3/8 inch threaded bolts on the bracket. I've never threaded anything in my life. So I went and bought a tap and die set because I installed this the day my dad's birthday. It would have been his birthday. So I taught myself how to thread steel and thread a new thread for the bolt so the bracket could accept it. And we got the counter installed. Alexa, turn on bar top.
Wow.
So what you are seeing,
it looks amazing,
is I didn't tell people is that I hid a constellation in the stars. So among the stars, which are laid out to accurately map the sky above him when he died, I put his initials and his plane that he flew. That plane. So that is hidden in those stars.
Wow.
So last night when I was live streaming and Ian was on the stream, I walked upstairs and I realized I forgot to turn on a light. And this is what it looked like when I walked upstairs. Just like I walked upstairs and come on, video, behave. Yeah.
Also, Rob, it looks like you set off several people's Alexas.
I'm sorry.
You know, Rob, whoever is in your life is a very lucky person indeed.
And
the takeaway from this is I'm a shitty son.
No, it's not that. The takeaway from this, and that's the thing. So I wanted to leave people with a takeaway from this. To all those fighting cancer, keep fighting. To those who have lost loved ones to cancer, never forget what they brought you. To everyone, hug your loved ones because life is precious. And to my dad, I love you, Pops. So that's the point in all of this. And I did have a little funny aside to this one. Where was it? Here we go. That was Branca. Of course, so my parents' first date was my dad taking my mom to see Star Wars in his Pinto station wagon. Jeff
got one of those. Got
is
one
it
of those.
Is
one. Yes.
Did they fix the oil or the gas tank?
Nope, my dad sold it. And I had this in the 80s, like late 80s.
So it was still the bomb mobile?
Yep. Fucking knew it. How did I fucking know it? But which my parents promptly nicknamed Millie Moth after the Millennium Falcon. That became the name of his first airplane.
Oh.
What kind of plane was it?
Be with you. So it was a Cessna 172.
Okay.
And that was the plane that he had. And I had a message that I really, 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 really did want to share to a lot of people. My final evening thoughts last night were the weeks before and after my dad passed were the darkest of my life. To those struggling with depression or contemplating anything you can't take back, please don't. The pain you feel can be a fuel to push you to lengths you would never imagine possible. Don't give up, never give up. You have no idea what you can become because you haven't been there yet.
Amen.
So many good things the world has yet to show you. You just have to push a little further. There's so many kind, loving souls in the world you've yet to meet. So that was last night, and that was Dad talking to me. So that's yeah.
Rob, thank you for sharing that with everyone.
I literally just posted that exact sentiment to Twitter 3 seconds ago.
That's
Thank
really
you.
beautiful,
cool?
Rob.
Isn't that cool? Like it just like don't like your life is fucking hard. It really is hard. And it can be sad. It can be miserable, but come on, man. I didn't know I'd be here. And yeah, it's 2:43 in the morning.
Yep.
But I met
It gets
Ian,
better. It does.
I met Danny, I met Jeff, I met all these people. So yeah.
It gets better.
Okay.
And it
But I'm
may-
sure
may
some
not
good
seem
things
like it.
happen too.
Yeah.
My rule is go to sleep, wake up the next morning. That's it. Breathe.
That last one's important.
Yep.
Manny Snails Gal. Oh, Rob, go. Ian, thanks for the pre-work giggles. Thank you. Melissa, that whole Twitter thing, me showing that was for you, my dear. So thank you for that. Time, thank you very much. Just came in. Thought you were talking about UFO. We were not. Talk about all kinds of stuff. Olivia C. Hey, Rob and Ian. Happy to wind down and join y'all sipping good old H2O after traveling
Same.
today. Good. Hydrate. Traveling needs hydration.
Just water.
Did celebrate Cinco with tacos and a margarita for lunch earlier. Happy Friday. See, they did the thing. Thank you, Olivia. Truffle Hound, thank you very much. Ian, if goats eat the blackberry fruit off a bramble bush, the fruit ferments and the goat gets drunk. You cannot herd drunk goats. You cannot. That is a very interesting fact. I did not know that. I have learned something. I have definitely learned something.
Well, there
That's
you go.
amazing.
Is that a reference to the room?
I don't know.
You cannot hurt goats.
I don't know. This was several hours ago. But yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome. Suzanne, hi, Rob and Ian. Week is good. Now daughter's home from college, and now that I'm watching Law and Lumber. Thank you very much, Suzanne, for being here. Nick Lost, thank you very much. My 5-year-old nephew ate all the someone pronounced
Raisins.
Raisins. Something raisins. That was a fun hour to watch while parents were in his. Oh, those are raisins that have a certain additive, apparently.
Yes, yeah.
Because this was in response to someone saying
That was cocaine. That'd be funny.
The dog got into the CBD gummies.
It'd be funny if they're cocaine raisins. But anyway.
Oh, I've had a number of kid got into the drugs files.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
It's
God.
usually weed.
Well, the dog
Yeah, at least
got
it's
in.
not crack.
Alice Cooper's got a song about that called Dead Babies.
Oh, God. Jeff.
That sounds like a really optimistic tune.
Jeff.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Jeff.
He does.
Jeff.
So it starts
6
out little
hours,
Betty ate a bottle of
27
aspirin.
minutes.
And then it's like,
Yeah.
of course, dead babies can't take care of
Oh.
themselves.
Sure.
Dead
Why
babies
not?
can't take things off the shelves.
Oh no! Why? Yeah, where's the? Bye, Danny. Yeah, that's appropriate, Danny. Jeff was just
Yes, sir.
being Jeff. Josh
Yeah.
at Ten Hog. Thank you, very
Alice
much.
Cooper.
Rob, thank you for the weekly members only shop streams. I enjoy it every week. Thank you for being there every time. I love it. Bex, can't believe you're still alive. It's almost 8 a.m. for me. I can't believe either. Hi to my 2 favorites, Rob and Ian. You both are amazing humans. Hopefully you have 2 more favorites, Jeff and Danny.
No,
I really really do hope that you guys enjoy their content. I think they do put out great stuff, guys. Honestly. They have opinions.
Especially Danny. Danny puts out great stuff.
Oh, well, thank you, Jeff.
No,
but you
no.
too.
What I'm saying is they both have opinions, but they are both respectful about the opinions they have. Danny specifically with the Vallow trial, and I'm not singling out Jeff. I'm saying Danny's covering it. Is giving insight to the things that we really would not understand. Being a former member of the LDS Church, covering the trial.
High five, Danny.
Remote high five.
Yeah.
But that's also why I love Jeff's maritime streams. To be honest, they're my favorites because that's his bread and butter. Like I
got a really cool
hearing...
guy that Ian probably needs to watch the one that's coming up on this Monday.
Oh, which one is that?
I have a weird expert on. His name is Jeff Peters. He and his wife, they have this small YouTube channel called Retired Afloat. They just took a risk, retired early. They spend 6 months sailing around the world on their own boat. And then they spend the cold 6 months on going on cruises and lecturing about maritime disasters to people trapped on a cruise ship, which I think is ironically funny. But he is an expert on the Franklin expedition, Search for the Northwest Passage.
Oh,
so we're doing
neat.
a 2.5 hour deep dive on the Franklin expedition and the Search for the Northwest Passage on Monday.
Jeff, I have a curious question for you. Hypothetically, if we were to review a historical trial that might involve maritime law, that might involve the law of the sea, respectfully and carefully and gently.
Well, then I don't want anything to do with it. But if you do it wildly irresponsibly,
are you sure? I think you might.
If you do it wildly irresponsibly, I'm in. But
responsibly and gently.
How about Dudley and Stevens?
Are you familiar with that one?
Dudley and Stevens were that wasn't the Batavia. That was
the cabin boy.
Yeah.
They end up eating the cabin boy.
That's Ian's. This is Ian's choice.
The other white meat.
The name of the ship. It was the one that inspired the Moby Dick. The Essex. I believe it was the Essex. Well, that's actually a very important. Yeah.
Richard Parker becomes a name that is used throughout history.
It was the mignonette.
And
the mignonette, that's what it was. Yeah.
What's creepy is Richard Parker is used prior to any of this. Richard Parker's name appears in instances prior to this as a sacrificial, like a lamb of sorts. Yes.
In fiction.
And then
prior stories.
Why would you name your kid that?
I don't
the
know.
interesting thing, Life of Pi, the tiger's name was Richard.
Yes, Richard Parker.
That is actually an excellent case because that actually set a very important precedent in the law of cannibalism.
Yep, which
it's an accepted thing that if you're in extremis, you're in an extreme situation, you can eat people to stay alive. That case set the law that says you can't help them on their journey to death just because you're hungry.
But you can still eat them if they happen to die on their own.
Yes,
I know.
If they die on their own, you can eat them. You just can't help them to their death. Because you're hungry. It's a very important case. No, it's actually a very, very fascinating case.
I mean, I may help
Danny,
you did not.
You did not have to take yourself off screen for that. This is a very important, and honestly, I am exceedingly. I have previously covered this case with Ian.
Oh. Yes,
this is Ian's case. Ian loves this case, and we covered this case.
It's not a Canadian case, but it's a UK case. And so it gets covered in every law school court, every first year crim class here.
I think I may have it.
I think we did that on Maritime Monday about 4 or 5 months ago. That would be a great case. That would be awesome.
Really? You think you would like to maybe be a guest on a stream that might cover historic trials that go through that stuff?
I hear you have a vacancy.
We fill it temporarily. I mean,
vacancy. You guys pre-record that though, right?
No,
we have a new format.
Okay.
So what we're doing, and this is actually important because there's 1,400. I know that there's only 1,400. There's not the rest of you here. I changed the format to it. Ian and I talked about it. We both changed the format to it. So Ian and I have ADHD. Go figure. You haven't gathered by the stream that just took
all of us do.
When I was on NIPS, we compared which medications we take. Didn't we?
No,
so it's great.
I learned
take
when I'm
any
having
these
Danny on
days,
my
but
stream,
I
we just
have
don't do
taken
topics.
some.
I
We
know.
don't do topics.
I know, but so Ian and I talked for at length the other night, and we were going to do recording sessions, members only, but then we kind of felt weird about it, like paywalling the recording because a lot of people like the live. So we decided that we were going to do a trial prep show, like when the week before we did the actual live, we would do a prep to try and take that ADHD and just just kind of narrow the subject matter.
Noble effort. Okay.
It's a noble effort, but it also gives the members a chance to kind of watch the process of planning a show. So we're going to do that.
If we can work the time out, I am totally in.
Oh,
let's make it happen.
This is so fun.
You
Shut up, Danny. You just
I'm so
Danny. I know you're joking because you just pulled out and you had highlighted. I saw the fucking highlights in your book.
Wait,
Chevron deference.
I pulled out of Chevron deference, that's for sure.
The vast deference, what?
Well,
I would never be in Chevron deference, though.
What are we talking about here? I missed something.
She pulled out a book that was highlighted with Chevron deference.
Okay.
I'm a nerd, is what I'm saying. I'm a nerd making fun of nerds.
It's awesome.
But no one suspects I'm a nerd, and so then when I actually show some nerd cred, it's just an awkward situation, and they just sort of walk away from me.
We're spirit animal. I love Danny more than anybody else on planet Earth. She's
You
the
too,
most
Jeff.
amazing person.
I love both of you guys. Kate wraps this up. Members get a behind the scenes look to the extra hangout during prep stream, where we kind of figure out what we're going to talk about, narrow down the research, kind of game plan, how the live stream is going to go. And then the actual live stream will be the following week. That's just out in the open, where we get to go through and talk about one of these trials of the century. And it's allowing for a little bit of chaos, but controlling as much as we can, but also making sure that we have the information right and we can bring guests on. So I fucking love this idea. I really love this idea.
It's going to be better than ever.
Yeah.
Oh, I would so be totally in on that if we can work out the times, because we're almost 12 hours apart from each other, 13 hours difference and 14 in Indians case. But if we can work out the time, I am all into that. The Minion is awesome because it's a seminal cannibalism case, and it's also on a ship named after a food, which is awesome.
It's weird.
What's the name of the ship?
Mignonette.
Mignonette.
Yeah, it's a.
It was not seaworthy. It was
thing.
a piece of shit. It was strapped together with duct tape and glue. Honestly, before it set sail.
It was basically destined to fail.
And then you mix in a bajillion pound beast.
God told me to make an ark.
Yeah, pretty much.
God says, make an ark, and you're like, God, I don't know anything about carpentry or boat building. And God's like, did I stutter?
May have been seaworthy, but it's not whale worthy.
I have a yodeling pickle and I have a screaming goat. How do I make an ark? I can't.
Dear God, here's my ark.
Yeah.
God's like, you know what? I'm going to call someone else.
Yeah, kind of. The Minion, that was a disaster. But yeah, so I fucking love that trial, and I really, really, really want to talk about that.
Well, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Now we're to the point in my Maritime Monday journey where people are really disappointed if there's not cannibalism.
Oh, come on. It's the trials, and it's how it changes the dude.
Another
a lot of the
good one.
maritime cases are
Yeah.
wild because they change so much of
But it's one
maritime law.
accident where nobody can die or 4,000 people can die in one little accident. When you're out on the ocean, it doesn't matter how well you can swim. You are at absolutely the mercy of God himself. And that's it.
And the funniest thing was I took maritime law in Norway, of all places. And it was one of the most interesting exams I ever took, because the Norwegian approach to teaching maritime law is surprisingly honest in a way that most classes weren't. So it would be like, if shipping company A is hired by whatever lading company and so forth, and then it ends with, whose insurance company pays for this?
Awesome.
And I was like,
God.
that is amazing. Because it's
yeah.
The big thing is
midway through the
jurisdiction.
Well, and it was questions like, the captain midway through the ship moves this cargo from the bottom of the hold to the top of the hold because he's concerned about seaworthiness. And as a result of that, the computers that are in this get rained on and they get wrecked. And then half of them go overboard because there's a wave.
So fucking crazy.
Who pays for what?
Right.
And the answer is always an insurance company.
Yeah.
And they hire attorneys, which is why you see lawsuits that are really cool to see.
And there's a very limited number of insurance companies that handle maritime insurance. So a great deal of the time, it is an insurance company suing itself.
What's the name of the case in tort law with the plank that fell down on a boat and it caused an explosion, and it gives us our proximate cause?
That was Tommy Torch's squid case. The squib case.
Yes, the squib case. That's it. That's one you guys should review.
We had the same torts professor, Tommy Torts.
That is an excellent
what is
case.
it? What's the case?
The squib venereal disease case.
Squib?
Also from Tommy.
Where somebody threw a lit firecracker and that caused them to jump.
Shepherd?
The Shepherd case.
The defendant threw a squib, which is a small lit firework, into a busy marketplace with lots of people.
That's not the one. I'm thinking there's one where they are transporting fuel and someone drops a plank of wood on the ship and the whole ship explodes. I'll find it. It's in my torch.
Plank of wood ship.
I also kind of want to cover Donahue and Stevens.
Donahue and Stevens. Who are they?
Donahue and Stevens is a case where somebody buys a bottle of ginger beer, and there was a decomposed snail in the bottle.
Oh.
And so the question was, can they sue? Because the person who drank the snail, can they sue?
Could save snails in a bottle.
Bottler?
The first thing that I'd like to do.
I'm kidding.
Another trial of the century case that it's usually trials that never happened was the SS Eastland. It was a ship that sank in the Chicago River at the dock. It literally just rolled over and killed hundreds of people, and it just rolled over at the dock. And they were blaming people that ought not to have been blamed, because the company has to be protected. But one of the guys that was accused, they immediately arrested 7 people. He was represented in a pre-trial because they were all in Michigan, and it was an extradition hearing. And one of the lowly guys hired Clarence Darrow to represent.
No,
at the extradition hearing. Yeah, at the extradition hearing, and because that's right when Clarence Darrow was broke and down on his luck, and he was in, and so he hired Clarence Darrow to represent him. And again, like he did in Leopold Loeb and so many of the other famous Darrow trials, by the end of his objection to the extradition motion, he had argued this so well that the judge dropped the criminal cases against everyone involved entirely. He just wanted his client not to be extradited. He ended up getting all of the criminal indictments against everybody thrown out. It was beautiful.
That's cool. So Jeff, like if we would like your input on a trial of the century, would you be interested?
Oh hell! Look, if we work out the time, I'm all over it. All over it.
Okay, so that's a yes. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. That's
How do you feel about
fantastic.
waking up at 6 a.m.?
I'm
can do
hating
it.
it right now because I have to. Well, I have to wrap this stream.
I got to be up in 7 hours because
I know.
Well, you're getting a new king in 3 hours. Aren't you going to watch that?
God, no.
So, Hannah Mummer says
there's
if
lots
you
of
need
people who are like,
summaries-
hey, aren't you thrilled about the monarchy stuff? I'm like, it is the world's fanciest trailer park drama.
Guys, I am
Deliverance
down.
in a palace.
We are down to single digits, and we will get to these momentarily. I promise you.
We're
Hannah
not gonna
Mummer,
let you
thank you
go.
very much. If you need summaries of / access to academic historical stuff for TOTC, let me know. Might as well use my university degree for something. Thank you, Hannah. There are so many of you who have offered,
Hannah,
and
I need
honestly, yeah.
If you're a law student, whatever you do, don't let us use your Westlaw research for free because that would be wrong.
Give us your password
That would be wrong.
for your LexisNexis so you can actually gain points of the more searches that we perform.
Honestly, well,
Don't do that. That would be wrong.
That would be horrible.
I also don't encourage or espouse any of the comments made on my stream by my members or by my
I'm saying don't do it. That would be
Not
wrong.
to do it, Rob.
I know that you're
Rob
telling them not
certifies
to
that
do
they're
it.
all legal advice. Also financial
God.
advice.
Oh God. None of this
But
is
see,
legal advice.
I'm probably the only one that had to
killing me.
shepherd cases
We
by
are
actually
idiots and we know
going to the
nothing.
law library and looking at a book called Shepherd Citations and going through the paper version of it. I'm old.
Bex, I'm going to alternate my monthly membership between both of you. Hope that's okay. Yes, no.
Yeah.
You don't
Wait,
have
who's
to-
both of you?
like Ian and Rob for
Well, no, that's
the 12th
wrong.
century.
Between legal
Well, you
advices
can-
and anyone else is okay.
that's a good answer. Bex, like just stay tuned.
How old is this when you two were the only two on stream? How many hours ago was that?
Like 17.
That was actually like 20 minutes ago. That Sarah, a group of neurodivergent talking is like jazz. I love it. It's fantastic. Everyone's just tuning in at the same time. We're all singing our own melody. Cherry C. Mills, no way. You're still going. LOL. I am laughing out loud. I've been to sleep and now on breakfast. Can't wait to replay. Oh, stream will be fun. And with Tired Runkle and Rob, it's going to be something.
Come on, people, keep sending those super chats so we can't go to sleep.
People have noticed that Tired Runkle is the best Runkle. So
well, and host stream is it is pinned in the chat. So please go and check that out. That is the hospital. That stream is to fund the hospital that saved that man's life. So I will be on there. A bunch of others will be on there. If you can, please just tune in the chat, tune in live, donate if you can. Please do that. Crazy by proxy. Thanks for FNF, especially this week. Evacuation is stressful. So this is a great way to not think what's happening or not back home. I'm very sorry for that. I hope that everything is okay.
Where are you being evacuated from?
That's probably from right near me. My phone keeps getting an emergency alert every so often, and they're doing evacuations in areas that are like real short drives from me. Wildfires.
Oh
wow. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that season.
Yeah, and something got them started, and they're right nearby, and there's people losing their homes. It's real tragic.
I'll say a prayer for you guys. I'm sorry to hear that.
Lafrodite will cure everything.
Michelle M. Rob, my dad passed away when I was 18. I'm in my 40s now, and I still talk to him daily, as you should. Your tribute to your dad is beautiful. Thank you, Michelle. That is that means a lot. Thank you very much. I was happy to share it. Truffle Hound, you got a friend in me, Randy Newman, and Truffle. Thank you very much. Rachel Rachel K. Long week of sleeping with lights on and one eye open after a scorpion ran across my pillow. Those little fuckers.
Oh,
They
that's
do.
a hard no.
No, they do. They do. We've
You've
killed
come
over
from our neck
50
of the
so
woods.
far. Yeah, it's that season. It is that season.
Wow.
Wait, what?
All right. Does she live in Arizona?
She's got to
She's
be
got
near
to.
near Utah. She's-
Yeah, I was going to
She's
say
got
maybe
to.
southern southwest.
That's why I always go
Arizona
when you go
Southwest,
camping,
because
check your
it's
boots
that
before you
season.
put them on.
Yep. Little fuckers.
My mom
I
was
hate those things.
on the toilet and one dropped on her head.
Oh, I hate those fucking things.
I'd die.
So my uncle taught me a lesson. He said, "So, in the spring, if you see a scorpion, never stomp on it." And I was like, "Why?"
Babies.
So,
Oh, that's a hard no.
so in Arizona, families
Christ.
have we have scorpion lights. We have scorpion lights. They're black lights. They're
Yep, black
like
lights. Yep.
Yeah. So we have scorpion lights. So my uncle, in the springtime, he didn't realize that he saw a scorpion, and he takes his boot off and he just goes and smashes it.
Oh no.
And he panics and he goes, "Fuck." And he takes this scorpion light and he flips the light on. And he called me. He said, "Rob, I never wished I turned that light on."
Oh,
He goes, "I never wished I saw what I just saw." And I was like, "Oh no, trauma, emotional damage."
No, because they carry all of their tiny little babies on their
All of
backs and undersides. You squish them, and
you can't
thousands
crush them. They're too small. They're too small to crush.
Oh my!
So you need to use fire, is what you're saying.
Spray. You need
Exactly.
to
Just burn
You have
it.
to spray
Just
them.
burn
You have
all
to
of
spray
them.
them.
Oh, that's so
You
bad.
spray them with fire, though, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Only you can prevent scorpion fire.
Scorpion fires, yeah.
yeah. That was a lesson that I very.
That's kind of
much
my
took to
rule for
heart.
nature. 0 legs, cool. 2 legs, most of them suck. 3 legs, I don't know what that is, other than like a porn star. But 4 legs are okay. Anything more than 4 legs, I really don't want to have anything to do with.
There's lots of
Do
snakes
not let me tell you about my dad's centipede story, because the centipedes in the desert, they
More
eat
legs are
birds.
worse. Yes.
There's also lots of snakes that you should be concerned about.
But I still like them. I can respect them and deal with them.
You know what a
Unless the ones are in
fer-de-lance is?
Australia. A what?
What?
Oh, yes.
Fer-de-lance, it's a very venomous snake that will
It is.
chase you down and bite you because fuck you for living.
That's what we call the old 2-step. Like you're just gone.
That
in
sounds
2
like
steps.
cottonmouths in
Oh.
water. Water
It-
moccasins will come right up to you and they'll attack you just because.
Yeah, they're one of the things that they warn you about in Cuba. It's like, if you see this, run as fast as you can and try to outrun somebody else.
Yeah, that's the old rules. Like I don't have to be first. I just have to be faster than you.
Exactly.
So this makes me focus on the last of the super chat. We've killed over 50 so far in 2 days, and a flamethrower is starting to look like a
Yes.
viable option.
No, it is.
Totally viable option.
Yep.
It's that
Let her
meme
rip.
with the house in flames and the child going, "I saw a spider."
Yep. Just viable option.
No,
Not
what Rob's
legal
talking
advice,
about.
but yeah.
Do not step on a scorpion in the spring.
No,
Just
don't do it.
No.
Susan D, F&F is one of my happy places. Always something I look forward to after long weeks of teaching. This year has been a rough one. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Good job,
you
teacher.
very much.
My sister's a 2nd grade teacher. I feel you.
Oh, God bless. XCDA, I'm loving this discussion so much on all the options for TOTC. Thank you. Truffle Hound Donahue versus Stevenson. So the first case we did for contracts and torts. It's the backbone of Australian contract law. Don't spike drinks with slugs, kids. I feel like that's a
Good life. That's a life lesson.
Good life lesson. Good life lesson. So, last one for the evening. Lady Bethany, thank you very much. My oldest son is turning 20 on Wednesday. I got him and his friend the Hot Wings Challenge kits.
Oh, that would be fun. I so want to do that.
Any advice, Lady Bethany? I sincerely hope that you're still here. And if you're not on replay crew, holy shit.
Oh wait, you guys have kids?
Rob and I
There,
did that for
did-
my birthday stream.
Well,
we
I
we
heard
gotta
you were
do it
like
again.
planning on it. Oh, I so want in on it. Seriously, send me some
Really?
shit. I want in.
You and I would
Weekend?
win, Jeff.
I know we're
Yeah,
like
it's
Korean.
not even
We're
terrible.
immunized.
Get the fuck out of here.
You're saying
You
you
gotta
win?
be kidding
Fuck out
me.
of here.
Go look at Ian's
immunized.
birthday stream. We handled like a champ. And what was
Sure.
funny was we didn't realize it, but like the second we started getting the hot wings, I take like one of the hot, like hotter ones, and Kurt was on stream, and Kurt goes, Rob, there are 5 sections, or like there are 5 titles in the Constitutional. Which ones are they? And I was like, you fucking asshole. And he started with law school questions. Oh.
No, I
Now
so
that's
want in on
funny.
this. If you guys do this again, seriously, just like send me something. I totally
Absolutely.
want in on it.
We will.
Me too.
Any
Jeff,
advice?
it would be a Jeff and I competition. That's it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Really?
That's fair. That's
Oh
fair.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
He's drinking hot sauce. Ian has
I know.
problems. Ian has problems.
Ian.
I know.
Kristen,
We can
I'm
do that.
sorry if I did. I'm sorry if I did. I'm trying. I really am. It's a long stream. We're at 7 hours.
That actually looks really good, Ian.
The last question
it
was
was.
any
Let's
advice?
agree.
Ian, what advice would you give? My advice would be full meal. Full meal.
Yeah, eat food beforehand. Otherwise, you
Mhm.
will get wrecked. Like your stomach will get toasted.
Yes.
Be mad.
because-
Carbs, bread, lots
like-
of bread.
Burns going in, Burns staying in, Burns going out.
Like this stuff will wreck.
The Apollo,
What's the
Um,
Scoville
That
on it?
looks nice.
2 million.
Yeah, it's over 1 million.
That's respectable.
It does not fuck around. Like there
Does
was
it have
hot.
habanero in it?
Oh, Danny,
No,
this
it's-
has everything.
But see,
I
they have these
recently learned
restaurants.
I can't do habanero. I recently learned I'm allergic specifically to habanero, which is one of my favorite
Weird.
peppers because it has that sweet, like it almost tastes like a strawberry tang on the end. It's so lovely. I'm really disappointed.
They
Well, the
claim that
interesting-
the last dab has 2 million Scovilles,
I don't believe that.
which is like drinking straight pepper spray.
But see, there's like a.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rob.
It's
No, there's-
actually no. They have tests. Jeff, you said go ahead, Rob.
No. You paused for like 2 seconds, so I assumed that I.
I'm sorry. That's
Go
my
ahead,
fault.
Rob. It's your.
They
stream.
said it's between 2 and 3 million. They do not release it until the end of the season. At the end of the season, they said it was over 2 million. I will tell you, I have tasted like a lot of very, very, very hot peppers. Like I was raised by a Panamanian. This was like fucking hot. Like I wanted to die for a solid 10 seconds.
There
It was
is a
hot.
long.
I didn't quite want to die, but it was unpleasant. I can't find it, but I've got a little vial of pure capsaicin sitting around here.
Pure. It's like that's
Yeah.
like the
My
Geneva
husband does
Convention is
too.
outlawed.
It's like
You can add it
crystallized.
to your cooking. And if you want the spice without the flavor, you can do that. And that way you can enhance whatever flavor you have. So if you have a chili and you're using like a chipotle flavor and you don't want to change the flavor profile, you just add some capsaicin.
Well, there's a thing like with Korean restaurants and spicy food. There's these restaurants that make like chicken feet and rice cakes and other places
so
that
good.
they just want to make the food just ridiculously like intentionally so that humans can't eat it. But the problem is once you get to a certain point, you don't feel it anymore.
I have also seen Ian eat things that I didn't think he could eat. And I like and enjoy actually like food, like at like a Korean chicken place. He ordered food and he was like, "Can this be hot?" And they were like, "Really?" And he was like, "Yeah."
Korean
And I
chicken is
watched
the
him.
best
And I was
chicken.
like, "Holy shit!" Because I have eaten that before, and I was like dying. And Ian's like, "Oh, this is fine." I was like, "Fuck you." I was raised on like Latin heat, and I can take that.
Totally different.
Yeah,
I
Korean's
can
totally
take that.
Totally
It really is. It's very
Korean spice is just red pepper. The end.
It's just
different. There's no subtlety.
Well, and it's different than Thai spice too. So, like, my husband can't do Thai spice. He also can't do Latin spice.
Yeah.
But
we
he
had that
can
awesome
do
Thai restaurant over the
everything
summer we
Korean.
went to.
Pardon?
We went to that awesome Thai restaurant last summer together.
Yeah. So, but I've known people that can. Oh, that one's good. I love that sauce. By the way,
that looks good.
Carolina Reaper garlic sauce. It's fantastic. There's another one that was in the challenge. You're.
I noticed that was a much smaller drink than the one he was drinking earlier.
That's gonna hurt. That hurts. That's gonna hurt. He's gonna regret that in a second.
No, I'm not.
That was always my favorite thing.
You know what I'm gonna do in a second?
To get the free chicken from Wild Wing, from Buffalo Wild Wings, doing their like little free. Oh, can you eat these? I'm like, sweet, free lunch. And finally, they told me not to come back one summer. I went there every day for lunch.
They at one place they had a wings challenge, and the prize was free wings for a year, which they then limited to only one like thing of wings per visit.
Mm-hmm.
It was only on Tuesdays and only with a drink. But they had their spiciest wings that they could make, and I'm just chewing through these. And they have this guy come up and stick a microphone in my face, and he's like, "How are they?" And I'm like, "Eh." And he's like, "Eh?" I'm like, "I've had hotter." And I just keep going. He's like, "That wasn't really what I was expecting." So
yeah. Oh, now I want chicken feet. Danny, come have some spicy chicken feet with me.
I am still looking for my venereal sheep disease boating incident.
Don't come to me with that. Just come for me with the chicken feet. Don't bring venereal disease.
That's very descriptive. That's very descriptive.
The insurance company didn't have to pay out. The guy forgot to secure his load, which was a bunch of sheep.
Oh man, men are always doing that shit.
So it was a bunch of sheep on a ship.
Man.
He forgot to secure the sheep in their pens.
There.
A giant storm came, swiped out half the sheep. He then filed a claim. They said, well, you're supposed to keep them in the pens. Well, the purpose of keeping them in the pens, though, was so that they were not spreading venereal diseases. Ergo, they still had to pay out on the sheep. That was the whole thing. But I'm looking for the case.
And you're looking in your torts book, because I noticed your torts book is missing from behind you.
These books.
I was trying to tell people that these law books that Danny has on her second and third shelf, that's like $6,000 on those two, and that's not even
all. A lot of money.
I guess I should also note, I'm in the process of having a hot sauce made.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Name,
like
you have to
floating the idea.
You have to give the name.
I haven't entirely decided, but I think I'm going to name them after the criminal code sections for arson and arson endangering life.
Oh, I like that.
Yes, this is fantastic. I love this.
But I should be getting 150 bottles.
I want one.
Which will be split
was
into
at
like
the same time. I think that was the exact same time that Jeff and I were like, I want one.
I mean, I provided them with the recipe, and I will say that the recipe I provided them with was a picture from when I made hot sauce.
Okay.
But it's basically, so assuming it's the same stuff, it's good stuff. Like assuming it works out the same. But we also arranged for a second heat profile. So the first one is just as I made it the first time, at least I hope. The second one will be sort of nuclear spicy. We hope. He was like, well, if you want it really spicy, we can add Carolina Reapers, or we could add something less. And I'm like, Reapers, and he's like, okay. So
love it. So this is the last super chat of the evening. Shameless attempt to make the stream last longer. You have, my dear. Thank you, Alexis, for doing just that. To my guests, thank you very much. To all of you that are still watching, thank you very much for being here. I very much appreciate all of you whether you are members, not members, subscribers, or just coming in for the first time. I really appreciate you being here. And I love that you're watching the content. Please, 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 please go follow, watch the content created by my fellow panelists, Runkle of the Bailey, Danny on Direct, and Legal Vices. Please do so. I will tag their links in the description below, so you'll see that as soon as the stream wraps up. And I guess I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. because the link in the chat, the link in the chat is to the charity stream tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Aww.
It's going to be fun. I'm going to have to order, I guess I have to get some morning Panera. I need sustenance. But guys, thank you to my panelists. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys very much. So on your way out as the video ends, if you wouldn't mind, please hit the like button. It does very, very, very much help. And if you have not yet subscribed, please do so. We do this every weekend or every Friday. I try to bring a lighter side to the law and cover stuff that is breaking when it breaks. So without further ado, let's go ahead and wrap this up, and we will see you guys next time.